who didn't give us everything he had when we asked him to. You guys have nothing to be ashamed about or sad about. This is the way the game is. But I want to say this, I'm going to walk out, but I want to say this before I go. I love you guys.
Love you, Larry. Love you, Larry. Thanks, Larry.
It's always like a bittersweet time. The guys take a long time to like leave the locker room, and you know, me and Larry are like hanging around, and Larry always jokes that like he needed some time to mourn the season. Sometimes the players talk about that, and we did take some time. I don't know, maybe it was a couple days, 3 or 4 days, and then we started reaching out to the players to do exit interviews. Larry and I were like talking every day, you know, so there was like a day or two, like I didn't hear back from him. And then like I got a phone call from Larry's daughter. She told me that he was in the hospital. And I think it was the next morning that she called me again. And yeah, I remember like she said like he didn't make it through her surgery. And what always gets me is when she told me that before he went into surgery, I was the only one that he said to call. So that always gets me. We gotten so close to Larry because he had known like everything about the Cardinals, and he was really like, I don't want to say like a security blanket, but he was like always there, you know? Larry's the type of person that he would tell me how it is, like no matter what.
That was a big shock to all of us. I mean, I know everyone on that team who knew Larry, who knew him well, he was our dad. We all kind of just thought like, Larry's the man and he's gonna live forever kind of deal.
He's been around for so long now, like I just figured he would be here, you know, until I'm even done playing my career.
With Larry not there, it did feel like for me, like it was a huge void. George took the other job and, you know, now you don't have Larry. Like those were 2 big voices in the room. They knew the league, knew the player side. Like that's knowledge like I don't have at all. You know, so I had to kind of look at this as like a blank canvas. And in a way, like not having Larry, it's like, now what? It's like a blank canvas. And like, the only thing I knew how to do was like, okay, I'm gonna put my head down and try to apply myself a little bit more on the player side and figure out, we gotta fix this problem and like, you know, do it for Larry, like do it for the health of the organization. But I didn't really have anybody to check me. I'm just gonna try to proceed the best way that I can. And that was like building an actual process for the baseball operations. The league had changed the rule. We're allowed to bring in a 5th import. Fernando was retiring. We had now 2 spots to fill. We had planned on making a trip to Dominican, and I thought Larry was even gonna come with us. And so we went down to the Dominican. We brought Tyler, brought Tanner, brought Creeley, and Sophie came down as well. But part of that, I was trying to show Tyler and Tanner like, okay, there's a new process here, guys.
La temporada pasada le comenté a Eri de que yo podía hacerle un tryout allá en Dominicana, conseguirle reclutar a algunos muchachos jóvenes.
We were staying at a hotel like maybe 20 minutes from San Pedro, and San Pedro is like known as the baseball capital of the world. That's where Luis lives. And we were holding this tryout at Jose Cano's baseball academy, which Jose Cano, I mean, he's been a well-renowned coach with the Dominican Republic. He's played in the majors, but his son, Robinson Cano, you know, is a Hall of Famer. Like he's gonna go down as one of the best Yankees of all time.
You know, Robinson Cano's there hitting BP, getting ready for his season. We were like, what? Like Robinson Cano's here, like that's crazy. And then, you know, he kind of came over, took a picture with us. He was like, hey, what you guys are doing is awesome. Getting our guys out of here, getting to play in Canada. We love that. Tons of people came out for it, so it was crazy to see those guys, man. They're all freak athletes. They could play on any team here, so it was cool. We kind of picked who we thought would fit, you know, not just talent, like would fit in with the Cardinals and what we stand for and all that.
Those guys are insane. Like there's a reason that they're the baseball capital of the world, and it's, I mean, you see it. Like every single one of them has the most incredible hands, all big bats. Like that's what they live and breathe, and you can see it, and you can 100% tell.
Fue un evento muy emocionante, o sea, hubieron muchísimos muchachos con talento, de poder venir aquí y jugar, con hambre, con deseo de seguir jugando el béisbol y seguir echando para adelante.
We just felt so comfortable there and so welcomed. And we took the field and set up the TrackMan. It's an expensive piece of gear to get baseball analytics. Gave it to Creeley and Duncan. We set it up right behind the catcher. And we just start watching, pitchers throw. And next thing you know, it's like 95 miles per hour.
Like every guy there was just threw so hard, like 95, 95, 95. We were all just like, holy cow, I wish we could take them all, They were so good.
I think one of us yelled to Fernando, hey, Poppy, this guy just threw 95. And he yells back, they all throw 95.
So it's hard to pick and choose which ones kind of fit what we stood for and who would fit in with our team and all that. If some guys didn't work out, didn't fit in well, that's the hard thing to know, right? How they're gonna groove with everybody. So yeah, we kind of found our guys and then brought them down.
Traditionally, the way that these import decisions have been made, and this is my observation the past couple years, you get emails from players that are looking for a spot. They tend to maybe be a little bit older, that are, they may have families, they're trying to continue their career, and you don't really know. You got to vet them via the internet. So what I viewed this trip was, it was an insurance policy, that we were going to get good imports versus bringing an import in, cutting them, sending them home, bringing somebody else in to try. I had talked to Luis Bernardo before he went home in September, and he said to me, he goes, Poppy, we can get Fernando Rodney. I was like, really? He's playing the majors, he's got World Series ring, World Baseball Classic ring, he's on the Hall of Fame ballot, multi-time All-Star. He goes, yeah. He's like, I talked to him.
Yeah, that was almost like a rumor at the start, because Poppy had said, he's like, oh, I know him, and he's not playing in wherever he was anymore. He'll come to the field and meet us and all that stuff. And then sure enough, a couple hours later, Fernando Rodney came down.
I was getting ready to play in Dominican. And the team I played for, Leones del Escogido, they let me go, and then Bernardo called me.
Bueno, con Fernando tenemos ya varios años conociéndonos, e incluso yo quería traer a Fernando desde el año pasado. No se nos dio la petición debido a que no se hicieron los movimientos necesarios para traerlo.
Last year, he called me again. Hey, what are you doing? You want to keep playing? I said, where?
Yo hablé con Fernando y le dije que si estaba interesado en venir aquí a jugar a Canadá, lo cual él me respondió que sí, que él no estaba haciendo nada en Dominicana y que él seguía en forma de poder venir a ayudar al equipo.
They have a tryout, San Pedro. So they invited me to go over there, and that's where I meet Eric.
He's like, yeah, I'm interested. I'll come to Hamilton. And it was that easy. I was like, here's the stipend that we give to the import players. He's like, yeah. He's doing this for the love of the game. He goes, I'm turning 50. He goes, I want to play till I turn 50. He's like, this could be my last year.
And I say, yes, I want to play here. Let's go to Canada.
Today, a complete shocker from the Hamilton Cardinals, who announced the signing of world-class reliever Fernando Rodney.
It's the biggest signing in inter-county baseball history. As former Major League All-Star closer, that is Fernando Rodney in the middle, signed a deal with the club.
We left that trip Dominican on the biggest high ever. We felt like we were walking on clouds.
Hit send, it goes live, immediate influx of comments and opinions and excitement around it. And then 30 minutes after that, I remember Eric had interviews with media outlets to talk about the signing and how big this is, not only for the Cardinals, but for the league as a whole.
I was shocked with the reaction. It got picked up everywhere. It was huge reaction.
Para mí es un impacto muy fuerte para esta liga, ya que Ronnie es un jugador que bastante personas lo conocen a nivel mundial. Y nada, qué bueno que fue para aquí, para Hamilton, que lo pudimos traer.
I played 17 years in the big league. I'm very proud because any sport, the average to play any sport is 8-10 years. So when you play more than 10 years, you're a superhero.
I remember 2015, 2016, he was pitching for Seattle. I went over to games, watched him with my dad, and sure enough, now that guy's on my team. That's insane full circle moment. I can't believe it.
I've never really been starstruck, but for him, I guess just with my baseball background and growing up watching him, it was what? That's wild.
When he was with Minnesota, obviously I'm from Manitoba, so the Twins were the closest team to me. Often we'd make a
trip down or two per year or so to see the Twins play. And I got to see him pitch. He had the exact same walkout song that he has here right now, so that was really cool to see when he first stepped onto the mound here at Bernie Arbor Stadium.
Se siente bien tener una persona veterana al lado de uno que pueda ayudarte y corregirte tus errores. Es un privilegio realmente estar cerca de alguien como Rodney. Es una excelente persona, buen compañero también, un buen ser humano y te ayuda mucho en tu trabajo. En el montículo, si uno hace algo malo, él te llama y te corrige, trata de ayudarte.
We have a good communication. We help each other every day. I think with the Bullpen been doing better and better. We have a good relationship.
He's just a baseball guy. Like, he lives and breathes baseball. Like, he wants everyone to be better. Like, if there's guys that have, you know, pitching questions or whatever, you know, you always see him down in the bullpen working with guys, even hitters, right? Like, he was, you know, such an established pitcher. He knows how to pitch to hitters. He knows how to get guys out. He also knows the opposite side of it, right? So, like, things that pitchers, you know, intel that we might maybe want from pitchers, that kind of thing.
He obviously attracts a bit of a crowd when he's warming up because, you know, he's got some special stuff from his big league days.
A lot of fans, when they saw me, they say, hey, what are you doing here? When I go outside, they ask me, I stop and sign and take a picture, smile, because that's they want to bring to home, a smile.
You never know what a big leaguer is like, and somebody with that good of a resume too, you're like, you know, maybe they're kind of almighty, you know, still on the high throne. Just the nicest guy ever. Like, he's such a great guy, always willing to help guys out, teach what he's learned and stuff like that.
He's about as one of the guys as you could ever expect. He's a textbook teammate. You ever need to ask a question about something, he's more than open to helping you out with something, and he's always on the bench. He's laid back, his arms out here. He's open to joking around and things like that. I mean, as far as a teammate goes, you know, you can't find a better teammate out there. He's a great guy to have around and in the clubhouse.
So I know at the start, I think we all kind of assumed, like, we have the birdhouse where we all live, and I think at the start we all assumed, like, oh, he'll probably get his own place.
You want your own apartment? Like, you want me to put you up somewhere else? He's like, no. He's like, I just want to live with the other guys at the house.
And we were all kind of like, dude, like, you want to live in a house of like 10 of us and all that stuff. And so it's just funny, man. He obviously just loves baseball, loves being with the guys. He's such a funny guy. Everybody's, you know, playing dominoes at the house.
Just feel a lot more family there. We got more communication when you stay together, and the same energy you can bring to the field. I love this game. I love learning about this game because every day, no matter what level you play, you learn something. That's my goal, and go there and show up with the best. I want to win.
Middle of October, there was a date that you could then open up free agency. You could talk to players that either had an expiring agreement with the other teams, or you could sign, you know, new players. So we started our player recruitment. I had word that Owen Boone, who's been the most dominant pitcher in the league for the past 10 years, sat out the previous year with London, which means he was going to become a free agent, and he was a starting pitcher. We really wanted to think, okay, let's try to get Owen Boone. As soon as that day came, first thing in the morning, texted Owen, hey, like, my name's Eric Spear and I'm the owner of the Cardinals. Like, we want to talk to you. We want to try to bring you in. So we ended up having pretty good discussions with Owen. You know, for somebody to move to like a new team in the league, and we haven't had that much success after the 2 years, it's a bit of a leap of faith. We hadn't done much in the offseason yet, but Owen agreed.
My name is Owen Boone. I'm a right-handed pitcher for the Hamilton Cardinals. I've had a lengthy baseball career. Started playing baseball when I was a kid in London, Ontario. Spent a bulk of my career there. I went to the University of Western Ontario, played there for 4 years, played for the London Majors for about 8 seasons, I'd say. In between that, I spent 1.5 seasons in professional baseball with Les Aigles de Trois-Rivières in the Can-Am League. Came back to London for a couple seasons, won a few championships, and then made the move to Hamilton. The reason I switched from the London Majors to Hamilton Cardinals, multifaceted decision that I made. At the end of the 2023 season, my shoulder really wasn't in good health. I spent the year 2024 just sort of taking a step back from the IBL and the volume that comes with it. So when I felt like I could come back to the IBL, I wanted to look at teams that were kind of closer to where I was now and start to establish more of a community for myself closer to where I lived. And Hamilton fit the bill in terms of proximity and the culture. It seemed like a really great fit, and so I jumped at the opportunity.
I really learned quickly that he's super intelligent with the game. He really knows what he's doing on a day-to-day basis. If anybody's been out here and they've recorded him or seen him out here doing his recovery and his routines and that, you know that he's extensive and he knows what works for him. He's been an absolutely invaluable addition to this team, not only from how great he's been for us on the mound, but helping other pitchers and being a good clubhouse guy and being present with the team.
Owen, Boone, Slazo, Boato, you know, all these guys who have years in the IBL are not only giving me baseball knowledge, but IBL knowledge, you know, because they've played a lot of guys on other teams. You know, it's easier to pitch whenever you have an advantage on someone.
Having the veteran players in those leadership roles is incredibly important because they have the experience and ultimately they end up shaping the dynamic and the identity of the team. So when you bring in a player and their personality, people look to that personality and look to what they do with their behaviors and then can end up feeding off that. And that has this kind of contagion effect within a locker room. For newer players coming in, they just automatically, it's just a human behavior. You look to those more veteran leaders within the team, and that kind of sets the tone and it kind of spreads throughout the team. So they're very, very important in terms of the team dynamic as a whole and the team environment.
It's always great having, you know, kind of those older guys, those veteran guys on the team. You know, they've been in almost every situation you can be on a baseball field. It helps the younger guys a ton, you know, just with being able to keep their emotions in check. Even guys like myself, too. This is going to be my 4th year in the league, but I still get nervous every game. You know, I still need people to kind of talk me down, help me out, that kind of thing. And those guys are great for it. Just because they've been there, they've done that. There's a sense of comfort when you're around those guys who can talk you through things, help you out, all that kind of deal.
I think every year since Eric's kind of taken over, you come in so optimistic. They've made so many good moves in the offseason. It seems like things are going the right way, and especially this one. Everybody's chomping at the bit to, you know, get back out here and play.
So we played the preseason game in St. Mary's at the Baseball Hall of Fame against Ontario Blue Jays. And that was the first time we got a chance to actually look at all the guys.
We had a lot of guys. We showed up to that with almost a full 25-man roster. And for myself, it was meeting most of the guys for the first time and then getting back to playing live baseball.
Documentary crew already out. I've never met so many new people before. I was about to play a game on the same team as them. So that was crazy, but it was a lot of fun. So we pulled up on the bus, like our new team bus that everyone had been so excited about.
It was a lot of just like meet and greet, kind of see who you got, try and remember everybody's names. I remember everybody was really tall. And so I was like, wow, we look like we'd be great in a street brawl, right? Our 25 against any 25, we do really well. So those were like my initial thoughts.
You meet all these new guys and you just had a feeling like early on this team, it has the talent, it's got the attitude, it's got the mentality, like this team can do some magical things.
Bit by bit, we started adding more and more to the roster. We added Matt Hildebrand, we got Boone, Jonathan Salazo, the Ramones, Ramon Sanchez, Ramon Henriquez. They should be leading our rotation. Brandon Nickel, he had a standout career in the NCAA, and we're pretty excited to see him at shortstop. Nico Kakados, he hit really well in the WCBL. Usually WCBL players translate well to our league. And then Yorkie Pena, he played with the Colorado Rockies organization, and we think he's going to really round out the outfield, you know, the left-handed bat for us. And we're also excited to see Josh Williams, and then Julie Baitini is kind of the heir apparent to Luis Bernardo. So he's going to be our new catcher, and we're going to see what we get out of Julie this year. Of course, we want to see Fernando. I think everybody wants to see Fernando. All this anticipation kind of across the Canadian baseball world to see what he looks like.
When I come here, the first one I look at the stadium and the dugout, the clubhouse. It reminds me like when you play rookie. And I say, oh, I'm gonna play rookie again.
And it is the former MLBer, Fernando Rodney. Fernando Rodney was a 17-year major leaguer, played for 11 teams. This guy has some pitches under his belt.
So the first time we really got to see Fernando compete in our league was in preseason against London. He came in the preseason game. It was their school day game, and he looked really good. And it was really exciting to see. You know, I thought it was interesting that all the London guys were all trying to get a hit off him, so they were like just swinging like right away. But it was a really good like first impression we saw in London.
I think going into the season, there was just a lot of excitement around, you know, like all the new things that are happening, the new faces. Everyone's just looking forward to what the new season has to offer, all that kind of thing.
We felt pretty like maybe overly confident going into preseason, so we were expecting maybe to be like blowing teams out in preseason, and that wasn't necessarily the case. But I think so far so good. But we'll see when the games actually count.
If you're interested in sharing your content with our viewers, please visit cable14.com/CGC.
Watch a new episode of The Dylan Show this Monday at 6 p.m. while I chat with Belleville Senators GM Matt Turek and singer-songwriter Avery Raquel. Watch on Monday nights at 6 p.m. on Cable 14 and cable14.com.
Welcome to Retro Game Time's Top 10 segment, and this Top 10 we're going to talk about is the Top 10 Best Gen 1 Non-Legendary Pokemon. And from first, number 10, I'm going to give you Venusaur, obviously one of the Pokemon, the end evolutions of the Bulbasaur, one of your starters. And while he's number 10, doesn't mean that he's bad per se, but it does mean he's not as good, in my opinion, as Charizard or Blastoise. Venusaur, his type is grass and poison, and in Gen 1, there's not a lot of Pokemon that are weak against that. Most of the Pokemon you fight against are grass and poison themselves. Number 9, I'm going to give you Tauros. A bit of a weird choice because normal type doesn't seem like it's really going to be that much better than, say, a type that actually has an attack thing. But for those who know, Pokemon works on what is called stab. I don't know what the actual acronym stands for, but if you use moves from your own typing, you get a 50% attack boost. And there's a lot of good normal type moves that Tauros can use. Tauros also has very good speed, good defense, and generally good stats that surrounds him, makes him an all-around good fight. Also, no one chooses Tauros, so I'm just special. Number 8, I'm going to pick with Gyarados, a kind of almost pseudo-legendary Pokemon that a lot of people love just because he's a giant, big, spooky snake lizard thing that evolves from one of the weakest Pokemon in all of Pokemon history, that being Magikarp. Lots of stats, big numbers and this and that. Probably, if anything, I'm kind of ranking him a little lower than he should be. But Gyarados is one that I remember my brothers would always argue that I couldn't choose because that was their favorite Pokemon. You just attach Hyper Beam to him and you just go to town. Number 7, I'm going to choose Dragonite. Statistically, Dragonite is, as a non-legendary Pokemon, probably the best Pokemon to choose from. being is that it has some stats, if you look on Pokemon database, that you just can't beat with something else. All-around round numbers, all-around round stats, and typing that is kind of uncommon that you can't see. Only reason I wouldn't put him much higher is because it's kind of hard to train. He gains very little experience, and he generally, you'd have to teach him some good TM moves to make him really worthwhile. Number 6, I'll give you Blastoise. Probably my favorite starter to generally choose, but I'm not going to be too biased about this one because Blastoise statistically has probably the weaker of the stats of the 3 starters. That being said, Water type is very useful in Gen 1 as well as most Pokemon generations, as you always have access to the move Surf, a move that's both useful outside of battling and inside of battling, having very high accuracy, high damage, but also lets you traverse some of the waterways in the game. Blastoise also has a good pool of moves to use from, such as Ice Beam, and I believe Earthquake, maybe not. Number 5, I will give Charizard, just so I don't have people burning down my house, and I know how much you people love Charizard. I love him as well, and don't get me wrong, fire types are very nice. Him being fire flying also gives you the ability to give him fly, the ability to move from town to town. But I don't think I can honestly give him a higher ranking just because he has a bunch of weaknesses, generally, that you find with some Pokemon like him. His speed's okay, his special stat is pretty okay, and his attack's high for a Pokemon who doesn't have many attacking moves. But he's still pretty good. Number 4, I will give Jolteon, because Jolteon is very fast and has got very high special. 2 stats that all you really need when you're playing against the AI. Electric has a lot of moves it can deal damage to, and that really lets you barrel through some Pokemon trainers that you don't think you're going to have too much trouble with. Number 3, I will give to Nidoking, is one of the Pokemon that I would say is one that you can basically speedrun the entire game with, only play with one Pokemon. High stats, high everything when you ask about it, and giving you one of the most powerful moves, that being Thrash, that just constantly does damage over and over again, as well as a great pool of other moves that you can teach him, like Surf, like Earthquake, like Thunderbolt. He's just a tank in a lot of ways. Number 2 will be Starmie. As you see, there's a bit of a theme with if you can use and learn Surf, you're pretty good in this game. But Starmie in itself both can learn Surf, is both a Psychic type, which I may have described earlier. Psychic is one of the most stacked Pokemon types in this whole generation. And number 1, I think, is unanimous. The fact that I mentioned non-legendary, and I haven't mentioned him yet, number 1 has to be Alakazam. One of the fastest Pokemon in the game, highest attack or special attack stats that you can use, and just knocks out Pokemon after Pokemon, especially when Team Rocket, your main opponent for a lot of the game, just uses poison Pokemon, which are weak to Psychic, and there's really nothing that's weak against, that's strong against Psychic for that matter. And that would be my top 10 Gen 1 non-legendary Pokemon.
On this episode of Mavericks, we meet a Hamilton physician whose work centers on the most anguishing edge of medicine, a world most of us can barely imagine, where childhood, heartbreak, and courage meet.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mark Levine, retired medical oncologist and breast cancer researcher. I'm also one of the founders of the Bright Run. I would love it if you joined us on Saturday, September 12th at Christie Lake Conservation Area for our 19th annual Bright Run. Help us fund critical breast cancer research right here in Hamilton. Visit brightrun.ca for more information.
The following is a Cable 14 sports presentation.
We invite you to please stand as you're able and remove your cap.
Welcome into Friday Night Baseball here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium on Cable 14. Cardinals home tonight, hosting the Leafs for their final game before the All-Star break. We now step aside for the national anthem. There it is. That's the Salvation Army Ensemble treating you to the national anthem tonight. Love a little musical version. We don't always need singing, okay? You got the songs in your heart. You got them in your head. Beautiful, beautiful job by them to get us ready tonight. It's a beautiful night for some baseball. It's a beautiful night to head into the All-Star break, which is what the two teams will do after tonight. This is the final game before the CBL All-Star Weekend, which this year will be in Chatham, Kent, at the wonderful Fergie Jenkins Memorial Stadium. Brent Gunning, Matt Creeley alongside me. Matt, how you doing tonight?
I'm very well, Brent. How about yourself?
Doing well, doing well. Always fired up to watch a little baseball. Always fired up when it's Hector Yan on the mound tonight, and that's exactly who gets the ball for the Cardinals. And Fridays quickly becoming Yan nights here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. We saw him spin a gem last week. He will look to do the same. I wouldn't go as far as to call it a surprise, but Yan has been one of the very positive results we've seen from the first half of the season for the Cardinals.
Yeah, no doubt about it, Brent. And fresh off their best 20-game start in franchise history, the Cardinals had their 6-game win streak snapped surprisingly on Wednesday night by these very Toronto Maple Leafs. Toronto is still in last place in the standings, but they were coming off a Sunday victory over the London Majors at home, the second time they beat the first place Majors at home this season, and then they stopped Hamilton's win streak. So Toronto's got a little bit of fire under themselves here after playing spoiler 2 games in a row. They're going to try and do the same for a third one here tonight.
Yeah, they certainly would love to do that. I mean, you love a little revenge as well. A team like the Leafs going to come and snap your road or your win streak on the road. Not going to let them have any fun in the crowd tonight. Will be Hector Yan getting it started. You see the Leafs lineup there. Brandon LaRue starts things off as a shortstop. Yasiel Puig's in right. J.J. Dutton in center. Marcus Connect is the DH. Dennis DeBanning's in left field. Spencer Ross is the third baseman. Matt Brandt behind the plate. Actually, that has been a late scratch. Dionysus Sheltis is the catcher. Kirk Gibson's at first. And Crix Tavares is the second baseman. Willianius Alvarado gets the ball for the Leafs. We'll talk about them plenty tonight. We'll see how Hector Yan gets it started. He does exactly that, bouncing back after a first pitch ball, bringing the count to 1-1. I think the most impressive thing we've seen about Yan this year, Matt, is his ability to kind of grow as the season has grown. This was a guy that was giving you great outings but wasn't working very deep into games. Went 6 innings last time we saw him here at home on Welland a week ago. It feels like his ability to work deeper and deeper in games is only going to become more important as the season gets a little more compact in the second half.
Yeah, it sure does, and it feels like every start we've seen something different from Yan that we haven't seen before. And for a guy who is number 3 on the depth chart coming into the year, he's been outstanding through 6 starts so far. A 2.35 ERA, 30 2/3 innings, 45 strikeouts to just 11 walks. Those 45 Ks are 3rd in the league. He loves a swing and miss.
Yeah, he certainly does. You see it there. That's exactly the Hector Yan experience. A little contact foul and a big swing and a miss. There's been a lot of that from Yan this season. You know, for a strikeout pitcher, you're always happy when they're racking up the strikeouts, but obviously you would like there to be a little lengthier appearances for him, and he's done exactly that. Now, as far as star power goes in the CBL, there is plenty of it. No shortage of it from your Cardinals, including plenty of all-stars, which we'll talk about tonight. But But from a name recognition standpoint, I don't think it gets any bigger than the batter you got in the box right now. Of course, Yasiel Puig with the Leafs. He ain't going to be in the box for long. It's a good thing he's still strong because that hit him right on the back, and Puig will end up on first. I was building up. I was going to talk about the great battle we were going to see between Jan and Puig. Evidently not, Matt.
Yeah, and Hector right out of the gates here, showing Puig maybe that he's not too intimidated by him whatsoever. Yasiel didn't take that in too dangerous of a part of his body. He's going to walk down to first. No worse for wear, and a hit by pitch, I guess, is not as bad as giving up a homer to Puig. Puig's 8 home runs. I guess nobody's surprised by this, tied for second in the league coming into play today.
Yeah, not any level of surprise there. I think draft pick, if you had to pick, don't get hit by the pitch. That's number one draft pick if we're doing it. In the butt feels like the next biggest area you'd want it, generally speaking, a little more muscle there. Right in the back, could not have hit the middle of his 6 any better there. Pretty good place for it to be. Again, there's no fun parts, but that's not a bad one for Puig. I've seen this a little bit from Jan with the hit by pitch this season. Obviously, this is what's going to happen when you're unafraid to pitch inside. We'll see if he's able to bounce back here, and it is an 0-1 count working to the number 3 hitter. Another bit of loud contact, but it's foul, never dangerous. And Jan all of a sudden quickly has got himself in an 0-2 count again. If you're a strikeout pitcher, you want to do that working from ahead, and so far so good for Hector Jan tonight outside of the hit batter.
Yeah, he's been getting ahead in counts more frequently than any pitcher on this Cardinals staff, and you see in the season numbers how that's paying dividends.
Yeah, you certainly do. Here is Jan looking for his second strikeout of the night, delivers the pitch on the outside, looking to clip the outside edge, unable to do so, and there's the first ball. That brings the count to 1-2 on J.J. Dutton. Dutton will be one of the Leafs in attendance this week in Chatham-Kent. Of course, he is a reserve for the North All-Stars. We will see what shakes out regarding the rest of the night. We'll have plenty more updates for you on that. That ball is hit by Dutton, looks to be in the gap, although Dominguez ranging over and makes the catch. No problem for him there. Puig works his way back to first, and it is another quick out for Hector Jan. We saw this last Friday. As the game goes on, of course, the at-bat's going to get a little longer, but if you can get some quick at-bats and quick outs out of the way early on, it's going to lead to, you'd have to imagine, a pretty successful night for Jan, or at least the opportunity to have a successful night.
Yeah, and Dutton's a big guy in the box, 6'3", 210. He's got some gap-to-gap power, and the Leafs know that. And the Cardinals there, if you're going to give up a hard line drive to Dutton, you want it close enough in the gap that an outfielder can find it with the glove, and they got lucky there.
Yeah, he was helped out by the right-handed batter. That ball kind of slicing towards Dominguez in right field there really kind of helped him out. If that's a lefty, you wonder if that maybe tails away from him a little more. Obviously, Duncan got good range out there, and we'll talk about the catch he made that made the rounds as we go on tonight. Of course, picking up a highlight reel catch, Tyler Duncan was, and what ultimately was a loss, snapping the Cardinals' win streak. That came on Wednesday. Here's the pitch from Jan. Was outside, never really had a chance. Yeah, that catch from Tyler Duncan, if you've spent any time on socials, it certainly made its way. Even such luminaries as the Hall of Very Good weighing in on what a very good catch it was for Tyler Duncan. Love seeing him get his shine because it is deserved with the bat, absolutely, but they don't put you in center field because you can't do that. And it was I'm sure he would have liked it to have been a little cleaner, but the little bobble just allowed the play to be even more spectacular.
Yeah, let me tell you, Brent, I was in attendance at Christie Pitts on Wednesday night for that catch, and it looks even more impressive on the stream than it did in person. Just one of those things where you just can't believe what you just saw.
Yeah, certainly. Really, really impressive stuff from Duncan. Again, we are no strangers to that here. It is a 1-2 count. Hector Jan working. Got connect the DH up at the plate. Thought about pulling the trigger on the swing. He does not. Wise decision, and that brings the count to 2-2. Jan, a very confident pitcher. We've seen it this year. The amount of times he comes off the inning, whether it's with a little K strut you like, or a shushing that we'll see to, really his own dugout. He's usually keeping it regarding himself as opposed to shots at the other team. But Hector Jan is a fun guy to watch, not just because of how impressive he is. Again, attacking the outside there. Seems like he's really trying to stay on the outside of the plate here in this at-bat to connect.
Yeah, you don't want to miss inside to a guy like Connect. He's got proven pull side power, even in the big parks. Don't be fooled by the fact that he plays for the Leafs. This is a dangerous hitter.
Yeah, it'll be curious to see how Jan goes. 3 straight pitches on the outside after getting ahead in the count. It is a full count here. Puig on first, not much of a lead, and you do got to watch out with that, as we've seen from Jan this year. Here comes the pitch, and it is a swing and a miss on Connect. That's the strikeout strikeout pitch for Hector Yan, picking up his second strikeout of the inning and making it a scoreless frame in the top of the first for the Cardinals there. That is vintage Hector Yan from what you've seen this year. Talked about not wanting to attack the inside part, and he doesn't do that. That's just an excellent execution on the put-away pitch from Yan.
Yeah, and he went back outside. That fastball looked like it might have even been out of the zone. That's one of those things that makes you think that Marcus Connect just might have been in swing mode with Puig off from first, but it didn't work out for the Maple Leafs, and this is going to turn things over to the bottom half of the first for the Hamilton Cardinals. They are going to see lefty Wilhenis Alvarado on the mound for Toronto. Alvarado, the 26-year-old out of Maracay, Venezuela. You see the Cardinals line up here. Brent, why don't you run us through that?
Yep, Brendan Nickel, the one-hitter tonight. Of course, your shortstop, Tyler Duncan in center. Darlin Hermon, a little banged up, but in the lineup at first. Evan McGill behind the dish at 4. Carlos Dominguez in right. Rainy Reyes at 3rd. Anderson Feliz back in the lineup at 2nd. Jaden Brown is the DH tonight, while Angel Guerrero will man left. And I'm almost upset we had to cut you off there. I feel like you had some good stuff to tell us about Alvarado.
It's all good. Got to get the lineup up there. Alvarado's a former Blue Jay prospect, so he pitched there until 2022, and then 2023 he joined the Maple Leafs, so he's been pitching for a Toronto organization for the entirety of his professional career. And the numbers this season don't jump off the page. 7.06 ERA through 29 and a third innings, 18 strikeouts to 10 walks, but he is no stranger to dealing here at Bernie Arbor. Last June, he had a game here where he struck out 11 Cardinals in 6 innings. He always seems to bring his best here at Bernie Arbor. The Cardinals if they're gonna find success today against him, they're gonna have to avoid that amount of strikeouts. So here again.
Yeah, you certainly want to avoid that fate. It has been a player of many uses for the Leafs this year, has Alvarado. This will be his 11th appearance, his 6th start of the season. So obviously working out of relief in addition to the job as a starter. This is the 2nd time the Cardinals have seen him, but first time as a starter this year. Obviously we hear this all the time at all levels of baseball, how different players can be when you're asking them to, come in a relief role versus a starter's role. It'll be interesting to see what version of Alvarado the Cardinals see today as opposed to the one they saw last time out. We also mentioned it, Brandon Nickel in the leadoff spot. Now this is not completely out of the ordinary. We've seen Tyler Duncan in the 2-hole a couple of other times this season, but generally speaking, this is the spot you look to for Tyler Duncan. What do you make of the change atop the lineup with Nickel as the leadoff man tonight?
I think the Cardinals are trying to get Tyler Duncan going. He's just 3 for his last 20, no extra base hits or RBIs in that span, and it's still been a productive season overall. There's a reason he's starting at the All-Star game, but Luis Bernardo, as we've mentioned all year, has many ways he can go with the depth added to this lineup this year. Nickel's been having a great season. Why not try and get him on in front of Tyler and see if that motivates him?
Yeah, it certainly has been a case of trying to get Duncan going, and there is Brandon Nickel ripping one into left field. That'll get the game off from the Cardinals offense in a beautiful way. If you wanted somebody on base for Duncan, here it is. You've got it. As you mentioned, Tyler Duncan, we'd all love our ho-hum seasons to involve a .333 average with a slug at .433 and an OPS at .867. It sounds like a great year for a lot of guys, but as you mentioned for Duncan, I'm sure he feels like there's a little bit left there. It's, I was looking at the game log. Yeah, you mentioned the last 20 at-bats having gone great. Still racking up hits, though, still getting multiple hits in a couple of games as of late, but it hasn't been the prototypically dangerous Tyler Duncan season. All-Star game can get him right. Home Run Derby can get him right. Maybe it's the 2-hole tonight. We'll see what happens there as he watches a first pitch ball for Duncan does. That's been the other thing about Duncan that I have to commend him with. The patient approach has not waned, despite you imagine wanting to kind of be a little bit more aggressive and being fearless and getting that A swing off. It's really felt like a year where he's really leaned on the patient part of his brain, and he's had to because the power just hasn't been there in the way you would expect.
Yeah, and it's such a direct result of how he's pitched, and the fact that we're talking about an .867 OPS as a down year is a testament to how high he has set the bar, like you said.
Yeah, it certainly is. You see it there, catching the outside. That is a 1-2 count now on Duncan. Nickel starting the inning off with a base hit just through the hole between shortstop and third base there. Be interesting to see if they get a little runner in motion here. We know Luis Bernardo, Cardinals not one to steal, but certainly unafraid to mix things up here. And, Nickel will be in the All-Star game as well. So you want to send him off on a good note. That ball in the left-handed batter's box, the right-handed batter's box. Duncan wisely watching it, and that brings the count to 2-2. Yeah, with a guy like Duncan, you obviously want him to be the best version of himself, and sometimes that means giving him the green light to swing, but it really hasn't been necessarily the MO for Duncan this year. He's been so patient, has had no problem taking his walks. Even there have been times where he's been asked to lay down a bunt. He's done good jobs of that. And there's Nickel. We talked about the lack of a run game from the Cardinals. You see it from Nickel there, getting involved, and he will, I believe we're calling a foul tip on that, though.
Yeah.
Looks like Duncan would have ended up with the strikeout there, but got a piece of it. Of course, that'll send Nickel back to first. Got to be a little frustrating if you're Nickel. Got a great jump on that, and then the ball, it looked like it's bobbled, obviously, is tipped. That's why you end up there, but did feel like he got a pretty good jump on that pitch.
Yeah, I don't mind the Cardinals trying to put pressure on the Leafs after struggling to generate offense really throughout most of Wednesday night's game.
Quick check on Nickel, especially after going. There's Alvarado looking at that, delivers the pitch. That is inside to Duncan, nearly clipping him. Barely moved. Now brings the count full for Tyler Duncan. They've said they've gone outside, they've gone inside, they've tried just about everywhere with Duncan in this AB. It's got to be an uncomfortable guessing game for him right now because he's seen just about everything in this at bat so far.
Yeah, Alvarado doesn't want to miss. But the count's full now.
Yeah, certainly not. You don't want to serve up a meatball, but you also don't want to put a couple of men on. Maybe that was the meatball. Duncan hitting one out to left field. The left fielder ranging back at the track, drops it. He was at the wall. Duncan will get into second. Nickel being held at third. And there's the power stroke for Duncan. Not all the way over the wall, but about as close as you possibly could come. That has got to feel good for a guy that's wanted to get that power swing going.
Yeah, and you are welcome, Tyler, for the announcer's jinx. I mentioned no extra base hits in his past 20 at-bats, and there you go. Dennis DeBanning had a good beat on this ball, but we sometimes see this with him in left field. It's not always smooth sailing, and Tyler was rewarded for some quality contact there, taking a 3-2 pitch from a lefty the other way and nearly hitting it out. I can't tell from here if that hit DeBanning's glove or went off the wall, but either way, Tyler is deserving of second base for the swing he put on that ball here, and a big RBI opportunity for the Cardinals leader in RBIs right now, Darlene Hermon.
Great job by our camera crew there. I'm going to give credit to the person off to my right. I believe that's who got the shot for us. It was a jump by DeBanning, and he just kind of mistimed it and missed where to put his glove. So actually no contact with the ball. That is a Texas leaguer there from Darlene Hermon. It's going to score one, and there it is for Nickel. That is an awkward base running play for Nickel. Had to hang up in a big way because of the way that ball just hung in the air and then dropped in absolute no man's land in front of Puig and behind the second baseman. That scores a run, and all of a sudden the Cardinals are off and running here.
Yeah, team leading 28th RBI for Darlene Hermon, and he is one for the sac fly. So I think Puig was playing him back as a result of that, but just kind of rolled off the end of his bat. Puig realized he had to charge in. At this point in his career, I'm not sure he's as likely to dive for a ball as a Tyler Duncan. Maybe he's going to trust that cannon of a throwing arm he's got, and it wasn't a bad throw to home plate, but Nickel beats it out, and the Cardinals are off and running.
Yeah, great job all around there. I mean, obviously, Darlene Hermon making a little contact with a couple runners on. That's what you want. Not the contact he's used to, but you like it there. It's also a great job by the coaching staff here to get Nickel attention, have him tagging, and by Nickel breaking home. That's just excellent execution all around. And, yeah, Darlene Hermon, if you give up the RBI to him, you expect it to go maybe a slightly different way than the bloop single, but that's what it is, and all of a sudden the Cardinals are cooking here. Here's another all-star in the Cardinals lineup, Evan McGill, rookie catcher. Got to feel pretty good as a rookie getting the all-star nod, and not just that, but he'll also be part of the skills contest and the catcher throwing accuracy competition this week.
Yeah, I bet Evan would do pretty well at those. He's hitting .304 on the season too, so no matter what you're sending him to the all-star game for, seems like a good idea.
Yeah, you don't get to be a four-hitter because they don't love what you're doing at the plate, that's for sure. And you see McGill doing a good job. I was about to commend his patience there because that looked like a clear as day ball. Ends up being called a strike, and the count is 1-2. Hermon on first, Duncan on third. No outs in the inning thus far for the Cardinals as they look to apply a little early pressure to the Leafs. Here's Evan McGill, going to be in a little bit of a protect mode with a 1-2 count. Despite a questionable last pitch, Alvarado checks on the runners, delivers the pitch. It's outside, dropped by the catcher. That will allow Hermon to steal the extra 90 feet. Smart piece of base running by Hermon there. Felt like, I normally don't like to be this point of the critical, but just a little haphazard, a little lazy by the catcher there, allowing Hermon to steal the extra 90 feet. That wasn't a quick jump from him. That was just realizing that was a ball in the dirt. There's Alvarado. We got to look at him. McGill in the box. It is a 2-2 count. No outs for the Cardinals here. Rookie catcher, all-star this year, looking to take advantage, and he's showing excellent patience at the plate this AB. And all of a sudden, it is a 3-2 count. I wonder if there's any part of him that thinks it should have been ball 4, but it's a full count for McGill here.
Yeah, and McGill's not going to be a guy who gets too rattled by that. He's someone who can maintain his composure. He's got some of the best plate vision and discipline on this team.
You see him here. He's got a good RBI opportunity. This has been a guy that's hit some big bombs this year. Also been a good situational hitter for the Cardinals. There it is, lashing one. Ooh, good thing for that fence there. It doesn't matter how locked in a baseball fan you are. You were in danger if that fence wasn't there. That was slash, some high exit velo from Evan McGill on that one. We'll do it all again. It's a 3-2 count. Hermon on second. He drove in the first Cardinals run of the day on a bloop single that allowed Brandon Nickel to score. Tyler Duncan is at third. Both guys stray off their bag, getting a bit of a lead. Duncan being held a little at third. That one is laced up the middle. It's going to score at least one in Duncan. And here comes Hermon getting waved around, but they'll pump the brakes, and wisely so. And once again, the Cardinals have runners on the corner, albeit a little bit of a harder hit ball from McGill than we saw from Hermon, but excellent offense for the top 4 in the Cardinals lineup tonight thus far.
Yeah, I can't say enough good things about Evan McGill's approach right there. Wednesday was a tough night for him. Struck out 3 times. Lefty starter on the mound, and he's faced with another lefty today back in his home park, not necessarily as hitter-friendly of a venue. Works the count full. Maybe had a call go against him there, but he stays within himself, takes the full count pitch right back to the middle. Cardinals putting together some fantastic and long at-bats against Alvarado.
Yeah,
really going.
That's just exactly the way you draw it up there. That is about 10 feet above the starting pitcher's head and just drops nicely into center field. I mean, look, we've seen him hit some balls harder and farther than that, but that's how you draw it up right there. That is good baseball from the rookie catcher. Takes a bit of a lead off of first there. Also Hermon on third. That one is slashed in at Yasiel Puig, but he'll have to get back quickly, Will McGill, and there is a bluff from Hermon, rightfully so, as you mentioned. Puig maybe a little up there as far as the years on earth go, but the arm is still pretty powerful, so smart decision from Hermon. Little bluff, see what you got, get back to third.
Yeah, you see the arm there for Puig, and baseball gods kind of laughing at Carlos Dominguez right there. He scorched that ball. It kind of looked from up here like he caught it out front, yet he drove it the other way. It kind of fooled me off the bat, but he crushed it, and unfortunately crushed it a little too hard, hung up and caught by Puig for the first out.
Yeah, it's amazing the body language of athletes, and if you're playing any sport, it doesn't matter what it is, you're playing a little golf, playing a little softball still, when you get one the way you want, and it really did look like Dominguez had that look, like he got that exactly how he wanted to, but hit it hard just right at Yasiel Puig.
Now Rainy Reyes here, someone the Cardinals are going to try and get going, just 5 for his last 38, but he had a good enough start to be named an all-star starter.
Yeah, one of the many Cardinals all-star starters. We've seen them all in the game now. That one is hit hard, but just over the glove of the second baseman. That'll drive in Hermon. McGill, hard chugging. He's going to be stopped at third. And stop me if you've heard this before. The Cardinals score a run, and it is first and third for the Cardinals here in the first against the Leafs.
Boy, I am just handing out the reverse jinxes tonight. There's an RBI for Rainy Reyes, and the Cardinals right now doing what they do best. Early count attack mode, kind of suffocating the opposing pitcher, and just tons of hits, line drives all over the field. Alvarado has barely had time to settle into this game. He's already given up 3, and it's not over yet with switch hitter Anderson Feliz up with men on the corners and 1 away.
Yeah, and you could see the exasperation on his face there as the ball gets over the glove of the second baseman. Obviously, no frustration with the teammate. That's an incredibly tough play to make, but just feels like Alvarado is getting squared up quite a bit early on in this inning. I mean, even the lone out we've seen, that is a ball hit hard right at Yasiel Puig. I suppose you could say that's the baseball gods giving him one back for the Darlin Hermon bloop single, but it has been a tough go thus far for Alvarado. Rainy Reyes is at first, Evan McGill at third, little bit of a lead from both. Anderson Feliz in the lineup here. This has been a player that's been in and he's been out. Good to see the Cardinals having him back, because this is one of those versatile players, not just because of the switch hitter, but they can move him around the diamond a little bit. Another toy for Luis Bernardo in the toy box. Good to have him back here. So 1-1 pitch, there it is. Feliz knocks one right towards first. A quick check on McGill. and ends up taking just the out at first, but McGill will come across to score. Feels like first baseman just kind of stuck in between there, unsure of whether to throw home. You want to also make sure you take the shirt out there, but it felt like the second he turned his back to run to first, that was when McGill took advantage of the opportunity in front of him. And we will talk about that Leafs defense here. Dennis DeBanning in left, J.J. Dutton in center, Yasiel Puig in right. It was Kirk Gibson, I'm talking about, making the play there. Crix Tavares at second, Brando LaRue at short. Well, Willianis Alvarado and Dionysius Chaltis as the catching battery tonight there for the Maple Leafs. Yeah, it did feel like the second Gibson turned his back, McGill said, I got it, and he took off for home. Good base running decision, and most catchers, maybe you don't count on him for their speed, but he's in his early 20s, folks. He could still got the legs. The position has not eaten those alive yet, clearly.
Yeah, and I wonder if the fact that the Leafs have been just having such a hard time to get outs in this inning is what prompted Gibson to maybe not be as aggressive as he could have been and take the sure out there, because McGill was frozen. He was well off the bag at third, but he just chooses to take the easy one. There have been many weakly hit balls right to fielders today. That's probably the first one all day, in fact, for the Cardinals. So Gibson takes that for what it is and steps on the bag.
Yeah, and the thing is, if that ball is hit a little harder at Gibson, it's an easier play, right? He could just step on first. He never has to take his eyes off of McGill. But with it being the kind of slow roller up the line, and then also, not able to just tag the runner, and we will see them take the easy out there, and you see the dividends it pays. But not after the Cardinals score 4 runs in the first inning. And now you're looking at a case where the Cardinals are going to take a 4-0 lead into the second inning. Hector Yan spun a gem in the first, and he's going to come back with plenty of run support now. Speaking of support, if you want to support the Cancer Assistance Fund, you can do so by getting in on our 50-50 raffle. You can see the QR code on your screen right there, and you'll be able to buy tickets and get involved and help out a great cause. Also, it's All-Star Weekend this weekend in the CBL. Saw the promo there. We'll take a look at what they've got in
the new Canadian Baseball League era. The 2026 All-Star Showdown is landing at Fergie Jenkins Field on the July 11th and 12th weekend. The league's top talent all in one place. Watch the full slate of skills competitions, including the popular Home Run Derby on Saturday, and on Sunday, the ultimate 2026 CBL All-Star Game featuring your favorite players for a mid-season showdown. Chatham-Kent, it's our time. The All-Star Weekend of the new CBL era. It's history in the making.
There will be plenty of Cardinals represented at All-Star Weekend, not just in the skills contest. We will see 3 Cardinals in that. I already mentioned Evan McGill will be part of the accuracy throwing contest for catchers. Of course, Tyler Duncan looking to pick up another home run derby crown. He will enter the derby as the 1 seed, while they also have a bunting accuracy contest, of which Brandon Nickel will take part. I mean, I don't know, maybe you just had to put him in the leadoff spot, because if a guy's going to do the bunting accuracy position or contest, that is exactly the position in your lineup he should occupy. I love the expanded events there. This has been something baseball fans talk about every year whenever Major League Baseball has their All-Star game. Why don't we have more things? You're going to see it here. I think it's awesome that they have the expanded contest outside of just the Derby there.
And again, a testament to how successful the first 2 renditions of the All-Star Game were, introduced in 2024 in Welland. Hamilton hosted it last year, and Chatham-Kent is trying to do them both one better.
Ball hit hard. Tyler Duncan appears to have a beat on it, and he will settle under it nicely. Quick pitch, quick out for Hector Yan and the Cardinals as they continue to cruise here at home. The Cardinals looking to get back at it. As you mentioned, we're riding quite the win streak heading into Wednesday's game at D. Domenico Field at Christie Pitts. Unfortunately, came up short there. You're not going to win them all, but you would have loved to have headed into the All-Star break with a nice big win streak, but you get the same opponent and you're able to look for a bounce back here. Would have been nice if the Cards were able to head in riding that win streak, though. I know that was something that was, in any sport, once you get a win streak going, you just want to keep it going, especially if you have an end date in mind, like the All-Star break is lurking just this weekend.
Yeah, and if there's any indication that the CBL, and despite the gap between the playoff and non-playoff teams in the standings right now, it's a reminder, anybody can beat anybody. Toronto, again, they're 2-0 at home against the first-place London Majors this year. It's just crazy to think about that, and then they snuck up on Hamilton again on Wednesday. You truly cannot take an opponent off. And every time players are asked about what they like about the new CBL and the new professional arrangement, they mention that not being able to take any off days, the increased competition, is a big appeal to everybody.
Yeah, certainly is a part of it. Speaking of appeal, we see an appeal from Anderson Feliz. Looked like he wanted that one, but Darling Hermon settles under it nicely. Couple of pitches, couple of outs for Hector Jan. He is just cruising in this inning. You love the strikeouts from Jan, but anytime you can throw 3 pitches and have 2 outs, you got to be feeling pretty good about it if you're him, especially saving some bullets in that chamber for later on in this game. As the All-Star break lurking around the corner, maybe that allows you to not need your starter to go as deep, but if he's going to be performing like this, I imagine you'd be leaning on him as long as you could tonight.
And again, I know I already said it once, but Jan was supposed to be 3 behind Boone and Adames, and the Cardinals starting pitching was really what carried them all of last season, and it's making even more statements here in 2026.
Yeah, it certainly has been, and that's a pretty potent 1, 2, 3, regardless of what order you stack it up in. Adames got off to just an incredible start on the season. Obviously dealing with a little bit of an issue now. He was named to the All-Star game, but he will be. There was an injury replacement named for him. But yeah, Adames has been somebody who, he was the more potent strikeout pitcher of the 2 early on in the season, and the way Jan has racked him up, that's really saying something. I think the other thing about Jan that's been impressive has been the idea of what you've been able to see from him this year. So many different ways to get it done. When there is the strikeout stuff, you absolutely lean on it from him there. But there's also, and you see it there, but this is a guy that leaned on some cough contact early. 7 pitches for Hector Jan in that inning. His 3rd strikeout of the night. Really impressive stuff from Jan. If you're going to get this tonight, we've seen some special outings here. This could absolutely be one of them for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and Jan's Cardinals debut was at Christie Pitts on the May long weekend. He threw 5 shutout innings of 1 hit ball. He struck out 7 Maple Leafs that day, and if that was later in the season or maybe a more important game as far as the standings went, the Cardinals might have left him out there a little bit longer, but there was no need to force it, and you see why, because again, it just feels like he's getting better as the season goes on here, and a fantastic first 2 innings here tonight.
Yeah, everything you could ask for, and again, working not just impressively, but efficiently as well. It'll be curious to see what type of choices Bernardo has to make tonight, because again, with the All-Star break lurking around the corner, you obviously have no shortage of arms you can use in the pen there, playing the game on Wednesday, yes, but beyond that, there's not a lot lurking around the corner, especially or until after the All-Star break for the Cardinals. So it'll be curious to see the way Bernardo goes about it tonight. Also, the pen has been a little up and down, certainly not as dominant as the starters have been. So you're going to want to get as much out of Jan, you'd imagine, as you can look to tonight.
And there's a positive spin to put on that if you're the Cardinals, and it's that a lot of the high leverage guys in that bullpen, it just feels like some of the underperformance that's happened cannot continue. Guys like Hospital and Soroski have been really snake-bitten by that batting average on balls in play, the old BABIP. If you're a fantasy baseball player, you know that's kind of the ultimate regression towards the mean indicator, and those two, I think, the surface level numbers don't really do it justice, and you could say that for more guys in that Cardinal bullpen. So in theory, the best is yet to come. We saw how nails they were, how lockdown they were in 2025. Now, Fernando Rodney was around that year, a little bit of a different story, but again, feels like the best is yet to come here for the relief unit here in 26.
Yeah, Hospital, specifically last Friday, he was one of the guys that struggled a little bit, putting finishing touches on the game. Eventually, it was Gadget who came in and was able to shut the door for the Cardinals, able to pick up that win at home against Welland, part of the win streak they had going on before that Wednesday game. And, it's part of the beauty of baseball. You're going to need everybody on the roster to have their moment at some point or another. This will be Angel Guerrero. This is the number 9 hitter for the Cardinals that we will see here tonight. Testament to how good that first inning was that you're seeing the 9 hitter this early.
Yeah, Guerrero, the lefty, he's been a little quiet as of late, but June was a pretty big month for him. He homered twice in his final 3 home games here in the month of June. He's got some sneaky pull side pop, but a lefty-lefty matchup here for him now.
Yeah, lefty-lefty. You gotta when it's been going the way it's gone for Alvarado, you'll take anything you got working for you, and it certainly is the lefty matchup as he gets a couple of quick strikes on Guerrero here. We'll look for the put-away pitch. Guerrero will look to fight and stay alive. You know, we've pointed this out a few times this year, Matt. It's been a testament to the Cardinals' lineup and how deep it is that, yeah, you are absolutely circling the first 4 batters in the lineup in terms of the guys that do a lot of damage. But this bottom part of the order has done such a good job of turning things over and putting the top of the order in a good position. It's not just a matter of keeping innings going, but it's doing it with men on base and men in scoring position. It's really been a testament to the passing of the baton that you've seen from the Cardinals lineup this year.
Yeah, and let me tell you, Brent, the Cardinals front office was very fired up about Guerrero coming into the season, and the fact that here on July the 10th, he is hitting 9th. I know the season numbers have been a little pedestrian, 765 OPS, not bad, not great in an offense-heavy league like this, but he gets bat on ball, he's got gap-to-gap power. What's not to like?
Yeah, certainly. I mean, I even like the sartorial elements of it. I like that he just goes with the teal batting gloves here, very clashy, with power clashing, I believe is what they call it, for Angel Guerrero there. I like it, showing the confidence that he's got. And yeah, you'd love to see him get going, but when your 9 hitter, as you mentioned, has the OPS that he does, certainly a testament to how dangerous this lineup has been. Ooh, see Alvarado trying to bend the curveball in there. I imagine Guerrero had the same thought I did. Is this thing going to curve? Eventually it did, but not enough for a strike.
Yeah, you'll see Alvarado do this to both handedness of hitters. He will throw that breaking ball to both the inside and outside corners of the plate. Something to watch for.
Lefty looking for a more successful second inning than the first. That ball is nuked by Guerrero, but it's going to end up leaking foul. But talk about a warning shot right over the heads of the relievers for the Toronto Maple Leafs, right over there in the bullpen. So you love to see that from him. If he can straighten that thing out, that's going to go a long way, and that would have been a no-doubter. We've seen a few of those over the right field fence this year, be it from McGill or Dominguez or even Brown. Here is Guerrero looking to continue to stay alive. Attacking him back outside. He does exactly that, taking the walk. Good job of working the count full and then finding a way to stay alive with the fouled pitch and then finding the ball there, and he's now off to first to get a runner on to start things off for the Cardinals here. And as we mentioned, handing it over to the top of the lineup with no outs in the inning and a man on first. Pretty good position for Nickel to be in.
And it's easy if you're Guerrero to get into the mindset after you hit a foul ball that far to be like, man, I really wish I straightened that out. But hey, the at-bat's not over. Counts full. He took a close pitch on the outside and turned things over for his leadoff man. Nice job.
Yep, really nice job by him. Here is Brandon Nickel, the shortstop. He watches that curveball. As you mentioned, Alvarado clearly unafraid to throw it to either hand of batter there. You see him throwing it for a strike. That's obviously a sign of effectiveness or a sign of trust in that pitch from him, because you see him just get tattooed the way he did by Guerrero, albeit foul in that last at bat, and then throwing a curveball for a strike to Nickel. And Nickel rips one down the left field line. That's going to go for a double. Guerrero is into third. Will he get held up there? He will. Smart call, little bobble, and Nickel ripping a double, and he's at second. That sets things up wonderfully for Tyler Duncan. Is a great piece of hitting from Brandon Nickel there.
Yeah, and that is a sign that Nickel is locked in, because on strike one, Alvarado threw the pitch that he knocked for a base hit his first time up, and he took it, and then Alvarado tried to speed him up with a fastball, and Nickel was all over it. He had a good idea of what the pitch sequencing was going to be there, I think, judging by the timing of that swing, yanking it perfectly placed down the line.
Yeah, obviously speed's not matching up. Location looked pretty similar there, though, so good job by Nickel dropping down to get that one and ripping it past the third baseman into left field. And all of a sudden, it's runners on second and third, no outs for all-star Tyler Duncan at the dish. Alvarado delivering on the outside. That one will go for a ball. There have been a few out there tonight that maybe haven't, so nice to see that one is called the ball. Duncan putting himself in a good position here. This top of the order has been dangerous for the Cardinals. We saw what Nickel's capable of. You know, this has been a down year for Duncan, but still one of the league's better hitters. And then Hermon lurking in the three-hole. He has been as dangerous as they come. He will be the designated hitter for the All-Star game in Chatham-Kent tomorrow, or I should say over the weekend.
And rocking a hard place here for Alvarado, because first base is open, and with that in mind, you don't really want to throw a mistake pitch to Tyler Duncan, but then do you want to load him up with nobody out for a guy who's been as productive as Hermon?
No is the answer to that question. The other thing about this at least the top two, and then you see it with Guerrero in the 9-hole there. This is, and obviously speed is less important when you have the bases loaded, but you get something in the gap here. This is going to be no problem for Nickel or Guerrero, and should Duncan get on, obviously his wheels are a positive trait for him as well. It is a 2-1 count on Duncan, lefty-lefty matchup for Alvarado. He's been unafraid to throw the breaking ball to left-handed hitters, so we'll see if that rears its head in this matchup, and there exactly it is, picking up a strike. That is a confident pitch, because if Duncan gets a whiff that one's coming, that thing is deposited far away from the dish from Duncan, you'd think.
Yeah, and Duncan probably thought that 2-0 pitch was out of the zone, so nice job by Alvarado to recognize that he was probably going to be in take mode and get himself back in the count there with a 2-1 breaking ball over the inner half.
Yeah, here it is, 2-2 count. Duncan going to be in a little bit of protect mode here. It's the lefty-lefty matchup. Alvarado deals, delivering. That one is well outside, and all of a sudden it's a full count for Duncan. It had not just been a rough night for Alvarado in terms of the way the scoreline has gone, but he's been working deep into a lot of these counts, a lot of full counts already early in this game. So this will be interesting to see the way Rob Butler wants to handle this from the Leafs perspective as the game goes on. Obviously already down 4-0. It's a 3-2 count. 2 men on for Duncan. Watches the pitch from Alvarado. Big, healthy cut at it from Duncan, but unable to catch up to it. And it is the first strikeout of the game that we see, and the first out of the inning for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and I know Duncan has been in a little bit of a mini rut lately, but with second and third, nobody out, and the lead that they have, I do not hate him taking as big a swing as he did right there. Came up a little bit empty, but there's still 2 runners in the scoring position with only 1 away, and Darlene Hermon is kind of the exact guy you want up in that spot.
Yeah, certainly is. Drove in the first run of the game with a very Darlene Hermon hit a blooper into right field in front of Yasiel Puig. We'll see what he does this time. He's obviously going to look to do a little damage. Pretty scary hitter lurking behind him as well in the 4-hole in Evan McGill, another all-star. Not a starter like Hermon is, but he will be there as one of the 4 Cardinals that will be all-star reserves this weekend in Chatham, Kent as well. We'll see what Hermon's able to do here. Game's already been a pretty big lead for the Cardinals because he could blow it wide open with a big knock here, but all of a sudden it is a pretty good pitcher's count that Alvarado finds himself in after a couple of strikes against Darlene Hermon. It is an 0-2 count.
Yeah, I think Alvarado might have learned something from that last at-bat by Hermon. We know how much he loves to swing the bat and get bat on balls, so he kind of took something off those last 2 pitches, didn't put them in hittable spots, and now he's ahead in the count because of it.
Yeah, we'll see what approach Hermon takes. Seems like they'll be looking to attack him, though, and he hits that one hard to center field. Has a beat on it, though. That will allow Guerrero to tag and score easily. Throw goes into the cutoff man at short. Brendan Nichols stays there, but it is another Cardinals run. Productive out from Darlene Hermon. It's exactly what you're looking to do in that spot. You want to tack on. You didn't need the 5-run homer in that spot. Certainly would have taken the 3-run blast, but just a good job of being productive and finding a way to drive in a run.
And with a guy with the bat-to-ball skills that Hermon has, it almost feels like the normal rules of the count dictating so much of what happens just doesn't apply, because when it gets to 2 strikes, he just loves to battle. He is not going to give up an at-bat very easily, and even though it was a 2-strike pitch, he drove that one for another sac fly.
Well, and you see where it was. I mean, obviously with 2 strikes, you're not going to take a pitch that's that close, but that was far from right down Broadway. That is low in the zone, and Hermon goes down to get it. Still finds a way to drive it with it being a low pitch. So it's just a really, really nice piece of hitting from the DH representative for the All-Star game. So you can see why. Here is Evan McGill, another guy who will be there this weekend. Watching one on the outside, does exactly that. Always funny, catcher, if you have a better feeling of what the zone is on any given night. Now, we're still early on. McGill's only been back behind there for 2 innings in this game, but it does feel like if anyone's got the exact right seat to have a good handle on what the zone's going to be on any given night, it would be the 2 catchers on either side. And obviously here is the Cardinals catcher. Quick check on Nickel, who's at second. It's a 2-out situation for McGill, who'll look to drive in the run with a runner in scoring position, and he takes a ball on the outside. Always interesting what we do with take or green light situations here. The way McGill's been swinging it and the situation in the game, I'd kind of want to give him green light here, to be perfectly honest.
Yeah, and it's tough to know how the score factors into that equation, too. When you're up 5-0, that no doubt has an impact on your decision as well.
felt like as takey as it gets there from McGill. Bat didn't come off the shoulder. I don't even know if a foot got tapped down to get a little timing going there. I think we got our answer. That was not a green light situation. Still good hitters count for him here. 3-1, Nickel at second. Cardinals with a 5-0 lead, putting up a 4 spot in the bottom of 1, adding 1 more in this second frame here. And McGill slashing one. Will it hang on? It will not. It's going to go over to the Cardinals bullpen, where obviously the way Hector Yan has been tonight, nobody is working there. But McGill very, very close to driving in another run in this game.
Yeah, so many guys on this Cardinals offense have done a great job of using all fields this year. And McGill wasn't in a 3-1 count. He's not necessarily in a spot where he has to protect, but again, lefty on the mound. When you're in a lefty-lefty matchup, that's kind of a great time to think kind of, middle and then to the opposite field. And McGill just couldn't keep that one quite fair.
Yeah, we've seen some big-time pull power from him this season, and there it is. Good job by Alvarado bouncing back. McGill swinging underneath one, and it is another strikeout, and that will end things here in the second inning. But it's another productive frame for the Cardinals as they now put together another run, and it is a 5-0 lead for the Cardinals. We're always happy to be here at the ballpark, and we're always happy to have our friends Armstrong Bird Food alongside us.
Sometimes the littlest things can make the biggest difference. Like nature brightening your day. Bring nature to your backyard with Armstrong Bird Food. Feeding Cardinals since 1986.
Here we are at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. I got to shout it out. One of my favorite nights every year. My kid's not here tonight, but when he is, he's a speed demon on these base paths when he gets to run the bases. Also, we always got great things going on in the city of Hamilton. I'm very, very happy to welcome into the booth tonight Shabazz. He's the technical director for Chancellery Forever FC. Can you just tell us about the team and what you've got going on tonight?
Thanks for welcoming. We're a local community-based club that we actually are here to promote Emancipation Cup, which is happening on the July 24th weekend.
So the Emancipation Cup, can you tell us a little bit about it? You mentioned the dates there. What type of teams are competing in this, and just in terms of your general excitement for the event?
Well, again, we have teams coming from all over Ontario. They're coming to celebrate basic freedoms that we all enjoy in Canada. We know in a historical context that, not everybody's been able to enjoy freedom, so we're celebrating that, and it's bringing a lot of teams from across Ontario. I think one from Quebec, I'm not sure, but they might have backed out, but we've had a great amount of interest from a very far range, but mostly all of Ontario.
No, that's awesome. Obviously, with everything going on in the world of soccer right now, do you feel like there's a little more hype for the event, just given everything going on in the world right now?
We do. We had an amazing Canadian national team's run. Everybody knows that we went to 16th in the world for a final round of 16, and with that, tremendous success there, we're seeing a real push for soccer in general, especially with this Emancipation Cup.
Okay, now I'm going to do something a little self-serving. I have a 5-year-old who, because of this, has become soccer obsessed. Can you give me one little drill I could do? Should he be practicing juggling? Should I just get him kicking the ball as much as he wants? What's the best way to get him loving the game?
Juggling gives him the best control and manipulation of the ball long term. So if he can actually be juggling the ball, that would be amazing. That's one of the things we want to improve here with our kids and our grassroots.
Awesome. That's thank you so much. Always love having you here. Is there any other final message you want to give about the Emancipation Cup before we let you go here?
No, just we know that we thank Cable 14 for all they're doing, and we know they're going to be showing the U16 boys and the U18 girls. We thank them for doing that, and just if anybody wants to come out to that, and on the weekend it'll be held here at Bernie Arbor Stadium.
Awesome. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it, and best of luck with everything.
Thank you.
There he is. There is Shabazz, the technical director for Chancellery Forever FC. Cable 14 will be recording the women's final and a men's final. Those will be Sunday, July 26th. They'll be aired later that week. Check out cable14.com for an online guide of when exactly you can check those out. Really appreciate Shabazz for jumping in the booth, and I'm going to take that. I'm taking that. He's going to be practicing his juggling. You better believe it. Very little practice needed from Hector Yan. That's unfair. He's a professional athlete. He puts a lot of time into his craft. He just makes it look very easy. easy, and that's the way it's gone tonight. See that one getting away from Evan McGill, and there's some good hustle out of the box, but he will not need it, as that will be a first base runner we see this inning for the Toronto Maple Leafs. It has been a case of what we've seen from Hector Jan this year, more of it tonight. Just a really, really, really strong performance from him, and exactly the type of footing you'd want as you head into an all-star break here.
Yeah, and right there, Brent, I'm surprised, kind of given the way that Hector Jan can spin the ball and make his pitches move at a high velocity, that hasn't happened yet this season. Somebody reaching on a wild pitch strikeout there, but Kirk Gibson was fooled on the swing, but no matter, the Leafs had a leadoff base runner, and with the way things have gone for them tonight, they're going to try and make that go as far as possible here.
Yeah, you know what we call that? We call that Evan McGill's really good at blocking the baseball. That's what we call that. There's gonna be some spin. You're gonna have your pitches where we see it all the time. Get that ball down, get it in the dirt. You got to trust your catcher, and why wouldn't you with McGill with how good he's been this year? This is a new thing for Hector Jan, at least tonight, dealing with a base runner. It is Kirk Gibson at first, and we've seen with Jan unafraid to use the pickoff move, whether it's at first, whether it's at second. Obviously something he trusts there. And it does look like we get a foul there, which will allow or not allow Kirk Gibson to advance, which looked like exactly what he was looking to do on what looked to be another pass ball, but no, foul. And McGill and Jan will continue to work here. It is an 0-2 count, good pitcher's count for Hector Jan. Obviously the strikeout pitcher, I'm sure he would love to continue to rack them up. He'll take the outs any way they come, but you got to imagine for him, it feels nothing better, feels better than a strikeout for Jan. Cardinals win, maybe, but strikeout too, definitely. There is Jan delivering, looking outside, and McGill doing a good job of keeping that one in front of him.
Yeah, right on cue, Brent. That's a beautiful block there by Evan McGill. This is Chris Tavares. He joined the Leafs a little later on in the season. He's listed as a switch hitter on the CBL website, but he's listed as a lefty on his school's website. So a little bit of debate as to what he'd be hitting. I think with the lefty Jan on the mound and Tavares batting left-handed, the debate is over.
Let's do some quick baseball math here. You have one of the best lefties in the CBL on the mound, and he's choosing to bat left-handed. Yep, I think that's the way he does it there. And you see Jan getting him with the curveball there, little off speed. I love a catching of the black with the fastest fastball you got, but there really is something extra special about just being able to work some off speed or a breaking pitch in there, especially for a taken strike three.
Yeah, and when Jan can work up in the zone with his secondary stuff, it's a sign as to how locked in he is when he's working all those quadrants, mixing all his pitch types. He's had the Leafs in a blender so far, first time through, but second time through, maybe their fortunes will change.
Yeah, certainly will, and this is the second time we're going to see him through. Yasiel Puig lurking like the shark from Jaws. He's in the on-deck circle. He got hit the first time, so we haven't seen him swing a bat yet tonight. Of course, before you do that, you got to deal with Brando LaRue, the shortstop, at the dish now. So runner on first. That runner is Kirk Gibson. He got there with a dropped or pass ball third strike, and Hector Jan looking to pick up another strikeout. There have been no shortage of them tonight. I'd imagine there will be no shortages going forward, but it is 2 balls, and it's the exact opposite count that Jan found himself working in to the last batter we just saw there.
Yeah, LaRue, the 23-year-old out of Markham. Hard to believe this is 5th season in the CBL. He's one of those many young Guelph Royals that debuted in his teen years.
Anytime you see that, it's so impressive. I mean, any industry, any job, any pro sport, whatever it is, you start it young and you're competing against men. It is just a whole different world. I mean, even talking to Evan McGill, pretty young for this league as well, but he had 4 years of collegiate baseball under his belt before he had the rookie season he had. Anytime you see that early 20s and this many seasons, definitely an impressive thing. Just like Jan's been impressive here. He continues to work. It is a 2-2 count. Good job by Jan getting this back into an even count after falling behind 2-0 to start. It's Gibson on first, taking a bit of a lead. Again, if you haven't watched many Cardinals games this year, 1, for shame. 2, Hector Jan, not one to be trifled with on the base paths. He is good for a pickoff attempt. That is a beautiful double play turned by the Cardinals there. Nickel ranging deep into the hole, fires it over to Feliz, who fires a strike to Hermon at first, and the Cardinals are out of the inning. What a beautiful bit of defense by the Cardinals. I know that might be the nicest double play I've seen them turn this year. Beautiful bit of defense. Nickel had to range way over to his right. inside, fires a strike to Feliz, who fires one to Hermon. That is exactly how you draw it up, Matt.
Yeah, and it feels like Brandon Nickel. I've been trying to give him more shine because his name in the discussion about the Cardinals offense has kind of been getting lost, I think, which is a little bit of an injustice considering his slash line. And yes, he was the last man in at the All-Star game, but man, has he really turned it up a notch at shortstop this season. He's made a ton of great plays deep into the hole. That play ranging to your right and having to turn and pivot and make that throw to any base, let alone second, to start a 6-4-3 is tough to do, but it gets you on out of the inning. He has been playing fantastic baseball on both sides of it this year.
Yeah, it is really funny how the different positions in baseball, they require such different kind of skill sets. You see it there with shortstop, just throwing from that super unique arm angle. It's almost tucked against his body as he just delivers the strike over to Feliz. And then Feliz, obviously, a little easier job, but you got to be courageous there, standing in while the slide's coming into second base. That's just beautiful baseball all around. And honestly, the way it's gone, you want to help out. You want to help out Hector Yam with how well he's pitched this evening. You want to be able to turn two for him. The double play is a pitcher's best friend, and you saw the Cardinals attack it in spades there.
Yeah, nicely done by Hector and nicely done by the infield. You saw it just a few seconds ago there on your screen. Shout out to everybody in the Cable 14 truck doing fantastic work for us on this broadcast as per usual. Brent, like you say, they make our lives easy. We're just the mouthpieces.
Oh, I just get to sit here and talk about baseball for anywhere between 2 and 3 hours. It's really not that hard. These guys are working technical equipment. They have decisions to make. They have choices. I am just getting here talking baseball with my friend Matt or Roger, whoever they got me here with tonight, but I'm always happy to have you alongside me there, Matt. It is Brent Gunning and Matt Creeley here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. It's a little Cable 14 Friday night baseball. This is the last game of the All-Star break for both teams. The Leafs ended the Cardinals' win streak earlier this week with a win at home for them at Dominican Field at Christie Pitts. Well, the Cardinals had that win streak snapped there, looking to get a little revenge, and so far, so good for the Cardinals tonight. It is Alvarado on the mound for the Maple Leafs here, and he continues to work in this game. It's been a bit of a rough night for the lefty, although it seemed like he settled down a little bit more in that last frame, just allowing the one run.
Yeah, it seems that way, and we're going to have a little bit of a delay here, Brent. It looks like we're missing a couple umpires.
Sure does. Nature calls or whatever may happen there. We will see what happens. I think Alvarado wouldn't mind the time to get his breath underneath him, get him set. And if you're the Cardinals, it is the best feeling in baseball when there's a fight at the bat rack. You just cannot wait to get up there, probably chomping at the bit to get in the batter's box here. So yeah, we will see how this or what happens here. But obviously the Cardinals just want to continue things moving along here the way they have been swinging the bat so far tonight. It's been a really effective bit of offense and a little bit of everything. We've seen some hard hit balls. We've seen some good base running. We've seen a little batted ball luck with the Hermon hit to start it off. Really, whatever you've looked for tonight. We've seen good defense from Nickel. We've seen good pitching from Jan. Seen good Cardinals hitting. Whatever it is you come to a baseball game for, so far you've seen it tonight here at Bernie Arbor.
Yeah, and the Cardinals, it was kind of surprising, especially at Christie Pitts, where they had not lost since 2023, if you can believe that, until Wednesday, to see their offense kind of falter the way it did. And it's worth giving some credit to Nick Veselinovic, the young lefty for the Toronto Maple Leafs, who just absolutely shoved 6 shutout innings, 7 strikeouts for him. That's hard to do at any field, let alone the pits. But you got the sense, the way things have gone for the Cardinals this season, that they were not going to let that get them too down, and you better believe that they were going to come out here super motivated to right their wrongs and get a few runs up on the board against Welhenis Alvarado, who shoved here last year at Bernie Arbor Stadium. And so far through 2.5, it has been smooth sailing and exactly the way they would have drawn it up.
Yeah, and you see Anderson Feliz there having a conversation with a member of the coaching staff. That's the other thing about baseball, and I've had the opportunity to talk to a lot of different players at a lot of different levels about this. When your team is hitting well, the hitting conversations you can have just about what you're seeing. Everybody's eyes look as big as a dinner plate. See the big smile from Feliz there, although that's just kind of how he looks. That's just how he generally handles himself in terms of his demeanor. But it does seem like that's been the thing you've seen with this Cardinals team here, is just a lot of conversations about hitting in terms of the way they're going about their business. And honestly, it feels like with the way they've been hitting tonight, no bad ideas in that dugout.
Yeah, and this has kind of been the Cardinals' identity offensively this season, and we've seen it take shape, and it's out in full force here again. And I've been thinking this for a few weeks now. I'm not sure if I've said it on air, but it is really, if you are a fan of baseball, uncanny the resemblances between the Cardinals offense here and the offense that the 2025 Blue Jays rolled out. We all know and love them, but very similar kind of plans of attack, early in count aggression, bat to ball with enough damage to get by, and just kind of just ruining the opposing pitcher's plans before he can even get settled in. We saw them get 9 hits in just 2 innings off of London Cecilio Pimentel, who had been one of the better pitchers in the league, coming into action last Tuesday. And then here, Alvarado's kind of been greeted a similar way. The Cardinals were spraying the ball all over the field in that first inning. Some damage, some double, like Tyler Duncan had that double off the wall. Carlos Dominguez wasn't rewarded for it, but he had a very hard hit ball. Definitely looked like at least 100 miles an hour off the bat. That could have been an extra base hit. But then you got your bloop singles and your timely run scoring hits to go along with that. Evan McGill taking a full count pitch back up the middle to score a run. It kind of feels like they aren't, there's no one type of hitter on this offense. It's a very diverse lineup. The construction includes a lot of different archetypes of hitters, guys who can get it done in a multitude of different ways, and that makes it hard to game plan if you're an opposing pitcher.
No, I think there's no bigger example for that of the way that Luis Bernardo trusts everybody in this offense is you've seen Tyler Duncan lay down a sac bunt attempt for this team before. You know, there's not many league MVPs that are being asked to do things along those lines, and it just kind of proves exactly the way Luis Bernardo looks to handle this team. There is nobody kind of too big or too small for any given role. As I mentioned, it's All-Star Weekend coming up in the CBL. That starts up tomorrow. It'll be on the road in Chatham, Kent is where they will play host. 3rd edition of the game. I'll give you the full rundown here. I've been kind of sprinkling it throughout. Tyler Duncan, he's looking to rack up another home run derby crown. He is the 1 seed in the home run derby. Evan McGill will take part in the catcher throwing accuracy contest, while Brandon Nickel will show off his bunting prowess in the bunting accuracy contest. We got 3 Cardinals starting in the game for the North Division. Rainy Reyes at third, Tyler Duncan in center, while Darlin Hermon will act as the DH for the North Division. There will also be 4 Cardinals there as reserves. Evan McGill, Brandon Nickel, along with pitchers tonight's starter Hector Yan, along with last year's MVP Owen Boone. Frazee Sadames was named as an All-Star but will not be there this weekend, still recovering from the injury that's had him sidelined there. You know, that is a bounty of riches available to you. When you have the reigning league MVP and he might not even be the best all-star pitcher you send to the game, just kind of proof positive how good this Cardinals team has been this year. It's been an offense, yes, but also the pitching staff has really been something they can count on.
Yeah, and if you look at kind of the progression of the Cardinals over the past year plus, I think they turned a lot of heads coming into the 2025 season with the Rodney signing. There was just so much hype, and that can kind of let things get away from you a little bit, and the Cardinals got off to a very inconsistent start last season, and it took a winning streak in July to kind of salvage their season and keep them alive and keep them at 500 going into the playoffs. And this season, again, like I mentioned off the top, their best 20-game start in franchise history. And, you know, Brent, it's a good sign, a good example of maybe sometimes it's good not to have all that hype around you and all those eyeballs on you, because I think the Cardinals, from the front office, the coaching staff to the players, learned a lot from the progression of last year. It was almost like 3 seasons in one, just so crazy the amount of twists and turns that everything took. But they're in a good spot right now, and that's all you can ask for.
Quite a delay here while we wait to get back to the game. You got to imagine this is more impactful on the pitchers than it is the hitters. And, you know, no knock on Alvarado, who's out there on the mound, the one actually waiting here. But you have got a gem from Hector Yan here. At a certain point in time, you do have to wonder about how a guy feels sitting for this long. Now, if you're sitting because your team's raking, I don't know, maybe the emotions and the endorphins can kind of carry you through here. But it has not been a case where you've been able to see that from Jan. You got to wonder at what point in time the layoff begins to have an effect here on either of the pitchers we're going to see. Obviously, Alvarado will be the first of the bunch that'll have to deal with this whenever we do get back to game action here. But yeah, you imagine this got to have a way bigger impact on the pitchers than any hitters you would think.
Yeah, for sure, Brent. And I've just got word from Sean, our PA guy, who has heard that one of the umpires, we're not sure which one, but one of them got hit in the head by whether it was an errant bat or a ball or something like that. There's probably some mandatory concussion spotting going on right now, and we see the volunteer paramedics kind of vacating the scene down the first base dugout. So hope everything is okay there. You can't be too careful with head injuries and anything like that, so just hoping the best prevails here for the umpiring crew here tonight.
Yeah, Cardinals would know that well. Obviously, they've had their own history of concussions. Tanner Rempel had problems with that as well in years past. You certainly don't want to see that rear its head. I would imagine it is one of the the umpires calling the bases tonight. I thought I saw the home plate umpire kind of standing around trying to get an understanding of what things were happening here. But yeah, absolutely, you want to be very, very careful with this. You want to take concussion protocol very seriously. Maybe not the sport you would think of, and obviously don't want to presume that is what's being dealt with here. But anytime if there is any type of being hit by a ball, being hit by a bat, it's no fun. But it's no fun when you're expecting it, let alone if you're not. And as an umpire, that's certainly not the way you'd want to go about it. So yes, as you mentioned, good job by the volunteer paramedics here taking care of that. We did see them walking over to the area where the umpires would be stationed. So good to know they're being able to take care of them there. And I know they're in good hands. They had to patch up my kid when he tripped ball in the bases last year. So I know they can absolutely take care of anything and everything. Hope we don't have to see that happen, but obviously they've got their hands full here. This game has really been trending in a completely positive direction for the Cardinals here. We do see a couple of umpires emerging here. Looks like they're going to have a conversation with Luis Bernardo. I do just see two of the umpires, so we'll see what happens for the rest of the night. But looks like they're grabbing some baseballs, and we're going to get ready to go. So obviously the one umpire not rejoining the crew, at least that's what it looks like. Wish him the best, but wish the two that are going to continue officiating and umpiring this game the best as well. Scary incident here, and hopefully everyone is not too much worse for wear.
Yeah, sending well wishes to whichever of Rob Stevenson or Justin Snively is currently in protocol right now. And being an umpire is often a thankless job to begin with, but right now it looks like, at least for the time being, we're going to be down to just one base umpire. So everybody in this field is going to have to be forgiving. He's not always going to be able to put himself in the best spot to make a call with the lack of manpower they have now. They're down a guy. So in the nicest way possible, good luck, because it's not an easy job, again, to continue. You have to ump all three bases with no partner out there. So looks like they're just going to have to tough it out.
Yeah, certainly an element. I don't know how nice they'll be about it, but I imagine he has a lot of friends that will be helping him make some calls on the bases. We certainly have seen the Cardinals faithful not be too shy about making their own calls. We've seen a few tight plays this year. So yes, very much will have their hands full. Also, just if you're a fan of baseball, it'll be interesting to see the way they handle this. Obviously, the ball and strikes, that's not going to change, but it'll be curious to see the way they have to maneuver themselves around the diamond with just the one umpire out there in the field. Again, we hope everybody is okay, but we're ready to get back underway here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. It is a 5-0 lead for the Cardinals. They put up a 4-spot in the first inning, 1 run in the second, and they're looking to start things off here in the third, continuing scoring at least 1 run in each inning of the game. They have gotten a great outing from Hector Yan. He has spun a gem so far in this one, but the Cardinals hope we don't see him for a while, because that means it's been a pretty effective inning for them. Here's Dominguez leading things off. Looking at a pitch, does catch the zone there, and that'll bring the count to 1-1 on Dominguez. Power hitting outfielder here, certainly has the ability to run into one. Really, really fun player to watch, and part of what we talked about with the length of this Cardinals lineup, just because you're not in the top 4 doesn't mean you can't be a little dangerous. You're going to have to get on your horse, but you will not be able to. The center fielder doesn't, and all of a sudden, Dominguez with a bloop single somewhat similar to the one we saw from Darlin Hermon in the first, and he gets the party started for the Cardinals here.
Yeah, and Dominguez, he's got that power-speed combination. We saw him launch one out of here on a line the other way, but this time he gets either a fastball or a changeup, can't really tell, but something on the outer half, probably even out of the zone there from Wilhenis Alvarado, and just dumps it in front of J.J. Dutton, who couldn't get there close enough in time to make a diving effort at it, and it's another leadoff runner for Hamilton.
Yeah, big salute to the dugout for Dominguez, and why wouldn't you? When you get the party started and you set the table for an all-star, that's what Randy Reyes is as the third baseman for the Cardinals this year. Dominguez on first, no outs in the inning, 1 strike on Reyes thus far. If you're just joining us, we did have a bit of a lengthy layoff to start this bottom of the third. We are down to just 2 umpires in the game after one had to leave because of an injury there, so hope everyone is doing doing okay. It'll be interesting to see the way this is handled with just the 2 umpires on the diamond now. Reyes has worked himself into a tough situation here. It is an 0-2 count. Alvarado has struggled here, especially with these 0-2 counts. Feels like the few times he has got ahead, feels like the Cardinals have been able to work it back to something approaching full, if not a full count itself. Dominguez is off and running. That throw is to the left side of the bag, and that'll allow him to slide in there safe. Throw got down there in time, but it just shows, and that's why they have a accuracy throwing contest for the catchers. It proves to show how important it is to get the throw down, not just in time, but in the right spot there.
Yeah, and Dionysius Chialtis, he did a good job to kind of pop up out of his stance and deliver that throw, but as you said, a little to the left side of the bag, and that is what allowed Dominguez to slide in there safely. Thankfully, not too hard of a call for the one remaining base umpire we got here tonight.
No, certainly not. Pop time was good, but yeah, throw location, maybe not. See a tough play to short, and all of a sudden, Reyes will beat it out. Ball was dropped anyways, and all of a sudden, the Cardinals have got something cooking. Dominguez able to take the 90 feet, despite that ball being hit right in the path of where he was running there. Cardinals have got something cooking. We talked about it. Who is the layoff going to be harder on, the pitcher or the batter? Almost certainly the pitcher. Now, this is kind of how it's gone for Alvarado tonight, but you see the Cardinals once again have something cooking. It's been a common theme tonight. No outs and runners on the corners for the Cardinals.
And those high choppers can sometimes be really tough. LaRue did a good job charging it, but he just couldn't get his glove in the right spot to field that ball. Almost recovered, valiant attempt, but no good.
Yeah, choppers, very, very tough. Definitely don't want any part of that. We've seen a couple of tricky hit balls to the Leafs tonight. There was the one that comes to mind, the slow roller to first at Kirk Gibson, where Evan McGill ended up scoring there after getting turned around or turning around, and McGill was able to scurry home there while Gibson took the sure out at first. But yeah, a couple of awkward balls hitting the infield tonight for the Cardinals, but you'll take them any way they come. Dominguez is on third, Reyes is on first, and it's Anderson Feliz, switch hitter, up at the dish here.
Yeah, and Feliz, as we mentioned, has been battling that kind of groin issue, and he came back for a couple games against London last week, but then had to sit for the next 2. So whatever's nagging him hasn't completely gone away, but nice to see him back in action here tonight.
Yeah, certainly is, and you see it here. Anderson Feliz at the dish, and he slashes one into right field. That's going to bring home a run to score. Reyes will stay at second, and Anderson Feliz is at first, and the Cardinals continue to cook here, adding another run. It is four in the first, 1 in the second, and now 1 in the third. That runs it to 6 runs for the Cardinals tonight. They are really racking it up. Does look like we're going to get our pitching change here. We'll wait to make it official, but I could have swore I saw a point, and it has not gone the way Alvarado has wanted tonight for the Leafs starter. Good piece of hitting by Feliz to just rip that one through the hole on the right side.
And again, I sound like a broken record, but 2 strikes taking it the other way in an RBI spot. Anderson Feliz is a professional hitter. Been there, done that. Fun fact, him and Aaron Judge hit right next to one another in the order in the Yankees AA affiliate there for a few years while Judge is still a minor leaguer. So Feliz has been around. He's seen some things, and he is the one who knocks Wilhelmus Alvarado out of the game tonight. 6 runs allowed in 2+ innings, and that is going to give way to the veteran right-hander Yadian Martinez here out of Cuba here for the Maple Leafs in his first season with Toronto, and in his last start here at Bernie Arbor Stadium. Things did not go well. It wasn't that long ago, folks. That was the 23-1 game. He gave up 9 runs, only 7 of them earned in 4 1/3 innings, 9 hits. He struck out 2 and walked 1. Martinez is a 30-year-old veteran in this league now. This is his 4th season in the CBL, first with the Maple Leafs. He spent 2023 to 25 with the Kitchener Panthers. Coming into action here today, he's got an 8.42 ERA in 31 innings, 21 strikeouts to 9 walks. He was Toronto's opening day starter, and he had a nice effort against his old team, Kitchener, to kick things off there on Mother's Day in 2026, as the Leafs always do, to begin the season. And down to our left, you mentioned the effect of the delay. Hector Yan is going to be getting some warm-up pitches in here to make sure he can stay loose, as the bottom of the third has gotten off to a good start for the Cardinals. You mentioned that if they don't see him for a while, it's a good sign. Well, it has been a long inning so far, and Martinez is going to try and put out the fire here for the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, it will be Martinez coming in, and yeah, not surprised to see Jan playing a little catch, although that's got to be a good sign. Generally speaking, if your night's done, you don't go play catch afterwards. Quick time to check in on the out-of-town scoreboard as a lot of teams get ready to wrap up the first half of their CBL season. London home tonight. They're up 4-1 on Guelph. That's in the top of 6. Barrie putting the boots to Brantford. It is 10-2. That's in the top of 5. While the Panthers are in Chatham-Kent. That is a 2-1 lead for the Barnstormers there. And, of course, it's 6-0 here at Bernie Arbor. Cardinals leading the Leafs. Yeah, I'm not surprised to see the starter chase from the game here. Obviously, just the way it is going in general. But then you throw in the long layoff there. Felt like it was a recipe for a quick pitching change. And anytime you have to make a pitching change this earlier in the game, you wonder about the knock-on effects of that. You know, you should always have multiple plans when you head into a game here, but you have to imagine that this is going to be that this was not necessarily the way they drew it up, going to their second pitcher of the night in the third inning with no outs and the bases loaded.
No, and if there's a silver lining for the Leafs, it's that they have this flexibility. I mean, we saw Alvarado pitch in relief a lot at the start of the season, and now he's going to be piggybacking for, or Martinez, sorry, he's going to be piggybacking for him.
Yep, Brown hitting one out to Yasiel Puig. That'll allow a runner to advance there, and you do have runners on the corner here. Sorry, I misspoke earlier. Not bases loaded, but runners on the corner, and you still have that as Brown is able to advance the runner with the sac fly.
Yeah, that is going to give way to Angel Guerrero. Nice job there by Jaden Brown. Just first pitch, ball in play, got a pitch he thought he could drive, didn't put a bad swing on it. Might have been out at Christie Pitts. The Cardinals would have loved one of those Christie home runs yesterday. Didn't get it, but they've been making up for it here so far tonight.
Yeah, they certainly have been. Angel Guerrero started a rally last time we saw him in this inning, or in this game. Here it is on first. He has runners on first and third. Reyes on third, Feliz at first, and Guerrero up the left fielder in the game tonight, wearing number 89. Cardinals wearing their all-white outfit here. Got the red batting helmets on, a lot of red cleats on the field as well. Love, love, love to see it. You know, you and I have talked sports fashion a lot on this. I did when I was giving you my favorite Cardinals jersey, and I've been on record. It's the like retro red with the old school logo there. I really love the powder blues. The Birds, ooh, those are sweet. Absolutely love those as well. Here's the thing: no bad Cardinals jerseys.
I was gonna say
what I've come to learn in my time watching this team and working for them this year.
Yeah, it's almost like with the way how positively we talk about the jerseys all the time, that there are no bad options, and that is truly the case. And I know I've given the shine to the home whites here before. It is just so clean. The red on white, and might have had a nice color contrast here with the deep Maple Leafs blue.
Yeah, I do like that. I love a little, color on color jersey matchup as well. Not shy about that. We did update you on Hector Jan earlier. He was throwing in the dugout, or in the bullpen, sorry. It'd be awkward to throw in the dugout. A lot of bodies in there and really not that much space. But he was throwing in the bullpen there, has made his way back there. So you imagine that's just to kind of keep himself fresh. Again, I highly doubt he'd be going out there to throw if you weren't going to see him in the top of 4, which the Cardinals hope doesn't happen for a little while here. It's Angel Guerrero at the dish. Anderson Feliz on first. Rainy Reyes on third. It's the second pitcher of the night. Martinez is into the game for the Maple Leafs after Alvarado was chased by this Cardinals lineup that's been dangerous. And speaking of chase, Guerrero chasing one there, and he is struck out, and that'll be the second out of the inning for the Cardinals.
Yeah, and Martinez is not a velocity pitcher, so when he takes something off, as it looked like it did right there, it looked like that was a changeup. You can get pretty high velocity differential compared to his fastball, and it was a 2-strike count, but Guerrero must have still been sitting heat because he came up empty on that one.
Yeah, if I could give Martinez some advice here, I'd be not to mess around with this top half of the order. You don't want to let this group do any damage, and they've got a chance to do so. It's all-star after all-star after all-star after all-star, 1 through 4 in the Cardinals lineup tonight. And starting it off tonight is the shortstop, Brandon Nickel. Saw him make a wonderful defensive play that allowed the Cardinals to get out of the last inning there. He could do it on both sides. He is your kind of prototypical shortstop there. A little bit of a scrappier offensive player with a sneaky bit of pop, as we saw with the double already in this game. Nichols had a pretty eventful night.
Yeah, and Martinez, for a guy who got roughed up pretty bad last time, the look on his face when he was pulled in that 23-1 game just really said it all. He's doing a good job here throwing strikes. It's not easy to come into a game when you're down by this much, but got to get ahead somehow, and he's doing it so far.
Yeah, certainly see that. And that ball's going to pass, and that will allow Reyes to score, and that'll allow Feliz to, if he wanted to, he could have moonwalked. I don't know if he's capable of it. I shouldn't say that. He could have slowly walked over to second, although with what I've seen Anderson Feliz this year, I'm not putting anything past him. It's another run for the Cardinals, and all of a sudden they're up 7-0 here at Burning Arbor Memorial Stadium. It is Friday Night Baseball here on Cable 14. Cardinals up 7-0 on the Leafs, looking for a little revenge after the Leafs snapped the Cardinals win streak earlier this week. This is the final game of the unofficial first half of the season before everybody's off to Chatham-Kent for an all-star game. Tyler Duncan hitting one a mile high in the sky. Kirk Gibson ranging over to make the play, and he does make it. That's the third out of the inning, and that will end things here. We are through 3 innings at Burning Arbor Memorial Stadium. Hector Jan's making his way back to the mound, and we'll be back for the 4th on the other side of things. Keep watching Cable 14.
No score. Let's go down to the field. Here's Emily.
The 3 big challenges I had was my wife dying, my father dying from COVID-19, financial instability and security was, the whole year was very stressful. And then I heard that the United Way was sponsoring a course in mindfulness, and that certainly happened. My life is moving forward. I'm enjoying life again, and I'm thankful that I was able to take that program. Thank you.
On this episode of Mavericks, we meet a Hamilton physician whose work centers on the most anguishing edge of medicine, a world most of us can barely imagine, where childhood, heartbreak, and courage meet.
Welcome back to Burning Arbor Memorial Stadium here. If you like offense and you specifically like Cardinals offense, it's been the night for you. Hector Jan has spun a gem thus far. The Cardinals bats have been going, and it is 7-0 for the Cardinals as we head in to the 4th inning here. We talked about it in terms of name recognition. I don't know that many players lap this guy in the CBL. This is Yasiel Puig, of course, longtime Major League Baseball player, multiple-time All-Star in that league as well. He will not be in Chatham-Kent for the festivities this weekend, but was named an All-Star. If you're second in the league in homers, I think that's a pretty good way to get named, and that's exactly what Puig has done this year. Also, fans on their seat here. It is the beer batter tonight, so if they strike him out, it will be a beer happy hour. So you're always locked in for a Puig at bat, but they got a little extra motivation, hoping for Hector Jan in this one. He is working. It is a 1-1 count so far on the Leafs slugger. Jan looking. It's a lefty-righty matchup here. In comes the pitch from number 72. Oh, swinging over the top of it. And if he gets one more like that, this crowd's going to get a little electric. It'll empty out, but just for 5 seconds. People are going to run the concession stand. They'll be right back. I promise. Not going anywhere. 7-0. You know, maybe some people head for the exits. Not tonight. Not the way this Cardinals season has gone. Hector Jan looking in. It is a 1-2 count on Puig. Looking to clip the top of the zone. That's a good take by Puig there. That one was pretty close and not a hitter's count.
Yeah, Puig's got 16 walks to 11 strikeouts, so he was a power hitter in the majors with his fair share of swing and miss, but he's been getting bat on ball in this league so far. We'll see if Hector can change that.
Hector Jan resetting here, adjusting the cap. looking in, peering over the glove. Good little matchup with Puig. Rearing back, delivering. It's a swing and a miss. He gets him out. And that is a strikeout of Yasiel Puig. Got to feel good anytime at any level, and got to feel great for the Cardinals tonight. There is the beer batter, and it is now a beer happy hour at the concessions for the rest of the inning. Going to be a pretty happy crowd, and why wouldn't you be, the way the Cardinals have performed tonight? Hector Yan, there are a lot of Cardinals pitchers you feel good about racking up strikeouts. You mentioned what Frazee Sadames was able to do earlier in the year before he hit his injury snag, but Hector Yan has been so dominant this year, and so many of the outings have looked exactly like this.
Boy, you think Yan is confident right now. He gave Puig a belt-high fastball with 2 strikes as if to challenge him, just like, hey, man, here it is, hit it. And Puig could not catch up. Yan has dominated Puig so far in the early going. I believe he has got him 3 times now this season.
It's a great spot to be in there, and you see Yan just cruising. Really nice to see as well, because as long as the wait was for the Leafs to get back on the mound, and we saw that, and it ended up having to bring Martinez into the game. Yan waiting around even longer there. Of course, the injury to the umpire that we did see earlier in the game, just 2 of them working, if you're just joining us tonight now, that came while Yan was just exiting the game. So he had as long a layoff as possible in that, and showing very little effects of it. I don't know, whatever in-inning throwing program he had working on in the dugout, might want to bring it back. It's certainly looking effective right now. It is a 1-2 count for Yan. Looks to spin one in. That one is fouled back hard, right between the batter in the on-deck circle and the guy in the hole there. So Maple Leafs, they might need the announcement from our PA announcer. Batted balls may come at alarming speeds, and you might want to be on your toes. That's not the exact verbiage, but that's the meaner version of it. Here's Hector Yan delivering one. That one is fouled back. He's slowly straightening it out. He might have to go 360 to get it back in play. That one was fouled to the left side. Now it's fouled right back, and Yan will once again find himself with a 1-2 count. Good job of staying alive here by the Maple Leafs.
Yeah, and Yan threw Dutton a splitter 1-1 that he flailed and was nowhere close to, fouled off the fastball, then the breaking ball. He's seen everything else since. I wonder if he goes back to the split now.
A couple of shakeoffs from Yan there as we see good camera work. We'll see what he wanted, and that ball is lashed. Ooh, if you're in the right field bleachers, you better stay awake if you're on the top step there. That one was no more than a foot or 2 over the head of the people in the last row of the right field bleachers there. A lot of hard contact here. None of it fair in this at-bat.
Shook him off to throw the fastball. Yan just wants to let it eat, it seems.
He really does, and why wouldn't you be when he's spun it the way he has? And there it is. McGill applying the tag. Another strikeout for Hector Yan. It has just been strikeout after strikeout after strikeout for Yan, and that's exactly what he does. You want hitters that can, you want pitchers, hitters too, that can do it all different manners of way. But when you were just a strikeout pitcher, proving to be effective in this way, it's got to feel so good for him. And really kind of stamping home the first half of the season that he has had.
Yeah, no doubt about it, and it's kind of crazy to say Yan went back to something soft there, because even his secondary pitches, he can get the velocity up there, and Dutton put up a good fight, but no answer for it.
That ball is chopped to Nickel. He'll take his time, delivers the throw over to Hermon. Hector Yan had all the faith in his world, in his infield. He was jogging off the diamond before Nickel had even uncorked that one from his glove. Really nice defense by the Cardinals, really nice pitching from Yan, and everything has been coming up Cardinals tonight. We are through 3.5 here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Cardinals have picked up at least a run in every inning they've played. They've allowed none thus far. It is 7-0 for the Cardinals through 3.5 here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Really nice to see that the layoff didn't have any effect on Yan there. You could have easily seen a world where he just ends up not looking like the same version of himself, and then you have to go to a bullpen arm way earlier than you should have had to, given how effective he is. So really good job from Yan to compose himself and be able to just continue to perform the way he had through the first 3 innings of the game in that 4th.
Yeah, and Yan is giving his rotation mate a run for his money with his dominant 7 innings of 1-run ball last Saturday. Owen Boone, the reigning MVP, took the league lead in ERA among qualified starters at 208. Yan's is down to 208 after that 4th inning he has been dealing tonight, and we'll see how far he can go. Maybe he could even push an under 2 tonight.
Yeah, you'd love to see that. You know, Boone we haven't seen much of him on the Friday nights, just kind of quirks of the schedule, the way it's gone, but really important for him to bounce back the way he did in that last outing for him in Barrie. You know, Owen Boone, I feel like it's kind of the pitching version of the Tyler Duncan season. Far from disappointing, far from something that you don't like to see, but also kind of not at the normal station that either guy is used to. It really does feel like they're almost mirror images of each other from a pitching and hitting perspective.
Yeah, and Boone's velocity was a little bit down through the first month or so of the season, but it really feels like he's unlocked something because that fastball the past 2 starts has been super lively. 8 shutout innings 2 starts ago against London, his former team, and then 7 innings of 1-run ball against Barrie. Those are 2 of the top 3 teams in the league. That'll play, and it is a big reason why the Cardinals were able to win 6 in a row over the past couple weeks.
Yeah, when Jan was so good last Friday, it was against Welland. So good good Cardinals pitching has existed against some of the better hitting teams in this league. So really, really nice to see from them there. We see Tyler Duncan leading this inning off. He's still kind of looking for the big hit tonight. You know, this top 4 of the Cardinals lineup has been so effective. Sometimes they've lined it up in slightly different ways, but it's been some combination of Nickel, Hermon, Duncan, and then McGill is really kind of I was about to say weaseled, but it's just he's performed his way into the top 4. See Duncan with a little tap backer to the pitcher in Martinez, fires a strike over to Gibson at first, and that is a quick out for Martinez here in the bottom of 4. Duncan, All-Star break probably can't get here soon enough for him. You know, team's having success, so he's happy about it. And again, his down years sound like great years for most people, but he's got to be itching for that All-Star break. Maybe the home run derby can get him right.
Yeah, and Tyler talking to Darren Schramm about something there on his way back to the dugout, and it was nice to see him kind of get off the extra base hit schneid with that knock in the first inning, take a little bit of pressure off himself. Oh no.
Darlin Hermon, who last week got hit on the hand, that one got high, hit him in the head. You can immediately see the reaction there. That is uncomfortable. That is scary stuff. Even Martinez, the Leafs pitcher on the mound, immediately throws his glove down. He's got his hat off. You can see how upset he is about this, making his way over to check on him as well. Catcher doing much of the same for the Leafs, and now we see the trainer running in for the Cardinals. You feel awful for Darlin Hermon, and unfortunately we're going to get another look at it here. Now, he does appear to duck out of the way, so you hope he did not bear the full brunt of it, but that is scary, scary stuff. Anytime you get hit, you don't like it. We kind of made some light of it when Yasiel Puig got hit in the back, saying, oh, that's a good spot. That's the worst one you can have if you're Hermon. And he played with fire last week and getting hit on the hand in that game against Welland. He has been a magnet lately, and you really worry for the Cardinal slugger here.
Yeah, and what happened there was Hermon's helmet, as you saw in the first replay, kind of swung off on impact as he was trying to duck out of the way of that pitch. So that might have actually hurt him because if the guard wasn't in place as the helmet was kind of flying off, and that means it would have caught him square in the face. And you see Martinez, poor guy, he is just absolutely distraught. He did not want to do that at all, and Hermon is still lying on his back here. The volunteer paramedics tending to him. It's been a busy night for them so far, and just hoping for the best for Hermon. You mentioned he got hit in the hand last Friday against Welland. X-rays thankfully came back negative, so he's already been playing through a bit of a bone bruise, and it's hard to imagine that he's been this productive with a still hand that's still barking at him, and now this on top of it. This is just terrible to see.
Yeah, it really is. You know, obviously paramedics checking on him, as well as the Cardinals staff as well. And, you know, you see manager Luis Bernardo right in there. You see Anderson Feliz, I believe, is in there as well, checking on him. You feel awful about this. There's never a good time for this, but you feel like you're almost out of Dodge. You know, you've had a great first half of the season. You've performed so well. You've had some big knocks. You got one game left before getting to the All-Star break, and you find yourself in this position. This is a scary thing, and you hope for the best. Hermon, from our view up here, I can tell you, still laying flat on his back. He's got one leg kind of propped up, and the other one flat on the ground there. He has been moving, so obviously that's as good a sign as you can have. But yeah, this is really scary. You know, we've seen obviously the speed at which baseballs can hit players, people, fans. Never anything to be trifled with. And, the exit velo, that can be pretty strong, but right out of a pitcher's hand. I mean, Martinez, as you mentioned, not necessarily a high velo guy, but it doesn't matter. Still throwing plenty hard enough to do some damage. And we do get a look at Martinez on the mound there. It seems like he's composed himself, but I mean, you want to win, you want to compete in pro sports, but you never want to see somebody on the opposition get hurt. I mean, especially in a game like baseball where it's not a physical contest in that way. You want to pitch inside and you want to own the inside of the plate, but you never want to see this happen. And you can see the way it's kind of shaking up Martinez a little bit here. Really, really uncomfortable position for him, and you can see him kind of getting some taps from his teammates. Anderson Feliz now helping Darlin Hermon up. Really seems to be a little foggy and groggy, and why wouldn't he be? But the Cardinals faithful giving him a really, really nice hand here. Well deserved from him. And again, this well deserved for any player, but Hermon has been so important for this Cardinals team here. You can see him kind of going through his paces, seems to be getting asked some questions, and they're going to try to get him off the field here, but walking very, very gingerly is Darlin Hermon.
Yeah, and just again, thankful that we've got enough people here to make sure that Hermon is in good hands between the Cardinals training staff and the volunteer paramedics. We cannot thank them enough. Again, it's been a busy day for them so far, and with Hermon, you definitely don't want to be too careful. The fact that he wasn't completely motionless and the fact that he was moving is a good sign, and you hope that if this is a concussion, that it's a milder one for Hermon. Not the first time we've seen this here at Bernie Arbor. You just got to be so careful.
Yeah, you never want to play doctor on TV, but I can tell you from our vantage point here, and I've now lost him as he makes his way back to the locker room there, but that looked like an extremely groggy individual in Darlin Hermon, and, obviously you do not blame him feeling that way at all, but man, that is scary stuff. Something, unfortunately, Tanner Rempel knows all too well. Looks like he's going to come in the game to run for him, and I'd imagine play first as well, the way he's played it this year. Been pretty impressive there. Going to try to get back and get underway here. This had been a fun atmosphere, really rocking. There was the delay earlier from the umpire, but that was something that, I didn't think many people, if any people in the ballpark saw. Still not entirely sure what happened there. Obviously very, very different when you see a player get hit the way he did. We are back underway here, and should we get any updates, we will pass them along to you. Tanner Rempel is into the game. He's going to run for Darlin Hermon, who, if you just joined us, he just took a pitch to the head in his last at bat. Had to be helped off the field. Did walk off the field under his own power, but definitely needing some help from Anderson Feliz, among others there. So it is Rempel coming into the game. You'd imagine he'll stay in to place him first. He's at first right now. Evan McGill is at the dish, the catcher, rookie, making his all-star appearance. He's got that lurking just around the corner as all-star weekend will be upon us in Chatham, Kent, once this game is done. Plenty of action tonight in the CBL schedule. I'll give you a little out-of-town scoreboard in just a second as we get back to action here. McGill taking strike one. We've talked about the green light counts for McGill. That's the second time he's found himself in 3-0, and that has been the second time it has been a take-all-day situation for the Cardinals catcher. That one appears to be on the outside, is on the outside. McGill tosses the bat aside, tosses the leg guard aside, and he draws a walk, and the Cardinals got a couple base runners on here. One out in the bottom of four. Cardinals with a 7-0 lead. This has been the lone inning in the game of which they've managed to tack on a run, but plenty of chances here as they have a couple of runners on. It is Rempel at first, and it is McGill at first. Rempel at second, McGill at first, and here's Carlos Dominguez. Last time up, had a hard hit ball, but it was right at Yasiel Puig. Hard hit out for Dominguez. Last time we saw him, he'll look to be more productive this time as he digs into the box. It is Martinez. This is the second Leaf pitcher we've seen here. Martinez getting the sign. Quick check on second. You do see the second baseman making his way back in. That one is fouled straight back from Dominguez. Seemed to have a beat on it and just missing.
Yeah, and if there is a silver lining to this for the Cardinals, it's the return of Tanner Rempel, who was out the past few games with an injury of his own, a little bit of a minor heel problem, kind of landed funny in the Bernie Arbor dirt at practice a couple of weeks ago, but he is back in there pinch running at second base. Good to see him back in action.
Yeah, really, really nice to see him back in the game. Obviously, we talk about the Cardinals' depth. That exists beyond 1 to 9 in the order on any given night. Rempel has been a guy that's made some incredible defensive plays this year. Obviously, somebody that the Cardinals know they can count on for his defense over there at first first, and with a 7-run lead here in this game, you hope they can lean on it. You got McGill at first, Rempel at second. Dominguez fouls one back. That's going to go out of play and over the bleachers there. No fans. The way this game has gone tonight, I just feel like I should let everybody know, no, that one didn't hit somebody hard, because it's been a night of close calls and unfortunately big hits tonight, both in terms of what you've seen with the bats, but also from the players tonight. Dominguez digging in, high Red Sox on him, looking to make some loud contact. Did last time, but it was hit right at Yasiel Puig. McGill and Rempel both with leads off, and that one is hit to third, but they will look and end up going to be a foul ball. Runners will head back to where they were. I was a little surprised we didn't see him stepping on third base to have the quick out there, but now we see why. It ends up being fouled.
Yeah, it looked like the right call there, and Spencer Ross not going to take any chances. Going to try and throw to second, get some outs, get out of this quickly, but Dominguez is going to stay alive here.
Yeah, you will, and we do have a arm warming in the Toronto bullpen. We will update you on that as we continue along here. It would be the third pitcher we've seen, and Martinez unable to control that one. That's going to allow the runners to advance, just like they tried to last time, and now it is runners on second and third for the Cardinals. Dominguez up and just one out in the game here. We got Gallo warming in the pen for the Blue Jays there, tossing a little bit. Doesn't appear to be with too aggressive of intent. No one down in a catcher's position, so I imagine they'd love to get out of this inning and then reassess the Leafs with their plans. Dominguez probably has some other ideas on this, and he watches one. Man, I talk about the blocking prowess of Evan McGill, and so far in this one, Dionysus Chielitis, who was a late add to the Leafs lineup tonight, was not necessarily the expected catcher. He's been very, very busy, at least in this half inning, with Martinez.
Yeah, Matt Brandt, a late scratch during warm-up. Chialtis replaces him, and you got to wonder with the way Martinez reacted after that hit by pitch to Hermon that his psyche's kind of going to be messed with. Pitching after that obviously didn't look too intentional the way Martinez reacted, the hit by pitch to Hermon, so it might be best to, even if he's got a little bit left in the tank, Toronto was definitely hoping he'd eat some innings here. He can be a starter, but after something like that, you just got to be mindful that a guy doesn't pitch too worried, and you just kind of got to reset his mental here. That's what they would accomplish by taking him out.
Yeah, that's certainly what they would, and it is all of a sudden bases loaded here, one out. Now, if you're Martinez, you're telling yourself, I'm a ground ball away from getting out of this, and if you're the Cardinals, you're thinking, apply the pressure. Here's one of the all-star starters they have in the lineup tonight, one of three, and it's Rainy Reyes at the dish. He will start at third. Of course, Darlin Hermon, who we saw exit the game, he'll also be an all-star starter, along with Tyler Duncan in center field. Bases loaded for the Cardinals here. They've scored in every inning of the game with the exception of this one thus far. Reyes up and once again watching it. I think you're onto something there, Matt. Anytime a ball gets away from you like that, it's going to affect you, but it's one thing when it just ends up a wild pitch, but when you do damage to another person, the way it appeared he did to Darlin Hermon in this one, really does feel like the wheels are spinning pretty fast for Martinez right now.
Yeah, and it's 3-0 now to Rainy Reyes, and gosh, just what an awful situation. You feel for everybody involved right now, and I think that looks like Rob Butler telling Frankie Golko to be ready at a moment's notice right now. Based on that hand gesture, it looks like Reyes might be his last batter.
Yeah, and we do see the pitcher, or the person Golko was playing catch with now, is now down in a squatted catcher's position. So it does seem like there's a little more urgency in getting ready. We see Reyes there. I'm done playing the take or don't take game. I think the way that everything was unfolding, you're happy to take the walk, and Tanner Rempel's happy to score a run there. Probably unhappy to find himself in the game, at least with the circumstances that led to it. But he comes across, gets a big dap up from Tyler Duncan, and the Cardinals continue to move along, and I think you nailed it there, Matt. Does seem like that's going to be the last batter we saw to Martinez, or maybe buying a little more time, as Golko did just kind of start throwing with a little more urgency. I don't know that I saw the direct point, but as you mentioned, you might have seen it in the batter before. Butler going out there to have a conversation with Martinez, and what can you say to a guy like that? You commend the person that is worried about somebody else in the game like that, but it's also pro sports. You have to find a way to bounce back, and really, really tough situation Martinez found himself in after hitting Hermon, and it has just kind of unraveled further beyond that. And there it is, Martinez coming out of the game, and we will see Golko jogging in, big righty that we're going to see tonight. Wearing the high socks, we of course have seen a couple of lefties in the starter, followed up by Martinez. So now the Leafs go to a righty in Frankie Gulko.
Yeah, Gulko, the right-hander, in his first season in the CBL, the native of Long Island, New York, and the alumnus of Salem University in West Virginia. So far this season, 9 appearances, 2 starts, 17 and a third innings. He's got a 6.75 ERA, 9 strikeouts to 13 walks, and 29 hits allowed. So the control can be a bit of an issue, and it's hard to kind of be in that mindset to stay patient when this game has already dragged along. We've had a couple freak injuries and a hit by pitch to Darlene Hermon, but if the Cardinals, under normal circumstances, if they were going to be successful against Gulko, you think patience would be a factor.
We should just get manager Luis Bernardo a headset, because I feel like he was looking at the exact same numbers you were just looking at as Feliz gets ready for his at-bat here. Of course, the switch hitter, he's going to flip over to the other side. You have to imagine after seeing a couple of lefties tonight. You know, this is part of the game of baseball, right? Adapting and adjusting. This is probably not the plan that the Leafs drew up tonight in terms of how it went. Obviously, when you just beat the Cardinals in the last time out, they would have hoped this could continue. Cardinals very happy that it is not. They've also continued their streak of scoring in every inning thus far in the game. A 4 spot in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and 1 more here in the bottom of 4. Just 1 out here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Bases are loaded for Anderson Feliz, who will be coming up in just a second to deal with Frankie Gulko. You know, this is, we have commended the patience of a Tyler Duncan here. I got to commend the patience of all the Cardinals. You know, the way they're swinging the bat in this game, especially with Martinez, you'd imagine you want to come in and really attack, and they did a very good job of being patient from a pitcher who was clearly reeling after hitting Hermon the way he did.
Yeah, and if you're the Cardinals, there's no sense in really taking your foot off the gas. I know it's an 8-0 score, but again, things can change in this league on a dime, and they are definitely disappointed with losing Wednesday in Toronto to snap that streak, so they're going to try and go into the All-Star break on as high of a note as they possibly can.
Yeah, this is a Cardinals team that's given up a 9 spot in 1 inning, so I don't think they're going to be taking their foot off the gas at 8-0 here. Certainly want to add to it, but you want to do that in a smart way here, so it'll be interesting to see if Feliz takes that approach. He is hacking it the first thing he sees, and that one is hit to shallow left, but it's going to drop. Nevin McGill smartly going halfway. He's going to score. Everybody else goes station to station, and when it rains, it pours for the Leafs right now. Cardinals, same exact thing from an offensive perspective, and you see it there. It is 9-0 now for the Cards as they tack on 1 more with a bloop hit by Feliz. That was just hit in a trouble spot there. He had 3 fielders converging on it, and not the way the Leafs wanted it to play out, but the Cardinals will tack another one on.
Yeah, and a bloop single by Feliz. When it rains, it pours, and nothing the Leafs could really do about that one. Just kind of a teardrop. Falls in left field. It's been that kind of game. It's been that kind of day for Toronto.
Yeah, certainly has, and they will continue to pass the baton as they have done all night long. It's now Jaden Brown who's the DH tonight. Brown is another one, a very toolsy Cardinals player here, and we'll see if what he's able to do in this spot as they just continue to kind of pass the baton, one guy to the next. It hasn't been a series of blasts tonight. It's been a lot of just effective ABs. Brown looking very upset with himself that he ended up, he was able to check the swing there, but he even seemed frustrated that he offered at that pitch that was nowhere near the zone.
Baseball players are creatures of habit, and the process matters more than the results sometimes. Yeah, but hey, it's still a ball.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's right. You don't need to be too frustrated. You're still in a great hitter's count at 2-0, watching that one high. And, you can understand how Martinez found himself in the trouble spot he did there. Again, you want to bounce back. You want to find a way, but you can understand how it gets away from you. For Gulko to come in, he pounds the zone on the first pitch. Feliz skies it high and then follows it up with 3 straight balls. You speak of process v results. He's probably not loving the process here. Brown watching that one, taking all the way at the top of the zone, just confirming with the ump. That was a strike? Yeah, you called it? Okay. Quick little head nod from Brown. We'll see how he attacks. The 3-0 felt like an auto take. See what he does on 3-1 here. Quick time from Brown as he addresses leg guard.
Yeah, bases loaded, 1 out. and there's a lot of bleeding to stop here if you're the Leafs. Just a tough spot all around.
Certainly is. Only the one out here. Again, you're one pitch from getting out of it, but you're also one pitch from a lot more damage lurking. And Brown knew that as well. He hits that one high. Will it be deep enough to score a run?
Dutton
you think
can't
it will
find
be.
it.
Can't find it. Completely lost it. You were all over that, Matt. 1 run's going to score. 2 runs is going to score. We're going to see Felice sliding into third. He's safe, and as is Brown, safe at second. You were all over that. That was a can of corn. That was an easy fly ball, but in this odd night sky, it's really dark over to the right side or right field. Also some beautiful pinkish hues to the sky and left. Weird time of day, and Dutton completely lost it. You could see the frustration there. There's a lot of moments in sport where you feel pretty naked and all alone. Standing there as a center fielder, having no idea where the ball is above your head, has got to be among them there. And you mentioned when it rains, it pours. Well, cue the monsoon, because it keeps on coming from a Cardinals perspective here. It is now 11-0 at Bernie Arbor.
You know how I knew Dutton lost that ball? Because I lost it. It went, as soon as it went right up in the air, we got kind of a pinkish, grayish, bluish hue. All the colors coming together makes it very hard to see a baseball at this time of night. And once I lost it, I was going to try and read Dutton's reaction to see where the ball was, and he was instantly throwing up his hands like, I don't know where it is. And wow, yeah, I said it was that kind of night before. Goodness. Tough one for Toronto here.
That is the good little broadcaster tip for any of you kids who want to get into sports media. I would, one, tell you, run, go get a real job. That's the first piece of business. This is always what should I do? You should go get a real. You should go to school and study something that has a very secure future. But if you're going to be doing this in baseball, you ever wonder, even you're at a game, you're watching, the amount of times you'll hear ball hit to the outfield and people going crazy, and it's like, watch the outfielder. He knows. He's got a good beat on it. That's how you could tell. You could tell from the batter, and you could tell from the outfielder. And good job of picking it up, because Dutton certainly didn't. And as you said, Matt, you didn't either. You just picked up Dutton not picking it up. Cardinals up 11-0. It's the second 4 spot they put up in this game after they did so in the first inning as well. Here is Angel Guerrero in the game now. You see, up to the bat. He was starting left fielder in this game, and the 9-hole hitter as they look forward, or would love nothing more than to hand this over to a very, very dangerous top of the Cardinals lineup, Brandon Nickel, lurking on deck. It is Frankie Gulko into the game. He's the third Leafs pitcher we've seen tonight, the first right-handed pitcher. So Guerrero, for the first time, having a platoon advantage. That one is hit. I've got eyes on it, as does Kirk Gibson. It's in his glove. There's the second out of the inning.
Yeah, and that's exactly what the doctor ordered for the Leafs, a weak little pop-up on the infield. So now you take the sac fly and everything else out of the equation there. The Cardinals are going to have to get a hit if they want to continue this inning. This game has kind of taken just such a strange turn. There's been kind of an uneasy feeling kind of about everything ever since that Hermon hit by pitch.
Yeah, even before then, with the umpire being forced to leave the game, it has just been a spooky and scary night. It's camp-out night, and somebody's telling ghost stories is the way it feels. The ghost story, if you're the Leafs, has been the Cardinals batters. It's like, oh my God, there's another man with a bat coming to attack me. It's the exact way it's gone tonight. As you see Nickel, he's had some hard hit ball. Tyler Duncan getting off the schneid with an extra base hit. It has just been a case of everybody coming up tonight and helping out from an offensive perspective. We also see Nickel make a great defensive play in the field. It has really been a masterclass of why he's an all-star tonight. Not necessarily the most flashy player. We'll even see it from other Cardinals. I think of a guy like Dominguez in terms of the massive power he has. Nickel, not necessarily that way, but it feels like there's no box he doesn't check, even if he doesn't necessarily check it in an emphatic way. That one is hit high, and Gibson, again, trouble reading it, but good job sticking with it, makes the catch, and that will end the inning. It is 4 runs more for the Cardinals in this frame. Second 4 spot they've put up in the game, and it is now 11-0. As always, here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium, we want to say thank you to our friends at Rawlings.
My first professional glove, that's the one I remember the most. When I was coming up, even though it wasn't that long ago, having your name on a glove was a big deal.
Ready? All right, Emily, you can get them started.
Absolutely, Sean. We have Elio and Adrian. Make some noise. They've been ready to go.
Here we are back at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Hector Jan still in the game, still on the mound. Not surprised based on his performance, but surprised based on the length of layoffs. We have seen we've had two relatively lengthy layoffs while the Cardinals were waiting to get back on the defensive side of the ball in this game. And Hector Jan has just spun gem after gem for the Cards. He was great last Friday against Welland. He has been great against this Leaf team so far this year. This is the second time this year they've seen him, and he's looking just as dangerous tonight. Racking up strikeouts, racking up quick innings. It has been a clinical outing from the Cardinals lefty all-star tonight.
It feels like it's been an hour since he last pitched, and that's really the only thing you got to worry about if you're Hector Jan. He's pitched about as well as he possibly could through the early going, and again, just hopefully no signs of fatigue or this layoff getting to him, but it's been a very weird, totally abnormal kind of routine for him tonight with the long layoffs between the offense and the various injuries that we have had. Jan has not really had much time to settle into a rhythm, so he's just going to try and just be himself here really as the game progresses.
Number 19, Dennis DeBanning.
Dennis DeBanning leading things off for the Maple Leafs here. This is a guy, obviously, no stranger to doing some damage in this league. You've seen him do it. He had a chance to make a big play with his glove earlier on in this one, but misreading the ball. Tyler Duncan ended up hitting for a double in this one. DeBanning looking to get something going for the Leafs offensively because there has been precious little of it. We'll keep an eye on the Cardinals bullpen there. As you mentioned, it's been a weird night. Also, just with the way things have gone, and we get a mound visit here from Evan McGill. Not sure what's going on. I wonder if this is the fatigue we talked about here. Just the way it's been going. I wouldn't rule anything out tonight here at Bernie Arbor because it's been a long layoff for Jan, and you see him having a conversation with his catcher here. And this is one of the things I've talked to McGill about. You know, as a rookie in this league who has been completely handed the catching duties for this team, this is such a big part of it, right? You want to be able to have the trust in you want your pitchers to have the trust in you, and it feels like McGill has really done a good job of building that with his starters. I mean, the entire staff, but particularly the starters this season. See Jan delivering there. Once again, trusting the off-speed stuff for a strike, even in the lefty-righty matchup. It's a great piece of pitching by Jan there.
Yeah, and it says a lot that the fact that the Cardinals have maintained their dominance on the starting pitching front with the transition at catcher. Last season they had a kind of a revolving door at catcher, finished off with former Blue Jays prospect Yama Hernandez, and they went back to a Canadian behind the plate this season. And despite having two Dominican starters, you wonder about the communication aspect of it, and it has not been a problem whatsoever as the Cardinal starters handily leading the league in ERA, and that time the strikeout actually doesn't get away from anybody.
No, it doesn't. Good play by Jan, picking it up there, firing it over to first. There's just everything he does has so much flair. You'll see him coming off the mound after an inning is complete, but even there, it's like a little bit of a leg kick he gets going after he throws the dart over to first, going to celebrate with Rainy Reyes afterwards. Jan is just a fun guy to get to watch pitch, and it's not just because of how dominant he's been, but that is a big part of it with how many gems he has spun this year. Here's the lefty looking in, once again facing a right-handed batter for Toronto, trying to get the top of the zone, unable to do so, and a nice piece of hitting with the check swing there. That was right on the edge, but Jan unable to get the call. The other thing about him, and I commend all of these pitchers, Jan is compared to what we've seen out of Boone this year, slightly more glacial pace, but he works quick, and the only reason it's glacial is because nobody's as fast as Boone with how he gets the ball and just wants to rear back and fire. But you see Jan, he likes to work quickly. It feels like the only time there's any delay is if there's a shake towards McGill in terms of what he wants there, but otherwise he's working pretty quickly. Sometimes with traffic on the bases, he'll slow down, he'll get a little more deliberate. We've seen the pick-off move, though. It's so dangerous for him, so you can understand why maybe his process slows down a little there. But falling behind here, it is now a 3-1 count for the Toronto's worked themselves into as Jan's in his first spot of trouble in this inning here, and it's not really trouble until the at-bat's over.
Now Spencer Ross, one of the better plate skills in the league here, and he thought he had ball four that time. Yeah, when Jan wants to take charge, he's going to let you know about it, and why would you not want to work quickly here? He's been working through so many delays here tonight, probably just wants to get back into the swing of things.
Yeah, you would think so. Want to pound the zone as well, right? When you're up in the game this way, a strikeout pitcher, you're not afraid to leave the zone once in a while, get a little swing and miss. But that also works too, throwing strikes that they can't touch in the zone, and that has been a lot of that from Hector Yan tonight. I think that's the other thing about a strikeout pitcher. When you have the lead you have this way, you could just trust your stuff and let it eat. Also, the way the defense has played behind him tonight. You know, we mentioned the nice play from Nickel. Rempel over at first, far from a downgrade. Obviously, you would love Darlin Hermon to still be in this game, but it's not as though you took much of a downgrade, if any downgrade, defensively with Rempel in the game. So I think you'll see that as well. You'll want to see Yan really, really pound the zone. He wants to do that when it's a tight game. He's definitely going to want to do that in an 11-0 Cardinals lead, which is where we find ourselves here in the top of 5. It's 2 outs. Yan working behind in the count again after throwing ball 1 here. The lefty, he's got the lefty-lefty matchup this time. He'll look to use it, attacking inside, but unable to find the zone, and he falls behind 2-0.
Yeah, looks like the lefty Chialtis in there right now, and what a year of transition for the Maple Leafs at the catcher spot. It was Justin Mara for so many years, the former Cubs prospect, the Toronto native. And it's kind of weird when things aren't like that. Matt Brandt was the heir apparent, and again, a late scratch here tonight. Chialtis drawing in.
I will give Chialtis credit. You know, it was not an easy inning for him defensively last time out, having to get involved, blocking the ball a lot there. And there's Hector Yan. Obviously, nothing intentional there, given what we saw from Hermon earlier in this game and how much that probably shook up his teammates there. But Hector Yan buzzing the tower a little bit. That one was high and inside, getting away from him. And it's a 3-1 count on Chialtis here, the catcher, who, as we mentioned, was a late add to the Leafs lineup today. Fouling one back, and all of a sudden it is a full count here. Hector Yan, it's one thing he's done tonight. The few times he has fallen behind, he's done an excellent job of working quickly to get himself back in a even count, or in this case, working back to full. Here it is, lefty-lefty matchup for Yan, peering over the beige part of his glove, gets a sign he likes from McGill, delivers the pitch. That one is slash foul into the parking lot from the Leafs catcher tonight. Good piece of hitting to stay alive there. That was not a pitch we're going to do any damage with, but it could have been one you got K'd up on. So good job of getting bat to ball there for him.
And look out, cars. That one was hit hard.
Yeah, I always got an ear out. I do know where to park now, though, but that's my state secret. You can't have it. If you see me, talk to me, and maybe I'll tell you. Ooh, I think Yan thought he had strike 3 to get himself out of the inning, but it is low, and that'll be the first base runner it feels like we've seen in ages for the Maple Leafs here as they move things along. Here is Kirk Gibson into the game, the first baseman for the Leafs, stepping up, looking to pass the baton here. Cardinals have done a marvelous job of that. Leafs much less so tonight.
Yeah, and Gibson reaching base last time up via the strikeout. He swung at a pitch in the dirt that got away from Evan McGill. A wild pitch. Tough to block, to be sure, but that's one way to get on base.
Yeah, it certainly is. We'll see what he's able to do. Right-handed Gibson in the box, watching Hector Yan delivering the pitch, fouling one back, and that one over the Leafs visitors dugout here. One thing to watch with Yan, I wouldn't imagine he leans on it too quickly here today or too often here in this inning just because of the state of the game, but he has been a wizard with pickoffs so far this season, and we'll see if he leans on it here. I wouldn't imagine he does. Probably just get into attack mode with 2 outs in the big lead that he has here, and he does exactly that, picking up the first strike of the at-bat. It is a 1-1 count on Gibson. Yan trying to work his way through this. It's been a flawless start for him thus far. Looking, quick check over at first. Peers back, delivers the pitch. Beautiful job of carving that one in there for a strike, too. This has been the thing about Yan tonight. It hasn't just been one pitch that he's been doing all his damage with. Fastball's been humming, but the secondary stuff has really been dangerous for him as well tonight.
It's just a joy to watch him pitch, especially if you're really into the science and the art of it. Really, he just goes about his business the right way.
That one is hit hard. Will it stay fair? It does. Hitting off the wall. Home plate umpire coming out to call that one. We'll see now runners on second and third. That is the first bit of hard contact we've seen from the Leafs tonight. And it is a hit for the Leafs, and Hector Yan is going to have to work himself out of a bit of a jam here. Plenty of room to do so. It is an 11-0 Cardinals lead, but this is the first bit of trouble that Yan has found himself in tonight. That ball is hit hard by Gibson.
First hit allowed by Hector Yan today. That is the second consecutive time against the Maple Leafs that Yan has gone 4 2/3 hitless. He's now done it once at each park, and just how about baseball, Brent, sometimes. Kirk Gibson was 2 for 23 coming into action on the season today. 16 games played, so he's been more of a pinch hitter / defensive replacement type. He came on for Jordan Mandalay in the game on Wednesday after Mandalay had to leave mid-at-bat after getting nicked on the hand on a ball that deflected off his bat. That was a foul ball. And Gibson now, and this is only his 4th start of the season, and he just catches a 2-strike offering from Hector Yan out front and drills it off the wall, right off the Armstrong birdseed sign there. Nicely done by him. And you think of all the probabilities in a 2-strike count, Yan versus Gibson, that is certainly not at the top of the list, but that's why they play the games.
Yeah, obviously there's a reason for this with him, but Kirk Gibson has one of those names that you feel weird just calling him Gibson. He's Kirk Gibson. That's his name. He has a first and last name that are used all the time. We have buddies like this, you know. It's like everybody has their friends, Matt, Steve, Dave, but there's also guys named Bill Johnson, and they have to be called exactly that. You got to use both names when it's Kirk Gibson. It feels that way. And if he's going to keep racking up hits like that, I imagine plenty of other people will. Bernardo going out for the mound visit there. You want to see him just settle him down. You want to get him out of this. There's some guys working on bands over there. It looks kind of like a jazzercise class from the 80s, actually, over in the Cardinals bullpen. There's a lot of stretching, nothing too fast and aggressive over there. No one even throwing yet. So you imagine they want to get Yan through this and then kind of see where they're at when they're through this inning. He's got a couple of outs, but there's also a couple of ducks on the pond for the Leafs. As you mentioned, that was the first hit we saw from them in this game, and this is the first time they've really threatened in this ball game, and that's exactly what they're doing here. But it's a quick 2 strikes from Yan. This is the thing I've enjoyed watching about him most this year. Whenever it feels like he finds himself in trouble, finds a way to kind of quickly wrestle the momentum away. Maybe that's exactly what the Leafs are sensing here as we get a late time right as Yan was looking for the put-away pitch here.
Oh, to be a fly on the wall when the bullpen is in this mode right now. Everybody's stretching, everybody getting loose for the first time. I wonder what's being said down there. Probably couldn't put some of it on air.
Yeah, no, definitely that, but probably also a lot of like, wow, Hector's really good at baseball, eh? As is Dominguez making the play there. We see the big celebration from Hector Yan as he makes his way off the field. I told you he's a treat to watch, and it's not just because of the pitching, but mostly because of the pitching. You imagine Luis Bernardo said, oh, come on, you got it in you to get out of this, and that is exactly what he does there. Now we head into the bottom of 5. Cardinals have put up runs in every inning that we have seen thus far tonight. They will look to add to it here as Hector Yan gives up his first hit of the night, but that would be all. A couple of runners on, but no runs across. It is still 11-0 for the Cardinals, and here we see Yan delivering the pitch, and he sees it going to Dominguez. This is a guy who trusts his defense. See him watch it there. Big celebration. Boom. I don't know what that is. I don't have a name for that, but I like it. And so does Hector Yan. So do his Cardinals teammates. You mentioned what was said. They're saying we love that from Hector Yan out in the bullpen. I imagine some guys, they like a little slower start to their workday than all of a sudden hair on fire and a guy who is cruising and you got to come in and put out a fire for him. Did not have to do any of that in the inning as Yan continues to cruise in this one.
Yeah, and that one hit is the only blemish in the hit column for Hector Yan. Again, he's got the 1 walk and the 1 hit by pitch to Puig. 9 strikeouts in 5 innings. He's been trying to keep pace in the strikeout leaderboard all season. Has Yan. He was 3rd in the league coming into today, and right now I believe he's got to be in first after the 9 and 5 innings we've seen from him today.
Tyler Duncan gonna lead things off for the Cardinals here, and he's facing a guy in Frankie Golko who, quite honestly, he'd do pretty well in a Tyler Duncan lookalike competition. I'm looking at the picture on the that we've got on the CBL website for him. I'm looking at him right now. Frame's pretty similar. Got the mustache as well. Got the chestnut hair. I'm just saying, if you ever need someone to play the role of Tyler Duncan, I know he's a pitcher, maybe wouldn't give you what you want from the performance perspective, but Tyler Duncan's going to be looking in a mirror as he faces Frankie Golko in this inning. Golko, the 3rd Leafs pitcher that we've seen in this game thus far for them. He came in to put out the fire in the last inning after Martinez was lifted, and he will get to start the inning here as there is some bodies up and around in the Leafs bullpen, but you would imagine they would want to get a little more length out of Golko. Although with the All-Star break lurking around the corner, you're probably not afraid of using any arms tonight either.
No, and in a game like this, with the score being what it is, those outs seem so much harder to get. It's only 4 innings, theoretically, if the score stays like this, the Leafs are going to have to get. But man, just a tough job for Rob Butler right now to try and cobble these remaining 12 outs together any way they can.
Yeah, certainly want to do that. Tyler Duncan, do you have any more things you want to anti-jinx him about tonight? You were talking about how he hadn't had an extra base hit in a while. I feel like your line now should be talking about the home run we'd like to see as he gets ready to compete in the home run derby over this weekend. Of course, the All-Star Weekend, third edition of it in the Canadian Baseball League. It will be in Chatham, Kent, playing host this year. Of course, the Cardinals know the event well, had a chance to host it last year. Fun night at Burning Arbor, just like it is tonight as the Cardinals have an 11-0 lead, and we're sitting here in the bottom of 5. Just getting it started. Tyler Duncan up at the dish. Frankie Galco into the game for the Leafs. Righty on lefty matchup there. Duncan hits one up the middle, and it gets past the shortstop. Bando there not going to be happy about that one, dipping or jumping over his glove. Duncan's thrilled, and he's standing on first. And once again, here we go again for this Cardinals offense.
Yeah, and this time it is Brando LaRue's turn to experience the Bernie bounce. We've seen a lot of balls hit on the ground from Tyler Duncan, especially this season. You know he wants to find some lift here one of these days, and that last top, whoop, right over the glove of LaRue. I don't know if you could call it a hard hit ball, but it definitely had enough life on it to get those late hops. We see it a lot at Burning Arbor. There's a lot of that going on at Christie Pitts too on Wednesday night, might I add, and this time it works out in Duncan's favor.
The Bernie bounce, I love it, especially when the Cardinals are up at the dish. Now, obviously, hard play range-wise to make. I am going to put on my coaching hat there, just in case any of the children I coach are listening. That's why you get your body behind the ball, folks. That's why you don't reach for the baseball, because you can block that one with your chest. I'm not telling you it would tickle, but I tell you it wouldn't have ended up in center field, that's for sure. Tyler Duncan on base, though, and he's got to feel pretty good about that. Good turnaround heading into the All-Star break. Now, this is Darlin Hermon's spot in the lineup. It's the first time we've seen this spot in the lineup since he was hit in the head earlier in this game. Really, really scary scene. Good news for Hermon. He was able to walk off the field, not exactly under his own power, kind of helped by teammates. He certainly looked incredibly foggy and groggy, and you can easily understand why. But this is Tanner Rempel into the Darlin Hermon spot in the lineup.
Yeah, and receiving word from Cardinal staffers that Hermon was in good spirits in the locker room, kind of joking around. His night is obviously over, but some things are just bigger than baseball. Getting hit in the head is never something you want to see in any scenario, so just prayers up for Hermon and hoping for a speedy recovery from whatever the consequences of that hit by pitch were.
Yeah, no good time for that to happen, but you are going to have a little bit of a break here because of the All-Star festivities. Of course, obviously, Hermon slated to be a part of those. I'd imagine that is all very up in the air, and that feels like putting it nicely thus far. We did see Hector Yan find a way to get himself out of the first jam he found himself in the game. You do wonder if his night could be over there, though, because we see Stephen Hospital warming up, or at least playing some catch, although I just looked down. That looked a lot more aggressive than playing catch. I feel like when I got this note handed to me, he was playing catch, and now he looks like he is rip-roaring and ready to go. You do have to imagine the way the night's gone for Jan, also with a couple of lengthy layoffs for him as well. Good job bouncing back, and maybe you hand things over to your bullpen and get everybody a little bit of work before you head off to the All-Star game. You could easily see that making a lot of sense for Luis Bernardo.
Yeah, and I wonder if this means, Bernardo's on the coaching staff, so I wonder if this means that Jan is potentially slated to pitch in the game tomorrow. I don't know. You don't want to get too far ahead of yourself. But, yeah, Hospital is not warming up lately.
Yeah, I promise you Jan deserves it if he does get into the game. Always funny when it's your manager in the position for that, because on one hand, you want to give your guy the spotlight. You want to let him get out there and enjoy what he is rightfully earned, being an all-star. On the other hand, let's save those bullets. I like him for the Cardinals, not the All-Stars, that's for sure. Be interesting to see the way it is handled there. Obviously going to be an awesome weekend down in Chatham, Kent, where the Barnstormers play host to All-Star Weekend this year. Runner on for the Cardinals, it is Tyler Duncan. He got on after hitting one up the middle, jumped over the glove of Brando LaRue, the Leafs shortstop. That allowed him to reach it first. Saw a Tanner Rempel strikeout, and here we are with Evan McGill up at the dish, finding himself in a 2-2 count. There is Luis Bernardo, as we mentioned, and will be on the road as well in All-Star Weekend. The Cardinals heavily represented, and you can see why, given the start of the season they've had. McGill taking a healthy cut at that one, and the Cardinals, it's got to be the first time tonight we've had, forget back-to-back strikeouts, back-to-back outs. They've been so productive offensively. Now we'll cede way to Dominguez coming up, as he looks to have a little damage in this inning. It's the first time it's felt remotely undangerous for the Cardinals so far tonight.
Yeah, and Dominguez was very instrumental in Friday night's close win over the Welland Jackfish last week, hitting a 2-run homer line drive opposite field shot off of Abdil Saldana. And Saldana was a newcomer to the league. That was his first start, though Jackfish officially signed him morning of. Conversations were going a lot longer than a lot previous before that, obviously, but he made his second start last night in Barrie, and he held the Baycats to no runs through 7 innings. So Dominguez remains the only hitter in this league to do any sort of damage off it.
That's a nice little feather to have in your cap. Dominguez in action here right now. Called time before the first pitch of the AB. We see Gulko delivering a strike. Appeared to be a little outside, but Dump's going to give it to him. Clip in the zone there. And it is a first pitch strike for Gulko working against Dominguez here. It's Tyler Duncan on first. Cardinals have scored in every inning of this game. They would hope that continues here as we're in the bottom of 5 at Bernie Arbor. Here comes the 0-1 pitch. Gulko delivering. High Sox. Ooh, Dominguez. Okay, he's shaking his head. Yeah, I saw where that was. It was up near my face. And given what happened to Darlin Hermon tonight, I'm happy he can have a little bit of a light feel about that one, because obviously it had to be scary watching that happen to your teammate.
Yeah, no doubt it's on the back of everyone's mind now. And it can be tough to try and work the inner half of the plate given what has happened here tonight.
Yeah,
no doubt about it.
Also, Dominguez facing a right-handed pitcher for the first time tonight. Been a couple of lefties that he had seen up to this part, so a very, very different look for him. We see Duncan short lead off first. We see a swing from Dominguez there. He's fouling it back beneath the catcher's legs, and it'll be strike 2 on Dominguez. A 1-2 count. He finds himself in here. It's been fairly busy out in the outfield tonight. Despite how good Hector Yan has been, it feels like all the hard hit balls have been kind of right Dominguez's way, and he's helped them out. There hasn't been a lot of them, but a couple of plays Dominguez has had to make, and he's done a good job of it. It's Duncan, a little bit of a lead from first. Gulko not even paying attention to him. That one is high, and it's a 2-2 count now on Dominguez.
And Dominguez, we talked about his slump that he had in May, and he's definitely recovered from that. 308, 387, 462 slash line coming into play here today. He's got 8 stolen bases now after his one earlier in the game. That leads the team by a healthy margin.
Yeah, and here it is. We'll see if he's able to do some damage after working himself back into a hitter's count. Hits that one hard on the ground, but foul. Keeping Stephen Hospital alert. Just goes right behind him as he's getting ready. It does certainly look. We'll wait to confirm it when the Cardinals confirm it, but it certainly feels like he's going to come in this game in the 6th. Feels like that's probably been it for Hector Yan, and honestly, night of rest, if that's what's lurking ahead for him, well deserved for Yan. He was nails in this game. We'll see if we see him at the next frame, but obviously Dominguez would like that not to happen yet. Hits one hard to Brando LaRue, but deep in the hole. Will he be able to beat it out? And he does. Good job at Dominguez, just the one outfielder, one umpire dealing with the bases tonight, so good job helping him out. He didn't need it. That's showing off the wheels from Dominguez there. That is a hard play in the hole for the Leafs shortstop.
And it was one of those things where LaRue didn't really do anything wrong. Nice range to get that ball, and then a nice throw over to first base too, but Dominguez is just too fast. Any ball like that where it's kind of deep in the hole and it stays on the infield but might be a bang play at first, odds are Dominguez is going to beat it out.
Yeah, and just by quirks of the lengths of his step there, he actually touched the back of the bag. Like, he could have got there a little sooner if the step pattern had been a little different. So good wheels from Dominguez, and that keeps things alive here for the Cardinals as Rainy Reyes, the all-star third baseman for the Cardinals, comes to the dish. Got 2 outs, but also a couple of men on here to face Frankie Gulko, the third Leafs pitcher we've seen tonight. Gulko looking in. He's got the high socks working with the royal blue top. Delivers the pitch. Swung on by Reyes, fouled straight back. I gotta say, this bat child they've got working for the Cardinals tonight, he's working overtime. This kid's getting his steps in with all the foul balls we've seen go to the backstop.
And this is Dougie. He's well known around these parts. If you watch the Take Flight Cardinals documentary on Cable 14, Dougie joined Cardinals Kids Camp first year, and it was kind of a match made in heaven between him and the team. He just loves the guys so much, and he's been doing this for a while.
Woo! Rainy Reyes putting a charge into that one. Thought that was deeper than it was. Loud out. was the loudest hit ball. Not the hardest and not the farthest, but the loudest hit ball we've seen tonight. But a loud out is all it is, and that is through the bottom of 5 here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. We will be back after this. It's another wonderful edition of Friday Night Baseball on Cable 14.
Hello, everybody. I'm Dave Rave, and you're watching Ensemble. We got Dwayne LaForme.
How you doing? Haven't seen you for a while.
We used to be best of friends. Remember that?
You don't look much like a criminal.
White collar criminal.
My name is Zed. For Zondas, I am an exterminator.
Very good. That's fine.
It has been an adventure.
Introducing the all-new Cable14.com. Watch what you want, when you want. Watch all of Cable 14's content live or use the website's TV guide to search for your favorite program. Discover what local events are happening in Hamilton and learn how to get involved at Cable 14 as a volunteer or community producer. Right here, right now at Cable14.com.
Welcome back to Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. Hector Jan's night is done, and if you're a fan of good pitching, I mean, that's a shame because he's been so good. Spun a gem last Friday against the Welland Jackfish, who were here tonight against the Leafs. It looked no different. Really, the only difference is the amount of innings pitched. His night is done after 5. Stephen Hospital coming into the game now. Hector Jan's an all-star, and when you watch him tonight, it is very, very easy to see why. There's been a lot of impressive Cardinals performances. You don't score 11 runs without that, but Jan feels like the best of the bunch from what we've seen thus far.
Absolutely, and what else is new, right? And his line score looks about as good as it possibly could for a guy who only went 5 innings, 1 hit, 1 walk, no runs, and 9 strikeouts, along with a hit batter for Hector tonight. And the All-Star break and the score that we have here tonight undoubtedly playing into Luis Bernardo's decision to lift him here, and he does it in favor of the right-hander Stephen Hospital, the Oakville native, now set for his 3rd season with the Cardinals. He last appeared in the 7th inning of the game against Welland last Friday through a complete inning, allowed 1 run on 2 hits, although the earned run that he allowed was on a seeing eye ground ball single through the infield. So as I mentioned, it feels like Hospital has been a guy who's been definitely victimized by the poor batted ball luck that's going to happen if you're a pitcher sometimes. You just got to stay true to yourself and kind of keep doing what you're doing. Hospital has not been completely himself this season. There is kind of something going on behind that inflated ERA. He hasn't been missing bats. He's been missing kind of up in the zone, which is not something we usually see from him. But again, like the scoreless outing he had last Tuesday against the London Majors, this is kind of a great opportunity, a low leverage spot to kind of get back to your craft.
Yeah, you mentioned that game against Welland. If memory serves correct, Hector Jan, he had been lifted. There were a couple of men on, and Hospital was able to get out of the inning, but not without giving up the 1 run. Obviously, not ultimately a problem for the Cards, as they were able to pick up a win against Welland in that one. But yeah, for the 2nd straight Friday night, here he is following up Hector Jan, and there it is. There's a strike catching the outside of the plate there, and getting his start in the game with the top of the lineup. It's a pretty good way to start it off as he welcomes Yasiel Puig to the dish.
Got a good nickname battle here, Brent. The Doctor versus the Wild Horse.
Those are exceptional ones. Wild Horse, I get it. Doctor, his name's Hospital. Both of these make a lot of sense to me. Sometimes you'll hear a baseball nickname, and let me tell you, we can't tell you why they have those ones, but these ones make all the senses in the world, and you see Hospital delivering here. Righty-righty matchup. As you mentioned, this is arguably the most trusted reliever kind of heading into the season for the Cardinals here, and it has been very kind of cobbled together the way they've dealt with the back end of games here. Gadget has been trusted, obviously Sorosky, another guy that they've leaned on, but in the second half of the season, if it's going to go the way they want, they're going to need a better version of Hospital, and I'm not telling him anything he doesn't know there. Yasiel Puig was hit on the first pitch he saw of this game. I don't think he liked the way that one ran up inside on him there from Stephen Hospital. Obviously not trying to hit him, not trying to put a runner on. Doesn't mean you're happy about it if you're Puig.
That was a pretty epic stare down, if I do say so myself.
Sure was. Hospital delivering. Looking to catch the bottom of the zone. Does exactly that there. You mentioned for a guy who's been missing high, anytime you're able to throw strikes effectively in the bottom of the zone, especially for a reliever, got to feel good about that. So that's probably a pitch that's really going to set Hospital up for success in the second half. He was able to get back to it. It is a 2-1 count here. A little light heckling of Yasiel Puig. That's what happens when you're a star in this sport. And Puig hits one hard on the ground to Nickel. Gets his body in front of it, but loses it, and Puig will reach. Nickel would love to have that one back there. Frustrating play for a guy who made a sterling defensive play earlier in the game. Did Brandon Nickel. I think he'd want to have that one back.
And once again, no love for Stephen Hospital. That was a tailor-made out and a well-executed breaking ball just off the outside corner. Puig gets his bat to it, and it just eats up Nickel a little bit there. See down to our left, Danny Garcia warming up in the bullpen, so he figures to be next whenever Hospital's done.
I would like to shout out Danny Garcia because we need no spotters to know if he's getting ready. That glove is doing a lot of telling on him for sure. A ball hit just to the left of Feliz, and he's unable to make a play on it, and the Leafs will go station to station here, and all of a sudden it's runners on first and second with Hospital into the game. 1 out so far in the frame for the Cardinals.
And that is a situation where the injury to Feliz definitely playing a part in how he reacted to that ground ball. If he's feeling 100%, he's been dealing with that groin. It was a calf thing about a month ago. Maybe if his lower body's in great shape, he's making a dive for that ball, but in an 11-0 game, he's trying to preserve his health. Lets it go by the wayside.
Yeah, certainly not the way you would like it. And you've talked about the batted ball luck for Stephen Hospital.
Here it is again.
Yeah, that is back-to-back to the exact opposite spots of the infield, but kind of the exact same ball there, and you would have loved to have gotten out on one of those. If you get the ball from Nickel right now, you're looking at almost a sure double play, especially given you wouldn't imagine you make that mistake twice. It's Puig at second, as well as a runner on first here for the Leafs. Threatening. This is really the second time in the game we've seen it. Cardinals have been consistent in putting up the offense last night. The bottom of the last frame was the first time the Cardinals had not had not scored a run in this game. Obviously, they haven't allowed a run thus yet tonight. It is 11-0 for the Cardinals. Stephen Hospital into this game. It's the second Cardinals pitcher we've seen after 5 excellent innings from Hector Yan to put an emphatic exclamation point at the end of his unofficial first half of the season. Hospital looking to get out of it here. If anybody ever needed a ground ball up the middle, it was Stephen Hospital right now. He deserves it given the way the first 2 grounders we saw in this inning played out, one to Nickel and one just to the left of Feliz. It's a 1-2 count. Hospital wouldn't mind a strikeout either, surely. Here it is. High leg kick delivers. That one is fouled back just over our heads and off to my right. Also known as between me and where the Maple Leafs dugout is. And Hospital looking for the put-away pitch here. We talked about this in terms of different pitchers. They give you different things to look at. Hospital, pretty lanky guys, got that bit of a high leg kick as well. A bit of an uncomfortable at bat, especially with the righty-righty matchup that Hospital's got working here. It is a 1-2 count, 1 out in the inning. Bottom of 6, Cardinals up 11-0. Looking to go outside, unable to catch the outside, and it's a 2-2 count.
Yeah, didn't quite finish his delivery on that slider. Left it a little up, and maybe if it kind of started in the middle of the plate and darted down where Connect would be tempted to swing, but instead it's an even count.
Yeah, Connect, big boy up at the plate here, DH. And there it is, strike 3 on the corner for Hospital. Connect not happy about it. He's going to stand there and just let everybody know how displeased he was with that call. He can be as displeased as he wants, but he can also head back to the Leafs dugout, because that's a strikeout for Hospital, his first of the night. Got to feel pretty good about that. This is the danger part of the Leafs lineup. If you can handle the top, generally speaking, it's not a Cardinals situation where they've been as dangerous up and down the lineup. Debanning a guy who has done no shortage of damage in this league, though. Here is Hospital delivering the pitch. That one is once again hit to the left side of Feliz. He'll get there this time, but unable to make the play. Everyone will hold where they are, and all of a sudden bases are loaded. If you're Stephen Hospital, you got to wonder. And again, I don't think there's any level of frustration with an individual teammate or anything along those lines. You just got to wonder, what have you got to do when you get 3 ground balls in an inning and all of a sudden the bases are loaded? It's not the way you draw it up if you're a reliever or any pitcher for that matter.
Brent, I have a very scientific theory that Stephen Hospital has been hexed by an evil demon.
I like it.
Because he could have been out of this inning about 3 times, and instead he's got to face Spencer Ross, who puts up as tough a plate appearance as anybody in this Toronto lineup. Just tough sledding.
Yeah, it ends the righty-righty matchup, so at least he has the platoon advantage working for him. There's the high leg kick from Hospital. Okay, it's hit on the ground. It's to Anderson Feliz. He's going to flip it to Nickel, and they're going to get out of the inning. About time is what I'm sure Stephen Hospital is thinking. So's Anderson Feliz, and so is Nickel. There it is for the Cardinals. They get out of that one. It's the first time they really flirted with danger, but they've done it in back-to-back innings. Hospital is out of it, though, and all in all, a scoreless inning for Stephen Hospital. We now head to the bottom of the 6th for the Cardinals here as they look to add to the offense. There have been some changes. Well, one change to the lineup. It was Darlin Hermon, of course, the 3-hitter starting at first in tonight's game. He has been lifted after he was hit in the head by a pitch earlier in this game. So it's Tanner Rempel into the game playing first and batting third for him. Obviously a scary scene. It's been a game of delays. We also had an injury to an umpire in this one as well. So there's been a good job of the Cardinals to manage to keep it rolling despite the up and down nature of the game that we've seen here.
Yeah, and Frankie Golko is going to be back out there on the mound for the Maple Leafs, and kudos to him. It's not easy when you have to go up to one of your relievers and say, hey, man, you just kind of got to wear it here tonight. But that's what he has done, and Golko helped the Leafs throw up their first 0 of the evening in the 5th inning recently, so well done by him. And again, he's just going to kind of go as far as he can here in this one.
They do have an arm up and throwing in the Leafs pen. It started out to be just looks to be more casual catch than anything too emphatic right now. So I'll be curious. I think the way the Cardinals offense have been tonight, might want to have an arm warm, preheating the oven, if you will, because this Cardinals offense has been dangerous kind of no matter what part of it has come up tonight. I think you're bang on that if the All-Star game isn't lurking around the corner, I think there's absolutely every world where you tell Frankie Golko, all right, you're going to go tell its fumes, because we're going to get as much out of you as we can in a game like this. Maybe if the Leafs get a couple on the board in the last inning, that changes things. Maybe if the All-Star game's not lurking around, that changes things. But yeah, you could see a world where possibly they get another arm up in this one, but Golko is going to be tasked with getting out of the inning. He's going to get the first crack at it. Just in terms of how tough a luck sport baseball can be, you saw it in spades in that last inning there. It was Stephen Hospital. He got 4 balls on the ground, and it took the 4th one to finally get out of it. It's really just been a tale of his season so far this year.
Yeah, and that inning perfectly encapsulates why I am of the mind that the best is yet to come for this Cardinals bullpen. They don't have to overthink it. Yes, the surface level stats and the box scores and everything else don't look pretty for a guy like Hospital right now, but we've seen what he can do in this league. This team, once again, is way better when he is on, and if you're the Cardinals, you cannot look at that inning and feel like that is indicative of the type of pitcher that Hospital is, at least from a results standpoint. It's going to turn around. It's hard to keep the faith, especially when it's a short season and every outing matters, and it's not necessarily a full 162 where you can just kind of let things ride and hope they'll naturally fall back into place. But everybody in this dugout knows how good Hospital is, and again, you just got to feel like things are going to turn for the better soon enough.
Yeah, you certainly will. Generally speaking, if you are the player you are, eventually that will come out in the wash. Baseball is a big sample size sport, and we really haven't had had a lot of it thus far. I know we're almost at the unofficial halfway point, but still a lot of baseball left. That arm that's up and throwing in the Leafs pen is Graham Sim. So we will see if they end up going to the righty after Golko here, or see if they're just kind of keeping him hot. As we mentioned, there's also an arm up and throwing. It's Garcia in the Hamilton Cardinals pen. It's also Feliz up at the dish right now. Feliz was busy last inning, had the ball hit to his left he could not get to, had the ball hit to him that he could not make a play on, and then finally got the ground ball that allowed Stephen Hospital to get out of the inning. But it is a swinging strike 3 for Feliz there.
Yeah, and Feliz saw a couple of changeups there before Golko goes back to the breaking ball. It's tough, and it's really kind of case-by-case basis, you know, the shape of the pitch and everything else, about whether you're comfortable throwing a breaking ball to opposite-handed hitters. A lot of times the off-speed pitches, your changeups, your splitters are more suitable in situations like that. But if you can command it well, it really doesn't matter, and Golko put that one in a perfect spot for a 2-strike count.
Yep, really nice piece of pitching by him there, and you got to be happy if you're him to have the bounce back, because as we mentioned, there might be a lot of him left, despite Sam up and throwing in the bullpen. This is tonight's designated hitter. This is Jaden Brown up at the dish here, digging in, a little bit of a rock as he gets ready, waiting for the pitch from Golko. Deep breath. He's got the sign, just a matter of when he'll deliver. And there it is, but it's low. It's so funny, different pitchers going about things in different ways. After I've watched so many of the Cardinals pitchers this year who are grip it and rip it, like the ball can't be in their glove longer than 5 seconds before it's coming back the other way. Golko, a much more deliberate pace than what we've seen out of some of the Cardinals this year. You see him clipping the top of the zone there for strike 2.
Yeah, and it makes you wonder if a pitch clock is coming to this league, and that's not official yet, but if it were to happen in the near future, you wonder how guys like Golko would be affected.
Yeah, it was something that was discussed a lot when it obviously, you know, debuted in minor leagues and then eventually came to Major League Baseball. It does feel like people just adapt, you know, you get sped up a little bit, and maybe it can take you out of your routine, take you out of, you know, how you want to go about your business a little bit. But it does feel like once you eventually kind of settle in and have a realization of that, it was one of the big surprises of me, because I really thought it would have affected, you know, a handful of pitchers where they're just not the same guy. But it's remarkable professional athletes' ability to adapt to whatever the circumstances are, whether that's a pitch clock or, you know, a challenge system, or even just you know, as we've seen of guys jumping into this league.
And I know you and Raj have talked about this on this broadcast before, but might I say, pretty much all the rule changes that have come to baseball in the 2020s have worked wonders for the game. I'm still not a fan of the extra innings ghost runner. That one I have a bone to pick with, but the pitch clock and the challenge system and the bigger bases, things like that, encouraging the running game a little more, it's all worked out pretty well.
Jaden Brown there watching strike 3, and it's a good thing they put Golko back here, because he has worked very effectively. You know, it does feel like every other sport, when they make a rule tweak, sometimes it works, but barely. It feels like baseball has been batting basically 1,000 with all of these. Even the ghost runner, I'll be honest, in a league where you play 162 regular season games, I think there is absolutely a time and place for it in the regular season.
I see that.
I would be sick to my stomach if I ever saw it in a postseason game, and I don't think you ever will. But no, I think it makes a lot of sense, and it's remarkable how well baseball seems to have been kind of striking the balance of looking for ways to make the game more effective without, you know, taking away from what it is. I know there was a big topic of conversation about the idea of, well, when you go to a pitch clock, are you going to, you know, we all love those moments. That ball's hit hard on the ground by Guerrero, but foul. We all love those moments where the batter's staring down the pitcher and he's looking in to get his sign and he takes a deep breath. That doesn't need to happen for more than 20 seconds, okay? We can have all the drama in 20 seconds, and then guess what? You're probably going to get to do it again. So no, I think it has been flawless, the rule changes that have been made to baseball. You know, you talk about the bigger bases there. That is maybe the one that I think has gone the most under most people's radar. You know, when you hear people talk about the idea of rule changes, people go to the challenge system, people go to the pitch clock, people go to the ghost runner. Do you feel like the bigger bases is kind of largely forgotten by a lot of people? It feels like the rule change that is least discussed, but man, oh man, what a difference it can make. Baseball, they say it's a game of inches, and it certainly helps when you got an extra inch or so on the base there.
Yeah, and remember, this was all born out of necessity. You know, Major League Baseball wasn't doing it all just for kicks, right? Baseball was declining in popularity in the late 2010s. It wasn't an enjoyable product for many people to watch, but we've kind of seen a real renaissance here in the 2020s. And it's not the same ballpark, but here in the CBL, you look at the effort that teams are putting in to market the game. Baseball really all across the continent is just coming back in style. It's great to see.
Yeah, it's remarkable. You know, things ebb and flow, and, you know, the way society and what they appreciate it can change kind of year over year. But it just feels like baseball is having its moment. I don't really know what other way to put it than that. It really does just kind of feel like that has been the case here with baseball and the way it's gone along. And, you know, it's funny. I've been fortunate enough to talk to some, you know, former Major League players about some of the changes, and the two that they bring up most often are the challenge system. There are guys who think they just had, and, you know, I'll take their word for it, they have an exceptional understanding of the zone, and they would have, that ball could be trouble, but it's not. And LaRue getting all the way over to foul territory to make the catch. And that will be the end of 6 innings here. You know, Matt, I'm enjoying this conversation about baseball. Let's continue it as we go along with this game. We are through 6 innings here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. It is Friday Night Baseball on Cable 14. Keep on watching. We have our Little Caesars sponsor here, of course, keeping our crew fed tonight. Not just Matt and I, but all the wonderful camera operators that we've got. And the location at 280 Queenston Road. You can check it out there, Little Caesars Pizza. You know, Matt, the idea of what we've seen in baseball, and, you know, I was mentioning, I hear people talk about that, the ABS challenge system and how much they feel they would have thrived in that. I also had a chance to talk to Shannon Stewart this week, former Jay, and, you know, this is a guy who swiped 50 bags in a Major League season. You don't want to know what that number would have looked like if he was doing it with a literal shorter distance between all of the bases. It is just funny to think how much some players would have thrived in different eras. And speaking of thriving, you've seen it from the Cardinals tonight. Whatever it is you've wanted to get out of this baseball team, other than health and everybody getting out of it fine, it has been just dominant performance after dominant performance. Even Hospital running into a little trouble there. But you know what the scoreline looks like? Looks like him getting out of it with a clean inning of work, and the Cardinals still leading 11-0.
Yeah, the ERA still came down any way you slice it, and I think the Cardinals matching their offensive output from Wednesday night's loss when there was 1 out in the bottom of the first inning really set the tone for how the night was going to go, and it hasn't been all smooth sailing, especially on the health front, like you said, but it has been all Cardinals, and you love to see them not take the Leafs lightly and kind of get back to what makes them great and kind of lay it on them here in the second game of this home and home, trying to end the first half off on a good note. And this is going to leave us here with Danny Garcia here in the top of the 7th. His last outing came on Tuesday night last week against the London Majors. 1 inning, 1 run allowed, and he was Kitchener's closer last season. So Garcia, again, not necessarily as much being asked of him here in Hamilton, kind of a soft landing as he goes to a new team. So far in the year, he's got a .587 ERA through 7 games and 7 2/3 innings, 7 Ks to 5 walks for Garcia.
Yeah, the 31-year-old Toronto native has been in the CBL for 5 years. Of course, the newly named CBL for this year, and he is the 3rd different pitcher we'll see for the Cardinals tonight. Of course, Hector Yan performing very well. Stephen Hospital with a bit of an up-and-down outing. Very little of the down of his own making, but ultimately a scoreless frame from him. Now that gives way to Garcia. You know, we talked about this with the All-Star game lurking, with the way this game has gone in terms of the couple of longer delays we've had. I'll be curious to see the way Luis Bernardo handles the rest of this. There is no shortage of bodies hanging out down there in the Cardinals pen. I can promise you that. There is somebody kind of getting ready, lightly throwing. So we'll see if they're going to kind of go inning by inning here, and that, quite frankly, would make a lot of sense for Luis Bernardo and his club.
Chris Boato getting some light toss in. He came in and got the last out of the bottom of the 8th on Wednesday. Bernardo went to him, the lefty-lefty matchup with Matt Brandt, and he got out of that jam okay.
Yeah, he certainly did. Garcia into this one, and far from a jam, but far from the start he wants, falling behind 3-0. That was as take as she gets. There's been a lot of auto takes in this game that we've seen where I've wondered aloud if there would be a swing opportunity. I think that's the first time I've seen a batter actually turn their back to the pitcher while committing to the take there. So you certainly saw it. You certainly saw it there. Garcia delivering the 3-1 pitch, going inside again. Another, this is a weird way to say it, an aggressive take there from the Maple Leafs, and Garcia, after falling behind 3-0, has got himself in a full count here, looking to bounce back to the first batter he's going to face in this inning.
Yeah, Danny's got the stuff to get swing and miss, just got to locate.
Unable to do so on the full count pitch, and that'll be a first batter walk as Garcia will have to now pitch around a little traffic on the base pass. Again, Tanner Rempel into this game for the Cardinals. If you missed it earlier in the game, Darlin Hermon had to leave the game after being hit in the head. Pretty scary scene. Was able to walk off the field mostly under his own power with the help of some teammates. So that is Tanner Rempel over there at first base. Obviously, you don't like seeing that for anybody. You really do not like seeing it for one of the 3 All-Star starters that the Cardinals have in the lineup tonight. Rainy Reyes and Tyler Duncan, the other 2. We do have some other action on the go tonight in the CBL. One game has gone final. Guelph picking up a 8-5 win on the road in London. Well, the Panthers are up 14-2 on Chatham-Kent. That one in Chatham-Kent, the home of this weekend's All-Star game. Well, Barrie is up 11-5 on Brantford. That one's in the bottom of the 8th. That one in Brantford. And, of course, the Cardinals up 11-0 here in the top of 7 at home.
Yeah, and you're going to see a quick mound visit here as Luis Bernardo doesn't really want Danny Garcia to waste time and not be throwing strikes, with the score being what it is now. So that's definitely going to be the topic of conversation. And he mentioned the out-of-town scoreboard. I cannot believe how much these Guelph Royals just keep coming back. You cannot count them out of anything. They were down 4-1 going into the 6th inning. London had scored in each of the innings 2 through 5. Travis Keys is dealing. And then in the 6th inning, J.D. Williams, 2-run bloop double. Andy Leader, 2-run bloop single to give Guelph the lead. London would add another, but that was after Guelph added a few more for good measure. The Royals improving to 14-10, 8-5 your final in that one. It is just hard to believe how you can never count these guys out late in games, and the veteran presence on that roster and on that coaching staff, Dean Rommel has been managing a long time, and they've been staying grounded late in games. The Cardinals know that, and they've got them first up on the other side of the break. Can't take them lightly.
That one's hit hard on the ground. Feliz behind second will get there. Makes the out at second. Big throw over to first. Rempel with the stretch and the pick. What a play by Tanner Rempel. I told you, folks. I told you, do not sleep on the glove work from Tanner Rempel. I don't know, he's been doing his yoga while he hasn't been playing. Getting a deep stretch in there. This is a good athletic play by Feliz. Collecting himself, stepping on the bag, firing a strike over to first, and that's a great stretch by Rempel. You needed the stretch to beat out the hustling Kirk Gibson down the line. Really, really nice bit of defense, and Danny Garcia's got to love getting that behind him as Stephen Hospital wonders aloud, where is it when I'm up there?
Yeah, great defense by both ends, Feliz and Rempel there, and Luis Bernardo has been crushing the mound visits lately. Comes out to talk to his guy after he can't find the zone, and immediately the next pitch serves up an unassisted 4-3 double play. How about it?
See, if it was me, I'm a big visual teacher. They tried every learning style possible with me, and it's like it just all goes over my head. But when I'm teaching others, I like to lean on the visuals. I would have simply pointed to the scoreboard and said, "You see where it says 11 and 0 for the other team? How about throw some strikes?" Evidently, all Bernardo had to do was point at Anderson Feliz and tell him he's going to make the play. That one is hit high, but it's a frustrated Leaf batter throwing it away. Guerrero lurking, wandering, finding the ball eventually, and there it is. That's a quick 1-2-3. Didn't feel like it was going to be, but it is from Danny Garcia there. It is a wonderful, wonderful piece of work by him, and it's another effective inning by a Cardinals reliever after Hector Yon spun a gem. We will see. It does look like we're going to see a new pitcher into the game from the Maple Leafs here. It'll be the 4th one we've seen tonight. Of course, it was Gulko who got the ball last time out. Does look like this will be Graham Sim coming in for the Leafs now. Another big righty for the Toronto Maple Leafs. Got a pretty impressive frame as I'm looking at him up here. He's going to want to pound the zone as well, although it's been a much more dangerous proposition against the Cardinals than it's been against the Maple Leafs tonight.
Yeah, Sim, the big righty, 6'4", 204 out of Newmarket, Ontario, 23 years old. This is going to be his 9th appearance on the season, and he's been an effective pitch-to-contact reliever here in this Leafs bullpen. 5.19 ERA through 8 2/3 innings in those 8 appearances, 3 Ks to 2 walks so far for Sim. And you look up and down this Leafs roster, and you can tell getting the local guys to be a part of it was a huge point of emphasis. A lot of the guys from Toronto, Newmarket, surrounding areas, that goes for both returning players and the new guys to the roster. Sim is an alumnus of Madonna University in Michigan. That is an NAIA school. He pitched in 18 games there in the 2025 season, and now he is a member of the CBL's Maple Leafs.
Yeah, certainly is, and it certainly won't be easy for him. Guerrero made the last out last time we saw the Cardinals offense, so I will turn it over to the top of the Cardinals order. That'll all get started with shortstop Brandon Nickel, who picked up a double earlier in this game. One of the 7 All-Stars the Cardinals have. Got 3 starters, and again, the status of Hermon, you'd have to imagine, is very, very much up in the air, and that is putting it lightly for this game, or for the All-Star game this weekend. But it's Hermon, Duncan, and Reyes that are the All-Star starters. You also have Jan and Boone, along with Nickel and McGill as the All-Star reserves. Cardinals deserve it, the way they have put together the first half of the season here. As you keep mentioning, one of the best starts in Cardinals history this season, and you want to take advantage of that with a successful second half.
Yeah, and when you lose to a team below you in the standings like they did to the Leafs on Wednesday, there's a lot of kind of conflicting views that can come into your head and how you're going to think of things and how you're going to look at it. But if you're the Cardinals, you just have to remind yourself, hey, no one before us has started a season this well, that has donned this uniform, and they know who they are, they know what they're capable of, and today they've been showing it quite a lot more.
Did have a little positional change for the Cardinals. Not only is Graham Sim in the game and on the mound, but is Kyle Paupst into right field for the Cardinals, number 44. Or sorry, for the Toronto Maple Leafs, the outfielder coming into the game. There's Graham Sim looking to get started, and it gets started with a ball high above the head of Nickel. Got to be one of the hard things. We've talked about it. I have commended Tyler Duncan on it. He also is in the Kirk Gibson club. I feel like I call him Tyler Duncan every time. I don't feel like I ever call him Duncan. In terms of the way they've gone, I've commended his patience at the plate. You feel like you still want to have, you talk about this, process versus results. You still want to have the process you want to have every at-bat, despite it being an 11-0 game where you probably, if there's got to be a little part of you that just wants to swing for the fences.
Yeah, and especially in games like this, baseball is a matter of just tuning out the noise and just sticking to yourself. And Brandon Nickel's a guy who really doesn't stray from himself too much. I feel like he embodies that. He's been very consistent at the plate and for the most part in the field this season as well.
Yeah, you certainly have seen that from Nickel. He feels like your favorite player's favorite baseball player is how it feels. That one has hit a mile high, and at the last second, Leaf second baseman able to get a glove in front of his face there. That wouldn't have tickled, I promise you that. Nickel hitting it a mile high, but it's not anywhere you want it. And it is the first out of the inning. Graham Sim picking it up, and that leaves way for one of the Cardinals' other All-Stars, Tyler Duncan. It's not Rempel because he's in the game now, but all 4 of the Cardinals' top 4 in their lineup are All-Stars, either as starters or reserves this year. Duncan, one of them. He'll also be in the Home Run Derby this weekend in Chatham-Kent. Here is the lefty, Duncan. And one outside there, not really flirting with the zone at all.
I know I mentioned this before, but with the short porch in right field in Chatham, Duncan mentioned at the start of the season that Chatham was his favorite road park to play in on account of that short porch. With a home run derby there, he's got to be a favorite to three-peat. No wonder he's the 1 seed.
Yeah, certainly. If you just look at the home run statistics in the CBL this year, you might be a little surprised to see him as the 1 seed. But if you know how the Derby goes, you would not be remotely surprised at that. And then, throw in a little park dimensions, park factors that help him out. What has not been helped out is Graham Sim. He cannot seem to find the zone early on in these counts. He did get out of it against Brandon Nickel, but once again, it's a couple of balls, and Duncan watches ball 3 on the outside. None of them really threatening close. Sim really fighting to find it here early on in this outing for him.
Yeah, that fastball definitely looks like it has some sink on it, which would go a long ways in explaining why the ERA is fairly low, while the strikeouts are also low for a guy like Graham Sim. But against Nickel, it was the pop-up that he induced.
Yeah, and there is Tyler Duncan. Watch him one high at the top of the zone. If you're going to swing on a 3-0 pitch in an 11-0 game, you better be able to do some damage. And I just think with the way that one was going to catch him inside, I don't think Duncan liked the look of it there. We'll see how he attacks this one. It's 1 out in the bottom of the 7th here. Duncan hitting one high, and that's going to go down the left field line. Left fielder ranging over to make the play, and he does exactly that. That is some hard contact. First one we saw from Nickel, not so much. Harder contact from Duncan there, but ultimately got under it just a little too much.
Yeah, hard contact, just got to straighten it out a little bit, and a nice job by Dennis DeBanning. He had a lot of ground to cover on that play. He's kind of laughing at himself there. He sprinted a long way to make that play. He's been playing at Christie Pitts the past year plus now, but the former Cardinal, he is now reacclimating here to the spacious outfield grass here at Bernie Arbor, thinking, man, I forgot how much I used to have to run to get fly balls.
Yeah, there was certainly an adventure in Tyler Duncan's first at-bat of the game where he ran up against the fence and was unable to make a play on it. DeBanning was, but able to settle under that one. This is Tanner Rempel into the game. It's the second time we're seeing him up at the dish here, striking out in his first at-bat. He'd love nothing more than pass the baton to Evan McGill, who's lurking in the on-deck circle. Here is Rempel. It is Shocker, a first pitch ball. Sim delivering another high one here. If you're a Cardinal going up to the plate, one word's got to be in your mind right now, and it's patient, the way Sim has pitched in this inning.
Yeah, and it can be hard to kind of convince yourself to see a lot of pitches once again when the score is what it is. A lot of these Cardinals are all-stars. They got to get up tomorrow and get on the bus and go to Chatham, but the approach hasn't been too bad.
No, it hasn't, and you see Sim firing a strike there, not getting to 3 balls, 2-1. He finds it. 2 outs here in the bottom of 7. Cardinals with an 11-run lead. It's 11-0 here. They started out the game with a 4 spot, followed up with 1, then 2, then 4. But the last couple innings, they've been held off the board here. It's a healthy cut from Rempel, and all of a sudden it is a 2-2 count. You know, you mentioned the All-Stars. They got to get up. They want to get out of here. It's also a thing called a break. If you're not an all-star, it's a party you'd want to get this game wrapped up and get it taken care of as well, regardless of what side of the ledger you fall on there. Rempel, not an all-star, but the guy in the on-deck circle is in McGill. He's been busy tonight as well. Graham Sim into the game, righty, inducing some swing and miss from Rempel, and that will finish the inning there. Cardinals still continue to lead it 11-0 here at Bernie Arbor Memorial. Cardinals looking to put the finishing touches on this. They are 6 out away, and we'll pick it up when we're back on the other side of things. It is Friday Night Baseball on Cable 14.
Hey, you gonna do it? Just beer spray. Relax.
Bear spray is designed to stop a 400-pound animal. On a person, it can cause intense burning, temporary blindness, breathing distress, and panic. Using it, it's not a prank. It's assault. An assault means charges, criminal record, consequences that just don't disappear. Know someone carrying bear spray? Don't want to tell your parents? Don't want to tell your teacher? And you definitely don't want to call police? Fear not. There's a solution. Crime Stoppers. 1-800-222-TIPS. 100% anonymous. No caller ID, no court. No one will ever know it was you.
This time on Maurice's Easy Kitchen, I am joined by Libby Ward, author of best-selling book, Honest Motherhood, and we're keeping it real here at Ontario Ravioli Retail Store.
Customer Experience Center.
Yay! Yay!
Welcome back here at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. A little Friday night baseball, a little Friday night Cardinals domination thus far. It is 11-zip here for the Cards. It has been a case of effective pitching and even more effective hitting for the Cardinals. Started it off with a 4-spot, started it off with a Hector Yan gem, and it has been smooth sailing since then. We have also seen Stephen Hospital get into the game. We've seen Garcia, and now we will have Chris Boada coming into the game for the Cardinals here. I love this approach from Luis Bernardo. You want to send everybody into the All-Star game on a good note, with the game script playing out in your favor. You just get to kind of go inning by inning here, getting everybody a little bit of work. And Boada serving one up here. It's hit high in the air, but shouldn't be too much trouble. And Guerrero wandering underneath it, making the catch. Feels like he had a lot of time to figure out where that one was going, and it is a quick out for Boada here in his first battle.
Yeah, it is still a goose egg on the season line for Chris Boada. 4 appearances, 3 2/3 innings, 2 strikeouts to 2 walks, 0 ERA, .82 whip. When he has been used, he has been effective, and he is a pitch-to-contact guy. He calls himself on a good day Dallas Keuchel-esque. He likes to induce some harmless grounders, some harmless pop-ups like the one you saw there. And for a guy like that, pitching in a park like Bernie can be advantageous.
We got to get the beard going a little bit if that's gonna be the comp there. I mean, he's got a great one. I'm not gonna sit here and argue, but I mean, when you start bringing in Dallas Keuchel into the mix, that's as good a beard as we've had in baseball there. Popst into the game here. This is a new player. The Leafs subbing him in here. He was a defensive replacement ahead of the last inning here, so this will be the first time the Cardinals will get a look at him. That one's sailing on Boada, and it goes to the backstop here, where our man Dougie just working. Grinding.
Yeah, and Boado tapping his chest there as if to say, my bad. Kyle Popst has a really cool story. He is a two-way guy, was a pitcher, went to play winter ball in Australia. His wife there, hitting instructor. Now he hits. Now he's a two-way player for the Toronto Maple Leafs. He pitched against the Cardinals at Christie Pitts in the middle of May. Pretty cool.
That is a really cool story. Love that. Tough play for Reyes. Makes it look easy, though. Delivers a quick strike over to Rempel at first. Quick little flip to Feliz. Throw it around a nickel. Let everybody touch it after a nice little bit of defense there. This is how you draw it up. Stephen Hospital, felt like everything that could go wrong went wrong for him, although it ultimately ended in a scoreless inning. Boada and Garcia, they've had a lot better luck with the balls in play, that's for sure.
And this is exactly how it goes for Chris Boado. He is really only caring about one thing, and that is as low of a hard hit percentage as possible.
Yeah, certainly the way you want to go about it here. And, hey, I know the way Luis Bernardo has set it up here, you're probably going inning by inning for each guy. But if you're going to be as effective as Boado has, you're certainly throwing your hat in the ring for another one if that's the way you want to go about it. But still got one more out to get here. That ball is hit hard, but it'll be nowhere near play. And it's a long strike, and it's a 1-1 count that Boado finds himself in.
Mentioned how Boada was the predecessor to the closer's role in Welland in 2022. He had 5 saves in 19 appearances, a .289 ERA, and 46 2/3 innings, and that is in a 42-game league. That 46 innings isn't a small number for a major league reliever, but he worked hard that year.
No, certainly not. A little more light contact from Boada, a little more work for Dominguez in right field, and that is a quick 1-2-3 inning for Boada and the Cards. That's exactly how you want to draw it up. The Cardinals will now turn to the offense and see if they can stack on some more. Why wouldn't you want to add to those unofficial first half statistics? Also letting you know, it does look like we're going to see a new arm into the game for the Leafs. You got a righty jogging in. I believe this will be Alex Lanigan we're going to see here. You mentioned we got a lot of Toronto guys. He is far from that. He's a Langley, BC native, if this is Lanigan that ends up getting into the game. Also got Soroski throwing for the Cards in their pen. So it does seem like we're going to go with the inning by inning strategy for Bernardo, and that makes a lot of sense. This is Lanigan into the game, the 5'11", 210 righty out of Langley, BC. Not among the senior players on this Leafs team, just 23 years old is Lanigan.
Yeah, Lanigan, the University of Calgary product, back to his old stomping grounds. He pitched for the Cardinals in 2023 and 2024. In his debut season in 2023, he had a .261 ERA in 38 innings. Real nice work start from him. He finds himself with the Maple Leafs now. He didn't suit up in 2025, although he was with the organization kind of in an advisory role. He's back on the mound here in 2026, and he also pitched in that 23-1 game after Yadier Martinez. It did not go very well. He allowed 5 earned runs, 6 total runs, failed to record an out, struck out 1, and walked 3. So he's going to hope for some better fortunes this time around here in the bottom of the 8th against some of his old teammates here at Bernie Arbor.
Yeah, I don't know what number he would like less if he's looking at his stat line this season. There is the ERA of 16.62, or there's the WHIP of 3.69. If 3.69 was the ERA, you'd be happy about it, but not WHIP. For the uninitiated WHIP, really simple. Walks, hits per innings pitched. So effectively, base runners that you're allowing there, and that's over 3 an inning for him. So obviously not the way you draw it up for anybody, certainly not for a reliever. He will look to have a bounce back here. Wearing number 99, gotta say, gotta have some confidence to wear that number. I know it's a little different in baseball. This is still Canada, buddy. 99 is a choice. I certainly feel that way. So good on Lanigan showing the confidence that he's got there. A guy who's very confident, or at least he should be, is Evan McGill. An excellent rookie season for the Cardinals catcher, and one that has him headed to Chatham-Kent for All-Star Weekend. He'll look to lead off the bottom of 8 here for the Cards.
McGill hitting .304 with a .957 OPS, 5 homers, and 20 RBIs. Those 20 RBI second on the team, again entering play here tonight. The swing and miss has been a little bit of an issue for him lately. He had, coming into play, had struck out 7 times in his past 4 games. He had struck out 7 times in his previous 17 games before that, and he's had a couple tonight, but it's been more than worth the trade-off so far with how he's hit on the season.
Yeah, certainly. You know, baseball is a game of constant adjustments, and you'd imagine for a player getting his feet wet. You know, I know I talked to him about this earlier in the season, that he really wants to avoid being a little too swing happy, and you want to have that patient approach. Seems like it'd only be natural that if you come into a league and you have some success, you start thinking, okay, maybe I could get a little more aggressive here. You wonder if that's just going to be the dance any player in this league, but specifically a young one will kind of walk all year. That's at least where my mind goes to with McGill here. Finds himself in a 1-2 count. Watching one on the outside again, throwing a breaking pitch on the outside in a potential strikeout count there. Gotta feel good if you're McGill watching that one here. And here is the Cardinals catcher, finds himself in a 2-2 count, leading off the 8th. It's 11-0 for the Cards. McGill getting bad on that one, but fouling it back, continuing to stay alive here. Unlike Sim, who had a little trouble finding the zone, you got to give credit to Lanigan here. He has been able to really find the zone and pepper it early so far in this appearance for him. It's a 2-2 count. McGill readying, waiting for the pitch from Lanigan. Delivers. One is hit hard. We're going to do the thing where we watch the outfielder, though, and he settles under it nicely. Evan McGill probably thought that one could have carried a little more. Launch angle is everything when you hit it that hard. Just got under it a tick, but that was a well-struck ball by McGill.
Boy, it sounded great off the bat, and McGill is one of those guys who has enough power to – he can hit one out even at a deep part like Bernie if he gets under it. We've seen him kind of golf a couple out of here down the right field line, but that one – just not quite far enough. Pops, settles under it, and makes the catch.
Yeah, that is actually, at least at this park, that has been McGill's power alley. We've seen him attacking in that part of the zone, we've seen him attacking balls and ripping them out of that part of the park, but yet just under it a little bit. It is a loud out as Lanigan continues to work here. Here is Dominguez. He made the last out of the last inning, and we see him here. It's a swing and a miss, healthy cut from Dominguez. Not looking for a patient approach there, and I can't say I blame him, because that was a monstrous cut from Dominguez.
Shout out to our PA guy, Sean, once again for passing me this note. I can't believe I haven't mentioned this yet because it's been on my mind all day, but do you know what 1 year ago today was, Brent?
You know what? I actually saw this, did a little research on Instagram, but why don't you tell us all about it? I did see this.
Thank you for handing me the floor, Brent. I appreciate it. 1 year ago today, Owen Boone threw a no-hitter in Kitchener. The Cardinals won that game 18-0 at the Panthers. It was the first no-hitter in the then IBL since 1977, which is just crazy to think about. And the fact that
the offense is so prevalent in this league, and that he did it at Jack Couch Park, which is kind of in that Christie Pitts tier of being a sandbox and being very hard to hit a ball out of. The man at the plate right now, Carlos Dominguez, making the excellent diving catch to seal the no-hitter in that one. And 1 year later, after an 18-0 win in the no-hitter, the Cardinals are winning 11-0 here. I think July 10th is a fun date for the Cardinals on the calendar.
Yeah, I mean, obviously the fifth inning is far from going the distance, but Jan working pretty deep into this one without giving up a hit. You wondered if there was anybody putting 2 and 2 together there. Yeah, I actually saw it was the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame who was I saw shouting out Owen Boone for that accomplishment a year ago today. That's awesome. I've had a chance to get out there. I've had a chance to talk to some of the people at the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame. And, you want to celebrate all parts of the game in our country. And obviously the Canadian Baseball League, as big a part of it as any other. So, no, that is an awesome Cardinals moment that if you were lucky enough to experience it, you'll remember for a long, long time. But even if you weren't, it's important that we highlight it. So, no, well done there. Obviously, that was the crown jewel of what was a really, really good season for Boone last year. But that's the one day of it you imagine he'll remember the most. Here is Lanigan. He's got a couple of outs here. The fifth pitcher, I believe, we've seen from the Leafs tonight. He's got working against Rainy Reyes, the third baseman, one of the 3 All-Star starters for the Cardinals.
And going back to the anniversary, I believe the Canadian Baseball Hall of Fame took a couple things from that start. I believe they have his Gray Road jersey that was game worn. That is, I'm not sure if it's still on display at the Hall of Fame, but they've got it in their collection there. So if you want to go out and see a bit of Cardinals, see a bit of IPL history out there in St. Mary's, Ontario, it is well worth the visit. They've got some nice ball fields by there too. It's a nice area. I've been lucky enough to get out there myself, and another great excuse to remind ourselves of what was a great day for this franchise and a great day for Owen Boone.
Yeah, it certainly was. The Gray Road jersey, as you mentioned, also a ball from that game as well. So awesome that they have those on display. Speaking of ball, could not make the play. That was a good beat on the catcher, Sheetless, who, again, was a late add to the game. Brandt has been doing the majority of the catching for the Leafs this year, but he's a late scratch in this one. And Dionysus Chialtis has been busy tonight, mostly with blocking some errant pitches, but had to get on his horse to try to make that play. Unable to do so there, though.
A nice effort. Nearly took him into his own dugout.
Sure did. I mean, that's the dugout I'd rather run into. At least the guys are going to give you a hand as opposed to maybe, less helpful if you're wandering over to the Cardinals dugout there. This is Reyes up to bat. He's got a 0-2 count working with, trying to extend the inning here. We're in the bottom of 8th as the Cardinals have an 11-0 lead. This is the final game before the All-Star break for either team. All-Star break starting up tomorrow. This is one of several games that we've had on the go tonight in the Canadian Baseball League. At least one of those already going final, and yet that's the lone game gone final so far. Guelph are 8-5 winners over London. You mentioned the comeback that we saw there. Reyes fouling one off, and you talk about friendly fire right into his own dugout. I'm happy I heard a loud bang because that means it hit the back of it and didn't hit anybody. But careful, heads up there. Anderson Feliz having a little chuckle about it with Luis Bernardo. The out-of-town scoreboard, Hamilton up 11-0. That's in town. We could just keep talking about that game. But the Panthers up 15-2 on Chatham. That one's in the top of 9. Chatham playing host to the All-Star game this weekend. Well, Barrie have a 14-6 lead on Brantford. That one's in Brantford. That one's in the bottom of the 9th. The Red Sox down to their last couple of outs there as we look to put a finish on the unofficial first half of the season here in the Canadian Baseball League. One the Cardinals have to be very, very pleased with. Matt, and we see a ball tapped up the middle. It'll be a tough play, but Reyes not running overly quickly, and they will be able to get out of the jam. It's a good piece of pitching by Lanigan. Not the offense the Cardinals have wanted. They started out with a bang, but it's been a lot of zeros since, but it is still 11-0 here for the Cardinals. They will look to put the finishing touches on this as they are now 3 outs away from heading into the All-Star break with a win. You mentioned that All-Star break. It's this weekend, but next week, Friday, right here, 7:30, it'll be Barrie coming to town at Bernie Arbor, and as always, you can catch it right here on Cable 14 for Friday Night Baseball. I was going to ask you, Matt, of the best stories of the Cardinals this first half, but hopefully we don't have enough time left in the ballgame. Feels like they've all been good stories. Like we sat here having a conversation about Tyler Duncan not having the year he wants when he's going to be the number 1 seed in the home run derby. He's an all-star, and his OPS, I believe, is 867 on the year. It just feels like up and down this Cardinals lineup and throughout the rotation as well, it has just been nothing but good story after good story. It feels like it'd be unfair to ask you to highlight who's had the best first half of the season, because there have been so many guys who've really performed strongly.
Yeah, and whether you're watching on Cable 14 or at the ballpark right now, I implore you, pay attention. This is a great time to start following this team because things are looking up. They have been for a while now, and he's kind of been on my mind all game after the hit by pitch. I got to shout out Darlene Hermon, just one of the coolest guys you'll ever meet in your life. 36 years old, never got a chance to play professional baseball off the island. He has represented the Dominican Republic in a couple Caribbean series, Pan Am games, things like that, but nothing more. So he was a real black box, an unknown coming in to this season, and all he has done is lead the Cardinals in hits, lead the Cardinals in RBI. He's an active member of the Dominican Republic military. He's just a true unicorn in this league out of San Pedro de Macorís, the baseball hotbed in the DR, and he is just a joy to watch. He is a real throwback hitter. 375 average, only a 382 on base. He's only walked one time all season. That is as a stats nerd, that is my favorite stat in the CBL this season. Darlene Hermon OPSing 987 despite only one walk because he loves to swing, and his bat-to-ball skills are unlike anything you've ever seen before. Cardinals left-handed reliever Logan Warkinson telling me the other week that specifically Hermon is the best contact hitter that he has seen in his life. He's got 10 doubles, 4 home runs. He's a big pull-to-fly ball guy, but he can also shoot one out to right field. We've seen that a couple times. And you would think that a guy only walking once and just swinging at everything would kind of be unsustainable and that you'd have to start seeing pitches. But the more and more I watch him, the more I feel like Hermon's bat-to-ball skills are just so good that the same standard doesn't really apply to him. And sure, 987 OPS tells you that things are going really well for you, and things aren't always going to go well, but he got hit in the hand, and with a bone bruise and not knowing at the time whether there was a fracture or break of some kind, he doubled home the tying run off of Davey Mendez, one of the best closers in the history of the league. So he has got to be my standout story for the Cardinals this season.
Yeah, no, especially given the way the night has gone, absolutely the right guy to shout out. I'm not so much for the season, just for that catch right there. I'm a shout out Carlos Dominguez. That is a good job getting on your horse. We saw the reaction from him there. Like, let me get this ball and throw down my glove, take a breath there. He was flying. It is not easy to find a gap, especially in that kind of right center alley there between him and Duncan. They just do such a good job of covering so much ground. We mentioned Duncan with the highlight reel play. That was more like the normal highlight reel variety that we just saw out of Dominguez, as opposed to Duncan. He threw some juggling in the middle of his, but really nice defense there, helping out Chris Bowada. Another thing about Bowada still being in this game, he is still in this game. I would have thought for sure we would have seen Luis Bernardo just kind of going inning by inning with different relievers, but no, Caleb Sorosky still warming, still throwing, but it looks like Bowada is going to get every chance to get out of this game here for the Cardinals, and you love to see that for a guy who, as you mentioned, had a lengthy career in this league.
Yeah, and it takes all kinds. There's a lot of different characters in this Cardinals team. Younger guys, veterans, Canadians, Dominicans. It's a real band of characters, and you could kind of tell from the start of the season that the air around the team, the camaraderie, guys getting along like they had played together before, when in reality there was a lot of new faces added to this team after last year, and it's just such a great sign, and it felt like from a clubhouse perspective at least things got off on the right foot. And Chris Bowada is one of those guys who was brought in here to try and establish that championship culture, a guy who's won in this league before, a veteran, and this is somebody who has done his job and kind of helps create that championship clubhouse. What a diving attempt by Rempel there. Camera didn't get it. Dugout was in the way, but that was close.
That was an exceptional effort by Rempel. He's right there. He makes the slide. I think, see, this tells you the story of a good defender. A lot of people would be happy they got over there. Rempel seeming a little frustrated that he didn't make the play. Slid. I think if he would have maybe held off on the slide a second later, he has a chance. But you'll see him. He kind of slides past this one here as he goes in. That is great job of defense there. You see it all the time. It's one of the hardest things about it is understanding where you are, and you have the warning track to help you out, but you still got to gauge where that fence is. Obviously, with Rempel's history, you don't want to be running anything hard and made of metal. Certainly wouldn't love to see that. Great effort by Rempel, unable to make the play. Speaking of great efforts, that was one by Nickel to get to the ball, and an even better effort by McGill to back that up. But the throw will get by Rempel there. That was a rushed, hurried throw from Nickel. It gets by Rempel. McGill able to get a hand on it, but not until the runner makes his way to second.
And right off the bat, you could tell that was trouble from DeBanning. It caught a weird part of the bat there, not necessarily on the barrel. A little cue shot up the middle, and I don't mind Nickel charging. He had time to make that play. Definitely did feel like he rushed it with DeBanning busting up the line there. But hey, nice valiant effort. Probably not too consequential at this point in the ball game that it got away, and Dennis is going to get to second. But outside of Hermon, though, there's really a lot of things you could shout out with this team. The starting pitching ERA still leading the league, the offense kind of reestablishing itself, and the fact that you could go to so many different ways. I mean, Hector Yan, we saw it again tonight, just at his best right now. He is authoring a career year with Hamilton after being away last season in 2025, so the Cardinals are definitely happy that he's seemed to save his true best self for the red, white, and black.
Yeah, that one is hit into center field. Duncan, speaking of charging in, does exactly that to catch it, camps underneath it, and that is the second out of the inning. Chris Bowada just 1 out away from putting the finishing touches on what has been a gem of a game from the Cardinals' perspective tonight. Not just from what you've seen from the pitching, but what you've seen from the offense. I mean, so dangerous early on, jumping all over the Leafs starting pitching, and then it just kind of continued. It was 4 in the first, 1 in the second, 2 in the third, and then another 4 spot. And then since then, to their credit, Leafs have kind of settled things down largely. But when you put up 11 runs in the first 4 innings of the game, it's going to give you 5 innings of the game, it's going to give you a pretty good chance to just kind of settle in and be on cruise control. And it's really felt like that. There was the one moment with bases loaded where the Leafs really threatened there, but they were able to get out of that jam, and that was really that in terms of threatening moments for the Leafs tonight. It has been about as stress-free a night as you get at the ballpark, health issues aside for the Cardinals.
Yeah, certainly has, and the on-field product, there's been a lot of run support for the pitchers lately. The pitchers have been doing their thing. This is just kind of a great way to head into the All-Star break, and the Cardinals, we talked about the great start they've had, but the way they've been playing, and you look at just kind of how up in the air and coin tossy a lot of their losses have been, it does feel like, I mean, as I said about the bullpen, that the best could truly be yet to come for this team in the second half.
And here is Bowada, the lefty, working with the lefty-lefty matchup. Working the count here, started out with 0-2, now it's at 1-2. Again, this has been a very effective way, exactly the way you would look to jump into the All-Star break. Obviously, thoughts go out to Darlin Hermon. Hope everything is well with him. Also a member of the umpiring crew, having to leave tonight's game. So, yeah, some hairy moments early on in this one. None of them regarding the scoreline of this game, but obviously some things are bigger than baseball, and you definitely are thinking of both of those gentlemen there. Just like Chris Bowada is thinking of trying to finish this one off. Would love to head into the All-Star break, putting the finishing touches on a shutout win for the Cards. He's going to look to do that. There's a runner on second. It's a 1-2 pitch. And, man, this is excellent defensive hitting right now by the Leafs. Fouling off, I believe this is that's the third straight pitch he's fouled off in a 1-2 count.
Yeah, Chialtis making Boado work. And now the second left-handed hitting Leafs catcher that Boado has had to face this week.
Yeah, you can be a lefty hitting catcher. They do not like it when you throw with your left hand if you're back there. I promise you they don't like it. Here is Bowada, 1-2, trying to clip the outside of the zone. Thought it had a chance, but it does not. And all of a sudden it is a 2-2 count on Chialtis. The catcher is a late addition to the Leafs lineup tonight. Was not expected to be in the lineup, but he comes into this one wearing number 9, the left-handed batter. Trying to stay alive. There is a little traffic on the base with the runner on second there, and Chialtis, this will shock you, he fouls it off to stay alive, and it is a 2-2 count. Bowada's got to be wondering at this point, what can I throw to get it past him? I don't even really care if it's a strike, just what can I do to get it past him here, because Chialtis has just found a way to get a piece of wood on everything, it seems like.
Yeah, I mean, if this is target practice foul ball-wise, he's doing a great job.
He really is.
Everything in the same spot.
Yeah, and here it is, Bowada delivering. That one is tapped up the middle to Feliz. It's going to be a tough play. Couldn't quite get the glove down, and they're going to have a run come across here. Unfortunately, it will not be a shutout for the Cardinals. Still got plenty of wiggle room as it is now 11-1 with 2 outs in the top of 9 here. That's a good piece of hitting by Chialtis. I credit where credit is due. That's just an excellent at-bat. You fall behind, you foul off pitch after pitch after pitch, and you find a way to get your pitch and tap it up the middle. Maybe need a little bit of help from Anderson Feliz there if you're Chialtis to get aboard, but that's a really good professional at-bat from him.
Yeah, and kudos to him, even though it's 2 outs in the 9th and a rout, for not taking the at-bat off by any means. And Chris is definitely going to be frustrated that he was not going to be able to complete the shutout, but silver lining, that run is not earned. Demanding reached on the throwing error from Brandon Nickel, so Boado's ERA is still going to be a nice sparkly 0 if he can get out of the rest of this here.
Yeah, we like that. Great job on the wide shot from our camera there. Reyes wasn't going to matter. No one was running, but showing off the play deep in the hole there. I don't know, looking like David Wright, A-Rod, pick your vintage. Looked pretty good over there, did Reyes, showing off the arm, but it's foul ball from for Kirk Gibson here. Chris Bowada working. It is a 1-1 count, 2 outs in the top of 9. Cardinals looking to get back in the win column. They had their win streak snapped earlier this week. Gibson hitting one. It's going to go out to Duncan. He's going to have to charge in. Nickel going to have trouble making the play. It ends up being Nickel who picks it up, and that ball just dropped in no man's land, and all of a sudden got a lot of wiggle room. But when you want it, when you have a chance to put the finishing touches on a ball game, you want to. I'm sure the frustration mounting a little bit for Bowada here.
Yeah, some more soft contact, and he's not going to like that he is not yet out of this ball game, but really not much you could do about any of the batted balls he's induced so far. The Leafs have placed them perfectly, which is not necessarily a repeatable skill, especially on those soft line drives, but he's got a lefty coming up now and another chance to put him away.
Yeah, Crix Tavares, the second baseman you've seen here, wearing number 17 jersey, lightly untucked in the back. And you see the Maple Leafs wearing their road royal blues with the gray pants. Cardinals in the all-white fit tonight. Of course, red caps as well. It's Chris Bowada on the mound. Got runners on first and second. 1 ball here. That one is fouled back. Also call that a strike. And Bowada getting himself in an even count here. It is a 1-1 count for Bowada as he looks to put the finishing touches on this, or sorry, a 1-1 count for Bowada here as he looks to get out of this jam that he finds himself in. Again, plenty of wiggle room. Sorosky still standing in the bullpen. I haven't seen him throw anything in a while, but he's still over there, kind of going through his motion. He's standing in the stretch position, kind of getting himself mentally prepared should he need to come into this one. That's part of what it is to be a reliever, right? It can feel over, it can feel done, but you got to stay at least mentally hot at all points in time. Here is Bowada delivering the pitch. That one will be outside. That'll work the count to 2-2. Speaking of twos, a lot of them in this game. There's 2 outs, there's 2 on, there's 2 balls, there's 2 strikes. The only thing we haven't seen 2 of is Maple Leaf runs, and Chris Bowada wants to keep it that way. It is 11-1 here in the top of 9. Bowada, quick check on second. That one is tapped on the ground, but it'll be foul.
Man, they're just not going away.
They simply refuse to lose. All night it hasn't been that way, but man, a valiant effort here in the top of 9 from the Maple Leafs. They don't want to go into the All-Star break with the sour taste that this game would leave one way or another. So trying to put a bit of a rally together here in the top of 9. Bowada, quick check on second, looks back, delivers the pitch. That one broken bat. Right at Nickel, and that will finish it, and that's a good way to end it. If you're Chris Bowada, Cardinals picking up an 11-1 win to head into the All-Star break. What a night for baseball here. What a night for Cardinals offense at Bernie Arbor Memorial Stadium. And that'll be it for the unofficial first half of the season for the Cardinals here. Hector Yan spinning a gem. The Cardinals with plenty of offense, and they're back in the win column despite that little road blip with a loss on the road in Toronto this week. Here they are back with an 11-1 win. Just everything you could have asked for in a first half that feels like it's been kind of a storybook first half. What a way to end it. Feels like it was a facsimile of everything we've seen in the first half of the season tonight.
Yeah, it sure was. And the Cardinals, 7 of it. You'd love to have that game on Wednesday night in Toronto. You see Yadier Martinez there going up to Luis Bernardo, presumably to send his well wishes to Darlene Hermon there. But hey, any way you slice it, 7 of 8 going into the All-Star break is just a fantastic way to go about it for the Hamilton Cardinals. They move up to 14-8, keeping pace ahead of the Guelph Royals by 1 game after Guelph stormed back to beat London earlier tonight. The Cardinals are in a playoff spot. It looks like it's anybody's league. There's a lot of chaos dogfighting going on at the top of the league standings with London, Barrie, and Welland. So the door is wide open for them. The schedule's going to pick up. They got a lot more games. They got to play their remaining 26 games in about the span of a month and a half after playing their first 22 in the span of about 2 months here. So hopefully the season doesn't speed up on them too much. But with the way they're playing right now, it kind of feels like they're just scratching the surface of what could be to come this season, Brent.
Yeah, a lot of choices for the player of the game tonight, but also kind of an easy one with Hector Jan getting the ball today, him pitching as well as he did. This is what set the Cardinals up for the success. You know, he spun a gem to start things off. The Cardinals gave him a 4 spot. He didn't need any more than that. They kept tacking it on. Now, last week we saw Emily. She got hit with the water shower or the Gatorade shower, whatever it is there. Good job by her getting out of Dodge, because far from cold, but I don't know, it's not 2 in the afternoon anymore. I don't want to have cold water dumped on me, that's for sure. So great night from Hector Jan. Great night for the Cardinals here, and it's been an excellent first half of the season for the Cards. Matt, always love having you alongside me here. I always love watching the Cardinals win. Caleb Sorosky made sure to keep himself busy. Didn't end up getting into the game, but we did see him throwing the water on Jan there. Takes it all in with the good sport that he is, and man, he's got to feel great heading into the All-Star game. You do wonder, given them pitching tonight, if he's going to actually be able to perform as an All-Star as opposed to just get to soak it in. But really great night from the Cardinals starter. Feels like we're saying that seemingly after every single game tonight. Just seems like the Cardinals are able to lean on all facets of this team, but really able to lean on the starting pitching that we've seen. I know we are going to talk to Hector Jan in just a second here. Once we get the headset on him, there are plenty of Cardinal All-Stars that we're going to see this weekend, and he is one of them, acting like an All-Star tonight and performing like it as well. You know, he's one of 2 Cardinals pitchers that we'll see. Frazee Sadames was also named an All-Star, but of course the injury will keep him sidelined from that, but Boone and Jan will be there as well. I believe we have Hector Jan. I'm not sure if we've got him yet. Hector, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Before we talk about how great you were tonight, I want to share our own well wishes. What is going through your mind when you see that happen to Darlin Hermon in this game? Obviously, such a scary moment for you guys.
So it's a really difficult moment. So but I don't know what I had to say about that. But hopefully he'll be better a couple days.
Was it hard for you to get back into the game? Obviously, pitchers, you have a rhythm that you go about it. That was a long layoff for you. You were still able to perform after coming back into the game. Was it harder for you with that long gap between the 2 innings? Yeah, it was difficult for you. What's going through your mind when you're trying to do that? Is it staying loose? Is it trying to stay locked in? Some pitchers, they don't like to talk during the game. I can't imagine you're that way, though. What are you doing to try to keep yourself in the game when you have that long of a break between innings?
No, I just try to be in the game. So, control my mind, so be focused, so, and keep competing. So that's what I try to do. Control what I can control. That's what I say always, and keep doing what I'm doing. So, and then go ahead, so keep competing. So that's the game.
What does it mean to you to be an All-Star? Obviously, you're going to have plenty of Cardinals teammates with you, but what does it mean to you to be an All-Star in this league?
So that's fucking amazing. So great moment for us, and then be an All-Star. So I want to pitch, but I can't. So because I pitched today and All-Star couple today, but so I go to have a fun right there.
The Cardinals fans are happy you used up your arm tonight. I got to be honest. I know you're probably upset you don't get to pitch in the game, but you used the arm well tonight. Congratulations on an awesome first half of the season, and enjoy the All-Star weekend when you get to watch instead of pitching, Hector.
Yeah, thank you. Appreciate it.
There he goes, Hector Jan, the winning pitcher tonight. Not remotely surprised the way he spun a gem. There's been a lot of that this season. Matt, always love having you with me. Thanks so much to everybody, all the cast and crew, camera operators, and everybody in the truck. This has been an 11-1 winning edition of Cardinals Friday Night Baseball here at Cable 14. Thanks so much to everybody, and thank you for watching.
Get ready to blast the past with Retro Game Time. Watch as gamers from around Hamilton battle it out in the ultimate retro gaming showdown. Who will outplay, outlast, and be crowned the ultimate Retro Game Time champion? Plus, don't miss our thrilling Top 10 in each episode where we rank the unforgettable highlights and hidden gems of the gaming world. Tune in, level up, and catch Retro Game Time on Cable 14.
Hi, I'm Jenna Smith-Turchin, and among many roles, I'm proud to be a cancer survivor. I was unexpectedly diagnosed with breast cancer in 2010. Just days after my first round of chemo, I joined my very first Bright Run, and I've been coming back ever since. Today, I participate not only as a survivor, but also as a Bright Run funded researcher from McMaster University. Bright is more than a run. It's a powerful celebration of community, hope, and what's possible when we come together. Every dollar raised stays right here in Hamilton, supporting patients, research, and care at the Drabinski Cancer Center. I'm honored to serve as this year's Bright Run spokesperson. I hope to see you all on Saturday, September 12th at Christie Lake Conservation Area for this amazing event.
Hi, I'm Dr. Mark Levine, retired medical oncologist and breast cancer researcher. I'm also one of the founders of the Bright Run. I would love it if you joined us on Saturday, September 12th at Christie Lake Conservation Area for our 19th annual Bright Run. Help us fund critical breast cancer research right here in Hamilton. Visit brightrun.ca for more information.
Today on Hamilton Life, we're going to talk about the film Dear Grandpa, It's Michael. And the official voice of RAM, Rodeo Tour, Jennifer Gordon is here.
It's Pride Month. Ray locked us here to talk about the challenges facing the queer community in Hamilton. Plus, we'll be learning about the annual Ikebana Spring Flower Show and how you can put together a beautiful arrangement.
Chef Shannon Trapp from Behind the Green Door will be here to show us a few of their menu items that are 100% gluten-free. And Hamilton Life's Harmony McKenzie checks out the deals at Habitat for Humanity's Restore.
All that and so much more coming up on this edition of Hamilton Life. Hello everyone, and Hamilton Life is back again, and before you know it, our shows for the season are going to come to an end, and then you're going to see Linda and I on a lot of repeats. Hello everyone, Mike Fortune here, Linda Rourke, and Linda, the summer is going to be here before you know it.
It's unbelievable. I don't know how we're in the first week of June, and
flies by, doesn't it?
It does fly by.
And you know, June is a crazy time with graduations and proms for those that are still in that world, and then of course you get into August for those people who have graduated, and then you're getting into university and college things, and you've been through all that stuff.
I have.
The fun times.
Yeah, it's gone for me, but just starting for you with your daughter going off to university.
Our son started it.
That's true.
But you know, when it's your last child doing it, that's I think a bit of a different story.
It really is.
And of course, all the graduations are going to be taking place at the Hamilton Convention Center. By the way, parking is a zoo down there.
Oh, well, Main Street, geez.
Because the underground parking is just, it's laughable right now. I know they're doing a lot of construction,
yeah.
but kind
Once
of a bad
it's all
time
done,
to do
it'll
it.
be great, but
yeah.
this summer not
and there's
so great.
never a good time to do it.
No, that's true. That's true.
There were some things you wanted to
well,
touch
just
base
because
on.
there's always so
You're
much
getting
going
ready
on
for
through the summer,
too,
right?
yeah.
So I've already got tickets for Beer Fest. I'm a huge craft beer person, so I'm super excited because I forget every year. Beer Fest comes and it goes, and I'm like, what? So I went online, I bought my tickets already, so it's in my calendar,
It's
so
in
I
your
can't
calendar,
forget.
and that's down by the water, is it?
It's at Bayfront Park.
Bayfront Park, right?
Yeah, so nice big open space, a lot of fun.
One thing we enjoy doing down at Pier 8, just at the other one, is every Thursday night, throughout the summers. They have free music, free concerts
Nice.
down at Pier 8 by Williams there. You got to grab yourself a coffee.
Take your roller skates, do a little
Take
spin.
your roller skates, bring a chair, and then of course, listen to some great music. They all got different types, so you can go to the Waterfront website and see what bands are playing. But great way to spend a Thursday
It
night
is.
too.
There's lots of good things that go on in the city throughout the summer. So, get out and explore and see what's happening. Even just hiking trails and the waterfalls that we all know about, but half the people who live here have never gone to see them.
And it's a shame. And I
go
don't know.
see them.
I love water. Like if I could,
Oh,
I'd
I
spend all
know.
my time down by Pier 8, Pier 4.
I know, it's so nice down there.
It's peaceful. It's tranquil.
Yeah.
The whole works about it, right?
Yeah, they've done a nice job. Even the club, like the yacht club that's down there. A lot of people
Yep.
don't even know that's there.
Yeah, yeah.
It's lovely. You can get memberships to that as well, and just not even with a boat. And the harbor is amazing. The Hamilton Harbor's done a great job just
take
reworking
it all
everything. It's
in.
awesome.
Yeah,
it's
take
really
it all
good.
in. And I know Canada Day, the HMCS Haida's down there. They always open that up for free, so that's kind of cool.
Yeah, and it's great. If you've never been on that boat before, it's really cool. I did a pop-up dinner there one time.
Okay, yeah.
That was awesome.
Yeah.
So
And you
lots
get
of
the
good things.
tours and how people lived on those
Yeah.
big ships and all that.
Oh, I could
It
not
wasn't
imagine.
glamorous.
No, I
It was
could
not
not
glamorous, folks. It was not
no,
glamorous.
thanks. And later on the show, I did want to mention this because Harmony is going to visit the Restore, the Habitat
Yes.
for Humanity Restore, which I love. Like, I'm a total upcycler.
Mhm.
Clothing, furniture, home
Is that the
decor,
new term,
everything.
upcycle as opposed to recycle?
I upcycle. Yeah, you upcycle.
You
'cause it
upcycle to
existed and you
recycle.
upcycle, and then you're recycling. It's all it's all connected,
lot
Mike.
of
But I
cycling
love
going
doing
on.
it. And so I'm really excited that she's going to the Restore because they've got
Yeah.
some really great finds there, and it's all going to support Habitat for Humanity, which I love even more.
Let's just hope when they're doing these Habitat for Humanity houses, they don't do shag carpeting in the bathrooms.
Okay. So this started before the show. Someone mentioned shag carpeting. Mike's like, I think it's coming back. I'm like, it can't be coming back. Like, shag carpeting's gross. Meanwhile,
As
at
we're
our feet.
standing on
But
shag
this is
carpeting.
an area rug. It's not through the
That's
whole
true. That's
house.
true.
But the stuff that gets trapped in shag carpeting, could you imagine if they studied that?
Nowadays, I know.
Oh, so please tell me it's not coming
You
back.
grew up in a house, I'm sure, that had
Oh,
some
we
shag
had shag
carpeting.
carpeting. I think it was orange.
Yeah, the Fortunes, we had
Like, what
shag
is that,
carpeting.
Mike?
It was kind of an orange brownish too. I don't know. But it was something that, it was the style. But like I said, I think it is coming back a little bit.
Yeah, and never, ever should there be carpeting in a bathroom.
Or on the walls, period.
Oh my God.
But yeah, in the bathroom.
Yeah. Anyway, things do have a way of making their
Talk
way
amongst
back,
yourselves
so-
about that while Linda gives you the what's
That's right.
coming up.
Okay. After the break, I'll be chatting with Ray Lockdust about some of the Pride events happening around Hamilton and the challenges still facing the queer community in 2026. We'll be right back. Well, welcome back to Hamilton Life. We're talking about identity, advocacy, and community resilience in Hamilton. It's hard to believe in 2026 the number of challenges still confronting the queer community exist. So joining me now is Canadian comedian, producer, and social worker, Ray Lockdust. Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much.
good to have you here.
Thank you. It's so good to be here.
Yeah, I can't wait to dive in. But first, you brought an icebreaker.
I did.
And I love this. So what is this?
All right. So this is Uniced. It is the Uncloseted Comedy Icebreaker. So before every show, we have a social. And
so good.
So to kind of help people ease into chatting with each other, because not everyone expects a social at a comedy show.
No.
We have a few games that we do, one of which is uniced, and another, which was invented by Queer Coffee Hamilton creator Wolf, is called That's Gay.
Okay.
So this
Love
one,
both names. Excellent.
Oh yeah, we love to name things after our community. There's so many words to play on.
Yeah, and it's so creative too, and fun, right?
Yeah,
Put a little
exactly.
twist and spin on it. So this
Yeah.
one, you roll the dice and then you ask a question.
Yes.
I like it.
Yeah, so there are 10 cards, each with 6 different questions. As I said, you roll a die, answer a question, and ask a question. So number 4, what is a dream event that you would host or produce?
Oh, that's a good one. Beer Fest.
Oh, that's so fun.
Only because we just talked about it, and I'm a big craft beer person. I'm not a big drinker, but I love craft beer.
I know the difference. It's
right.
You have to be careful with it.
You do. You
Yeah.
really do. But that is really fun. What a great way to get people talking. And that's so much about what you're doing, you know, in everything in the community, to get people out, to get people communicating with each other and finding a place that they feel really welcomed and comfortable, and therefore uncloseted comedy, which I love. So talk a little bit about that, Ray.
Okay, so uncloseted comedy is my baby, despite my cats also being my babies.
Of course.
So we are in our 4th year. So this is going to be our 4th Uncloseted Comedy Pride Festival, which is the anniversary, which falls on the anniversary of also our first show, which was Hamilton Pride, which is, we weren't associated with official Hamilton Pride, but it was the Hamilton Pride comedy show.
Okay.
Before it had a name. And that was done at Levity, and it was a blast, so much so that they were like, let's do this monthly. And
even better.
Exactly. So through various reasons that aren't important, we're at the Staircase Theater now, where we do a monthly show on the 2nd Thursday of every month. So every show begins with a Queer Coffee Hamilton social, and Queer Coffee has a lot of events throughout the city as well. Their main one is the 3rd Thursday. We call it Thirds Gay.
Love it.
Because every queer event seems to happen on Thursday. There are so many.
It's a good day to have an event, though. I find a lot of people will go out on Thursdays.
Exactly.
It's good.
Yeah. So that's where you can find Uncloseted, except for this weekend, or I guess, never mind. This is in the past.
That's all right.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Shake that off. That was.
There we go.
That was for Jesus.
All right. So let's talk about how you got into comedy, because you're a
Okay.
social worker.
Yeah.
By trade, and then you decided to do comedy as well. So how did that all come together?
Well, comedy came first. Comedy is something that's always been in my life. My dad's a huge comedy fan, and like, you know, when the TV's on in the living room and no one's watching it, the neutral channel is Comedy Central.
Love it.
So I grew up watching The Standing People. I did not know what stand-up comedy was.
I love it.
So I have like a joke I wrote when I was like 9 that I thought of, and I was like, that sounds like something The Standing People would say, and it just like I didn't realize that was my first joke.
Yeah, it is. Well, yeah, at a young age. And so you went to Second City and trained in Toronto, which is really awesome. And how was that experience?
It was amazing. And even before Second City, I also studied at the Impatient Theater Company, where I got, I have 12 years of improv experience.
Wow.
And I am technically going into my 10th year of stand-up comedy, or my 10th year will be next year, but I'm already
enough.
thinking ahead to the next
Close
festival,
enough.
where it's going to be our 5th year and my 10th year. So I'm hoping to do something special at next year's festival.
And what attracted you to comedy, other than it was in the house when you grew up? Because I think a lot of people, like, you know, and comedians are pretty awesome in the sense of how they overcome so many things, generally speaking, to get on stage and do what they do.
Yeah, it's been an interesting journey that got me here. I actually started in improv, and before that I was in acting. So when I first left high school, I was just like, I'm going to become a nurse so I can help people save the world. So I went to school for nursing, and I was depressed. I was so depressed. I just stopped taking the subway.
It was a lot.
Yeah. So then I dropped out of school and got 2 full-time jobs because that's less stressful. And while there, I was like, when was the last time I felt joy?
Yeah,
and that was
what a great
acting.
thing to revisit
So,
too, right?
yeah.
Is finding that joy in your life. Like, I think it's so important.
Absolutely. That's why Uncloseted focuses on the celebration of being queer joy. Joy is one of the biggest things that we have control over, because there are so many rights that are taken away. There's so much of our lives as not just a queer person, but any marginalized community member that are taken away. So if you can still find these moments of joy, that's something that you always can have control over. And while sometimes it's been, I've even said myself that joy is the strongest form of resilience. Sometimes we learn that there are stronger forms of resilience, but let's not get into that. Let's talk more about.
And I like what you're saying. I do like that. I think it's a great way to look at it and a good perspective to have on life. And I really like what's going on. Of course, June is Pride Month, but there's things going on throughout the year, and it's connecting community and really giving people a space is overall what you're doing and what everyone connected to this is doing. And I just think that's really special.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for seeing that. It's so important to have these specific groups, because I've had people say things like decline being on the show because I'm bi, but I don't make it my whole personality. And it's just, that's not what the point is. That is a sentence to me that is filled with shame, because someone sees as being open about who you are as shoving it in your face. That's someone who's resistant to the idea for any kind of reason. But one of the biggest pushes I've heard is in my social work career, I've worked with queer youth and their parents. And the most consistent thing I've heard from parents who have even had negative experiences, negative responses to their children coming out, have said that response is rooted in fear for how people will treat their children. And a lot of those parents do regret how they reacted. And I've had to tell those parents, you're taking the step in understanding that wasn't good. And all you can do is move forward. You can still be a great mom or dad. You can be a great parent, even if you've made mistakes in the past, because it's willing to admit that you've made those mistakes and learn from them that make you worth speaking to and being that parent.
Wow. That's here we are, talking about closeted comedy, and you come out with something as poignant as that I think, people watching, it's going to mean a lot to them. And the fact that, as I said off the top there, that we're still having to talk about this in 2026. There's still so far to go, but we have also come a decent amount, right?
Absolutely. And that's another conversation that I've discussed a lot, where people are upset that the queer community wants too much because they want to be respected. And it's too much. Dave Chappelle has said that the queer community has pushed and said that we want too much too fast, without realizing that the fight has been going on a lot longer than people think, because so much of it has been hidden. So much of it hasn't been in the public eye, and that's why it seems everywhere now, because for one of the first times in recent history, we're allowed to actually be out without it ruining our entire lives.
Yeah, that's right. That's a great, I could talk to you longer about it, but I think that's a good place to end. Ray, thank you so much. Thanks for showing us what's going on in our community as well. As I said, not just through the month of June, but throughout the entire year. And it's a great place for people to feel comfortable, accepted, and be part of the community. So thank you.
Thank you so much.
Great to have you here.
Thank you. It's been so great.
Well, now with more on what's happening, additional things happening across Hamilton, let's head over to Paul with the Vibe.
Thank you, Linda. And I don't know about you, but I'm loving the warmer weather. And of course, with sunshine comes outdoor events and special summer seasons, just like Brock Music Festival. And we've got a ticket giveaway. If you head on over to and follow the Vibe Hamilton at Facebook or Instagram and put in the comments music, then you'll be entered into the draw to win some tickets to one of the fantastic shows at the Brock Music Festival. A couple of events coming up this week. Barton Street has its annual street festival on Saturday, and so does Ancaster with its Heritage Days. And then looking a little bit further ahead, music and dancing is coming to the waterfront at Pier 8. Salsa every Tuesday and live music every Thursday, running all the way through the summer, June, July and August. And then the RBG has a curious art journey called Anchor Ball, starting late June and running through to late September. And then there's Art Crawl, of course, with street closures June, July and August, the second Friday of the month. And then in July is the Craft Beer Festival, music and craft beers. And then at the end of the month is the Lucky Lion Night Market happening at Bayfront Park. And then finally in August, looking forward to the Boots in the Creek in mid-August. So whether you're enjoying a street bash, strutting your salsa moves, or sipping a beer, plenty to do in the city across the whole of the summer. And for weekly updates, go to thevibehamilton.com. Back to you, Mike.
Back here after hearing all the great updates from Paul and the vibe, some great stuff as always, and I'll be at Boots and Hearts along with my wife. Always a fun time down there at Stony Creek and supporting the local stuff down there. Next, we're going to be exploring a powerful story about family, inclusion, and of course, overcoming limitations. Joining me now is the talented director of Dear Grandpa, It's Michael, Anthony Carnello, and actress Isabel Hyde. Hello and welcome to both of you. Thank you very much for being here today. Nice to see you.
Thank you.
Anthony, let's start with you first in regards to this play as the writer, and I understand this is coming from a true story.
Yes. So basically what Dear Grandpa is about is it focuses on the true story of Michael Wither, Michael Wither. My apologies. Michael Wither, and he focuses on like a diary, like him writing to his grandfather about his personal experiences growing up on the autism spectrum, being bullied by other kids, to making friends, to becoming the successful young adult that he truly is. And
all the trials and tribulations, and then add on those other layers of being bullied, of having being autistic. Correct?
That's correct. Yes.
It's unique, and I'm sure it's a powerful story. And for you, Isabel, first off, congratulations on graduating high school.
Thank you.
Well done. Where are you going to be going to university?
I'm going to go to Brock University for music.
Oh, wonderful. Good stuff. If you need to know more about Brock, we can talk after the show. My son is there. As an actress in this play, what's this experience been like for you so far to this point?
It's been a wonderful experience. I think I'm very grateful to have such a powerful project to help me learn more about acting and to start kind of getting into this passion that I have. It's such an important story to share, and I think that we're both very grateful to be a part of it.
And Anthony, as we look at this film and how you've had to develop and put it together, what have been some challenges for you for this project?
Well, being on the spectrum myself is mostly capturing, well, not just the representation of the autism spectrum and neurodiversity in the respectful way, but more of just the portrayal of someone in the shoes of an autistic person, and looking at Michael, who is on the spectrum, and he had a lot of these challenges similar to I experienced when I was younger. It's mostly like just making sure that it gets treated properly, because we look at the film industry nowadays, like we've seen dozens of times, time and time again, we have seen, people on the autism spectrum not getting the proper representation that they are getting. There's a lot of examples, which I won't list them here, but we'll be here all day. But looking like some of the some recent examples, they mostly seen as stereotypes more than actual people. And now the goal for Dear Grandpa's Michael is to capture not just the right representation, but also to spread awareness within communities and festivals and all that kind of stuff. With the rough cut recently, we actually got a lot of positive feedback from we at the ICAN conference in Niagara Falls. I think that's the name, and at the same time it was presenting doing a lot of presentations alongside with Temple Garden, which are you familiar with her?
Yeah, no, I'm not actually.
Yeah, she's a huge idol icon in that community. She's great, and to get this positive feedback from what we have got so far within this rough cut, I think it's very important to me.
And Isabel, back to you. How have you prepared yourself for this role? What are some things you're doing? Are you doing any particular research? How are you immersing yourself into this?
Well, I've known Tyrone a very long time, so this project has been something we've talked about a lot even before I was cast into this role. Okay. And he taught me a lot about not only Michael's story, but about autism. And as Anthony said, there are lots of stereotypes, and it is important when you're a part of a project like this to educate yourself on the content, because I think that helps you convey the story better and have a true understanding.
Yeah, I really like how you said that. And coming from a young adult like this who's already understanding it, already seeing it,
for someone like yourself, Anthony, that must be really satisfactory for you, knowing that they're just running with it, they're understanding it, they're kind of getting understanding what their director has had to deal with for so many years as well.
Yeah, definitely. And that's mostly the challenge of being a autistic director. It is directing Michael, because keep in mind, Michael is playing himself. He has a little experience in acting. He hasn't had a lot of experience in that field, but he's a good guy. It's just for him being himself on camera, just interacting with these different people, including Isabel in the film. I think that's give us more of that advantage because we'll mostly usually get somebody that's non-spectrum to play someone like hypothetically Michael, for example, and the portrayal will be very assaulting to that community. But with the case of Michael, since he's playing himself, he's an actual person, it makes the film even more special, and that's the goal that Dear Grandma's Michael, and not just me as a film director in that community. It makes it very special.
And I think what you alluded to earlier, you've been friends for so long, so this has really, I guess, given some comfortability on both sides of how you two are working together on camera now, which must be really important.
Yes, that's true. It's really a community that we have within our group that we've created.
Super. We got to run quickly. Where can people start to kind of see this stuff on air, online? Where can people watch this stuff, Anthony?
We have an Instagram page for the film, Dear Grandpa's Michael. You get to learn more about the project as well. And we're also, Tyron, who's the producer, he has recently announced he's going to do a community screening within our first Hamilton area at the Stony Creek Optimized Center on October 28th. So you may be able to get a good glance of what the film is going to be like within that screening. And is
Tyrone the one with My Three Angels?
Yes,
so,
that's the guy.
We had Tyrone in here because he's also doing the Devin Selvey story too. Which is so important as well, and it really impacted our community. So you got great people in your corner. This is exciting stuff. Our time is wrapped up here, but thank you so much for putting so much into this and getting that stigma and that information education out there. So important. So thanks to both of you.
Thank you for having us.
It's a pleasure. When we come back, we have the official voice of Ram Rodeo Tour, Jennifer Gordon. We'll see you right after this, folks.
Oh, hey there, my name is Steven Sobot, and I'm your host for Breaking Pack, the show that opens up the latest and newest trading cards to see what we can find inside these boxes. From Pokemon to Magic the Gathering to hockey or other sports to what other card game I get my hands on. Catch us on Mondays at 8:30 p.m. Check out Breaking Pack here on Cable 14 to quench your thirst for cardboard addiction.
Food in general is just, you need it for mental stability. And sometimes if you don't have that access to food, you just can go mentally in a downward spiral. Sometimes it's hard living paycheck to paycheck. If it wasn't for a food pantry, some days I would probably not be eating at all.
Well, welcome back to Hamilton Life. The Ram Rodeo is the largest and richest live-action rodeo tour on this side of Canada, bringing a taste of Western cowboy culture to Ontario. And joining me now is the official voice of Ram Rodeo, Jennifer Gordon.
Thank
Great
you
to have
so much.
You.
I
so
so
good to have you
appreciate
here.
you having us here.
Well, I'm loving it. First of all, I always love the look of cowboy hats, cowboy boots. The buckle is pretty awesome that you've got on. Great coat. Like, this is so fun. Now, that is a spectacular hat, I have to say.
It is. It's going to be a humble brag moment for me. It's an American hat, American Hat Co. I picked it up in Las Vegas at the National Finals Rodeo. It's our Super Bowl of rodeo.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it happens one time a year in December, and I go as a spectator. I don't have to work.
Isn't that nice?
It is absolutely
So this is a
nice.
treat.
It was a treat.
Because I know those hats can be pricey.
They can, yeah. And it would be like, it would blow you away. Like, even to me, when I found out there was a $10,000 cowboy
my
hat, I'm like, pardon?
Yeah.
So
that's crazy.
When you're out at the bar looking for a cowboy, if he's got the gold buckle on his American hat, he's wearing the $10,000 one.
Wow. So saddle up
Little
next
ti-
to
little
that
tips
cowboy.
to the ladies.
$10,000 hat is crazy. All right, let's talk about Ram Rodeo first and what that is for people who don't know much about it, because we get a big show coming up in October at the end of all this, which is the championship. So what is it all about?
Absolutely. So we're a Western entertainment show. So we have taken rodeo and made it a little bit more family friendly. So we start off with one of our favorite events, and it's not a classic event of rodeo, it's called pole bending.
Okay.
So it's a slalom style event where the cowgirls are going to weave through the poles. They go to the end, to the back, and then they've got to run home. This is open only to women. The boys get their glory later.
Yes.
And then we do events like barrel racing, which is also a ladies only event, saddle bronc riding, bareback riding, bull riding is everyone's favorite. And we offer youth events too. We're building cowboys and cowgirls here in Ontario, and that is what we pride ourselves on, especially as a tour. We have a Build a Cowboy school right here in Brantford,
Oh,
essentially.
no way, just
Yep.
down the road.
Yeah, Rock and Rafter V Arena. So we do a school. I'm going off topic.
No, but it's really cool because I didn't know any of this existed.
Exactly. So if you want to learn the world of bull riding and bronc riding, you're going to go to the Build a Cowboy school. And they only take a few cowboys every season and session. And then you get to, like, if it's something you've always wanted to try and you want to end it there, or if you want to continue and keep rodeoing, it's always an option as well.
And then there's this amazing tour that you guys are doing, and there's stuff happening from now right into October, and the championships take place at the Ancaster Fairgrounds.
Exactly. So we do 16 stops through Southern Ontario, and we travel. So we bring it all with us. And we stop in a local town near you. And so we're very fortunate. Ancaster has hosted our championship finals for the last 4 years. And what we love most about it is an indoor venue.
Yes.
So we
That's
go
good.
rain or shine
There
at a
you go.
rodeo.
Yeah, so it's nice to know that the championship you'll be covered.
Exactly. And it's funny, you wonder, like, why are we talking about it in the summer? It's an event that sells out. And I don't say it because look at us in our rodeo.
Yeah.
The actual show, it does sell out. So we want to make sure people have the opportunity. And now more than ever, we find people are really interested in Western culture. And they want to have a picture with a cowboy. They want to see what it's all about. I meet young children that have never even pet a horse. So this is your opportunity to get up close and personal.
And watch what they do too, which is really cool. We'll get to that in a second, but I do have to ask about being the voice of. So what does that actually mean?
Can I tell you a funny story?
Yes, please.
So I have a journalism background. I started my career in community TV.
Love it.
And I did this job over here, and I had to talk with Ross Miller, the producer of the Ram Rodeo Tour, and he's like, "You're actually really good." He's like, "Do you want to come announce a rodeo with me?" And I'm like, "Sure." And
that's how it started.
A decade later, I'm still I am now the voice of the Ram Rodeo Tour.
The official voice of Ram Rodeo Tour. And the thing is that you're out at pretty much every single weekend. You're a mom, so kids go with you. It's wild. Now, they're a lot of fun. I've been to a rodeo. I enjoy it. Some people, however, little concerned about the horses.
You know what? It happens all the time, and we love animal lovers. We are animal lovers.
Yeah.
The first and foremost, we do everything for the animals on the tour. When it comes to our bucking horses and our bulls, they work 8 seconds a weekend.
Yeah.
It's a pretty sweet job. So they travel to the rodeo, they buck for 8 seconds, and then off they go back to their farm. And then all of our cowgirls are pretty much self-contracted, so they bring their horses to the rodeo and they treat these animals like kings or queens. And we have an open door policy. Nothing is closed off. You can see into the back of our chutes, and we welcome people. If you've never been, come a few hours early to the rodeo, and you can actually see how
That's
everything
great.
is handled.
Yeah, a bit of education there too. I mean, rodeos go back to the early 1800s, and when it started, you know, it was a Mexican thing, and with the cattles, and then people, you know, started saying, "Hey, look what we can do," and they started competing a little bit. And then I read too that the first official rodeo took place in Texas in 1883. So this goes way back.
Yeah, and what it was basically was people have to move cattle from field to field, or they have to doctor animals, and they would have to rope them, or they would have to run really fast to get them. And it was just like, all of a sudden it became a competition to be able to show off your skills, exactly like you said. And then of course it's developed. You know, we're in 2026. The same things, people don't always want to see the same things. It happens with every single industry. So that's why we've made it a little bit more Western entertainment. We've added an event called the Rescue Race that's so much fun.
I just love the name.
You know what? It's our only team event. So you and I could put a team together.
That's cool.
But this is where it gets wild and Western. So you gallop in on your horse, your partner is down at the end, and you've got to jump up and get on the back of the horse. And we've got to cross the finish line, all three of us together, you, me, and the horse.
Really? Okay, well.
Fastest time wins.
I might have to take that cowboy camp before I do that one.
But here's the thing. People don't realize that we are so welcoming in the Western world. We want you to come out either as a spectator, or we want you to get involved. That's the way to grow our sport, is to just get people out.
I love it. I love your story, how this started for you. It's so great having you. Love the hat. It was well worth the investment. It's fantastic. Thanks so much for being here. And if you go on the website, you can see where all the rodeos are happening through the summer. There's 2 others happening in the Hamilton area, then the big competition, the championship in October. So Jennifer, thank you so much.
Thank you.
It was great chatting with you. All right. Well, the lack of affordable housing is affecting the entire province, and Hamilton sometimes feeling like the epicenter of the crisis. So Habitat for Humanity Hamilton is working to provide much needed housing by building stable permanent homes for families in need. So Hamilton Life's Harmony McKenzie went on location to one of the Restore outlets where residents can donate gently used items as well as find some really great deals.
Everyone loves a good deal while shopping, but what's even better is matching that with a good cause, and that is exactly what I am doing today at the Restore. I am here with Sean Ferris, you are the CEO of Habitat for Humanity, and this is a massive store that we are in with so many goodies. What is the Restore?
The Restore is our social enterprise where we take donated items and we resell them for the purpose of covering our administrative overhead and for building houses for the community.
And that's probably what people mostly know you at Habitat for Humanity about. So tell us some of the projects you guys are working on with funds that you would get from the Restore.
So our major project right now is on Dawson Avenue. It's 5 townhomes with 5 ADUs, so 10 units in total. And we're recruiting for families right now who would like to live there.
Amazing. And what is the benefit of these housing projects for those that don't know how it works?
So in this particular case, the benefit of this housing project is a lease with equity. So people pay us a rent, and when they decide to leave, they basically take a forced savings and it'll allow them to go into conventional home ownership with that as a down payment.
And that's really helpful in today's housing market especially.
Yeah.
At the Restore, you guys have so many initiatives going on. Can you tell me about some of the programs that people at home might be able to participate in?
For sure. So call us up or email us and see if your item is worth donating. You know, we can keep stuff out of landfill for you and save the disposal cost. But in addition, we've got like our kitchen salvage program. So there's a series of kitchens over here, along with appliances as well, that we remove with a crew of trained volunteers, and then we resell that back to the general public so that you know, they can put it in their home or their rental or what have you. And those folks who donate their kitchen or donate anything to the Restore will get a charitable tax receipt for the value we can sell it for.
And I mean, that is a big benefit too, just to someone trying to donate something, right?
Absolutely.
You get the hassle of taking it out of your kitchen out of the way, and you get actually a tax receipt.
100%.
What kind of things can people buy here?
It's basically anything for your home. New and gently used products is what we go for. So we will take donations from the public, but we get a lot of things that get returned to big box stores for whatever reason. So many things are new in a box, or like I said, just gently used. We do take some clothing, but all that clothing is brand new. We don't take used clothing, and it's whatever the community has to offer us.
Now I'm even seeing pet stuff. You've got every gadget you could possibly use in a renovation or for your home. So when people are going through their things things, there's really not too much they won't take as long as it's sellable.
Pretty much, yeah. It's got to be in good condition. We don't want stuff that is covered in pet hair or, you know, smells like smoke or anything like that. We want to have stuff that's in relatively good condition. You know, take for example, we've got a bundle of a skid of shingles behind us here, and we won't take used shingles as an example,
Of
right?
course.
Right. But whatever we think would be value in someone else's home and would be sellable, we're willing to take.
There's donations coming in. I see people fixing things. So how much stuff comes in here?
Yeah, all the time we're getting new product in. Almost every day we get new shipments in. Sometimes used items from the general public, sometimes new from stores in our area. Then they'll donate stuff to us, and we have shipments coming in all the time. So it's always a new find in here when you come in.
I'm seeing so many things that are electronic based. How do you guys guarantee that they work for the buyer?
Yeah, great question. Well, we do have experts who come in and test everything that's electronic. So we make sure it's working. We'll make repairs when needed, and we'll upcycle when needed as well. Anyone who might buy something that's electronic, there is a warranty on it as well. So if it doesn't work, you get it home, it's not working, you can bring it back to us.
That's really good. Like I'm seeing an air conditioning unit there. I'm seeing kids' cars, go-karts. It's a lot of stuff you probably can't test here.
Lots of appliances as well, fridges, washers and dryers, all kinds of stuff like that for your home as well.
Amazing. Now I want to go on a bit of a treasure hunt because I'm excited, but I'm even looking at these big pallets right here.
Yeah.
I'm seeing grass seed, brand
furniture,
new patio furniture. Like this looks brand new.
Yeah, lots of it is brand new. Yeah, that's right. It comes from stores that can't sell it. Maybe it's out of season or they're bringing in the next cycle of things, so they donate it to us. And it's all tax-free here, so everything you buy, there's no tax on anything. And you're getting up to 50% off regular retail price as well.
And I think that's an underappreciated note is tax. That's 13%. So if you're getting 50% off and then you're saving tax.
Yeah, exactly.
This is a good find. And I mean, I'm looking at stuff that like I wouldn't even think to come here for. What is your favorite part about shopping here?
Oh my gosh, I probably love all the furniture. I'm always redecorating my house in my own mind about what I could put in.
And you can donate your old stuff and feel good about it.
Exactly, yeah, exactly right. There's couches and tables and chairs, all kinds of great stuff that you can find for your house here.
Now, if there's anyone out there that is not willing to donate at this time, maybe they want to help in a different way, how can they volunteer or get involved with Habitat?
Oh my gosh, we're always looking for volunteers. So definitely here in the store, we're always looking for volunteers to help with the retail side of things. If you know about electronics, we're always happy to have volunteers test the electronics here as well. You can volunteer on our build site, swing a hammer. That's always a great time.
Any experience needed for that?
No experience needed at all. No, we'll do all the training, all the safety training and everything. Or you can volunteer in our kitchen salvage team, where they go out to houses who are renovating their kitchens, take the kitchens out and bring them back here to sell them, and that's all volunteer based as well.
So a lot of opportunities to get involved, whether you're donating, whether you're even buying, which is simple, that's a great way to help.
Yep.
Or you can actually, you know, get your hands dirty and help. So all of that happening here. There's also a restore on Nash Road, right?
That's right, yep.
And then, you know, more opportunities to find more stuff. If you don't go here, 10 minutes down the road, you can get more opportunities. Thank you so much. I'm gonna head out shopping because I can't help myself.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that, Harmony. Some great job and some great stuff and finds there at the Restore. Listen, to some of us, myself included, flower arranging is limited to me to, you know, just kind of sticking a bunch of random plants into a vase and calling it good enough. Well, no more. Joining me now is someone who knows a thing or two about how to turn branches and blooms and empty space into a living, breathing, and meaningful sculpture. Joining me now, Linda Hartley. Welcome back to Cable 14. Linda, nice to see you today.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having us.
It's a real pleasure. What type of flower arrangements are you going to be showcasing to us today? It's a special Japanese.
Yes. So one of the flower arrangements that we use often to as loose, natural, and uncontrived is called Naga-iri.
Naga-iri. Okay.
And it really means what you said, they're thrown in flowers, but they're not just thrown in. It has a
There is a method to the
formula.
madness. There we go. Okay, well, let's do this. And I know you wanted to showcase this vase first and the dividers that's in it. There's a little bit of water in it, so we're going to be careful here. What's so important about having these dividers here?
So I wanted to show people this is a way to help hold your flowers in a tall vase where you would like them to stay. And so it's just 2 cross sticks, and you cut the willow sticks as close to the width of the vase as you can. Now, do not do this if the vase has really thin walls, because you can break it.
And that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, we've got nice plastic here, nice and thick, so it's sturdy and durable.
But these kind of help hold the flowers because now you've divided your vase into 4 spots to arrange your plant material.
Makes a lot of sense. Makes a lot of sense. So what's our next step here? While you're doing that, we have the Ikebana Flower Show coming up on June 20th, where individuals are going to be learning some of these methods.
Yes. So there will be a flower show at the Canadian Japanese Cultural Center here in Hamilton.
And they're
it's
45 Hempstead, I believe,
yes,
right? Yeah.
It's on Hamilton Mountain. If you look at the Zarky's food store, just turn your head across the street and that's the cultural center.
That's right, yes. Very, very good positioning there for that, yeah.
But, so we will have a live demonstration by yours truly at 1:30. So I'll be showing you different kinds of arrangements that have a long history in Japan. And just this type of arranging itself is more than 550 years old. They have a very long tradition in Japan. And the school that I belong to, Ikenobo, here on my apron, it's called the Origin of Flower Arrangement. And they can show that, they have a historical museum of Ikebana, and 550 years ago is when they published their first books. So it's much, even the history is longer than that, but those books prove that historical
So we got about we only got about 3 minutes left here. So let's see what we're going to be putting together here really quickly.
So so what I would like to do is kind of keep this kind of close to a Western arrangement.
Okay.
And
now I've noticed here
I curled these leaves at home, so.
And what you've done, it's interesting. You've curled the leaves, you put a little slit, put the top of the leaf through, and then just a little bit of tape to hold it in place.
Yes.
And that also eliminates, I guess, further ripping of the leaf itself.
The leaf, yes.
So right here, here's your base that you're starting with,
Yes.
right off the top, right? Get a nice
And
foundation going.
So it's just like raising children. You need to create a secure base.
Yes, that's right. There's the foundation, that's secure.
These are aspidistra leaves, so it is one of the greatest porch plants that you can have because they last a long time in a floral design. And you do need to bring them in for the winter, but they grow really large and will adorn your porch for many years.
And are they? Is it still nice to have them in the winter months in your house at least and maintain them?
They clean the air in your house.
Fresh oxygen. The plants hold a lot of benefits to them, having them in your house, by all means.
And so what I'm doing, I'll turn this around so that you can see, I'm going to arrange them asymmetrically. And any leaves that might drag in the water, I've taken several off, but any leaves in the water you take out because that's what causes your water to smell bad. And because of decomposing leaves in there.
I have noticed that with flowers that I've bought from my wife. I haven't done anything like this before, so that's a key. Snip off the leaves, and we're building something here. There's no right or wrong way, really. This is nature. This is natural.
This is nature.
Right.
It's completely natural. Like with this type of arrangement, they ask you to limit any kind of things like wire, and I know a lot of people like to see a cascade in an arrangement, but if you would like a cascade, see if I can get this out of here. Okay, find something that is a cascade. So I have a branch of wisteria here.
Beautiful.
So if I wanted to create a cascade in this arrangement, this is what I would use.
And I'm watching on camera how you've added this. Oh, we're going to snip something now.
So I'm going to, clean it up so that what we're showing is the nice flowers, and so greenery is good.
And all of a sudden, an empty vase has turned into a real showpiece. Now I know you've been at this for years, but someone like me could figure this out pretty quickly with some instruction and guidance.
Yes, and there are some wonderful books out on Ikebana, and one I recommend to people who are interested in seeing how this works is Flowers by Keiko, K-E-I-K-O.
Okay.
And so she is a florist in New York, and she does both Western and Japanese flower arranging. So she's good at bringing to life these arrangements that don't shock Western people so much because they're few.
They're few, yeah.
And
it's clean and it's very presentable.
Yes.
And as you've been doing this, of course, if people want to get involved and learn more how to do Ikebana, you got the flower show, as you mentioned, June 20th, 10:30 to 4. It's going to be taking place at the Cultural Center, as we mentioned, 45 Hempstead Drive. Free entry. Treats, Japanese crafts, Ikebana supplies, the list goes on and on. This is remarkable, so quick, so simple, elegant and beauty all at once, and it's all natural.
So this is a really beautiful way to showcase the things in your garden. Now I know the past weeks have been hot as Hades out there, and so all the peonies you hope would last a while are fully open now, but get them now.
Fair enough.
Use them. The smell will permeate your entire living room and be so beautiful.
And we're getting some of that now, folks. We're getting some of that now. So while I continue to enjoy the sights and smells of these beautiful Ikebana flowers, we got to get out of here. So Linda, thank you so much. I appreciate you coming in.
Thank you for having us.
It's a pleasure. And when we come back, we'll find out what happens behind the green door. Don't go anywhere. Introducing the all-new Cable14.com. Watch what you want, when you want. Watch all of Cable 14's content live or use the website's TV guide to search for your favorite program. Discover what local events are happening in Hamilton and learn how to get involved at Cable 14 as a volunteer or community producer. Right here, right now at Cable14.com.
These days at your local Legion, we're marching to the beat of a different drum. On a mission to support veterans, to have fun, and to welcome everyone to our ranks. You don't have to be a veteran to join the Legion. And as a member, you'll join thousands of others serving our veterans, our communities, and our country. Oh yeah, and our Member Perks program will save you thousands on shopping, dining, products, and services across the country. Join us at legion.ca.
Well, welcome back to Hamilton Life. Joining me now is the culinary mastermind behind Hamilton's most intriguing and seductive new dining destination coming to Hess Village this summer, Chef Shannon Trapp and her husband, Bill. Welcome.
Thank you. It's good to be here.
It's so great to have you here. So how exciting. You're opening a new space called The Green Door, which is a great name.
Yep.
Yeah, so why The Green Door? And just give me a little bit of background around the restaurant.
So Behind the Green Door is actually a 1972 porno chic film.
Oh, there you go.
So it has a really great story behind it. It was...
Did you say porno chic?
Yes. It was a brand of porn back in the 70s.
I've never heard those two words together, but this is good.
So there were brothers that were producers of it, and they were huge. The Mitchell brothers, they were huge in the porn industry at the time. They also did live stage shows.
No way.
So they did the idea behind it was a live stage show, and Marilyn Chambers is the star, and she used to model for Ivory Snow.
Really?
Yes. So when she got hired, she said, "I am not doing this for less than $1 million." Because I'll never get hired anywhere else again.
Right.
And they said, okay.
I like the idea. And the reason that you've used that, and that's the bit of the history behind it, is because you will be giving people some culinary experience with aphrodisiacs.
Aphrodisiacs inspired, yes, definitely.
So what are some of the things that you're going to have, and what are you making for us today?
Okay, so right now I'm working on some meatballs. So these are actually...
Really smells good.
Thank you.
Yeah. Really
these are actually a... New York sour.
New York sour, and they're a lime meatball. And so
it's limey. It's I meant
lamb.
It's lamb. It is limey
But
too.
lime too.
There's lemon,
Because I'm
there's
looking
lime
at the lime. I meant lamb.
Yeah, there is lemon and lime in there.
And so, and lamb is an
Lamb is an
aphrodisiac. I did not know this.
Yes. Let me,
So you make the dish.
Yeah, I'm just
and
trying
we'll,
to
we'll
I have
watch
a
what
note
you're
onto
doing.
why.
No problem. You find that, and I'm going to come over to you,
Okay.
Bill. So you've just been shucking some oysters.
Yes.
Now oysters, I did know was an aphrodisiac.
aphrodisiac.
I mean, I think most of us
most
know
people
that.
do know that.
And I don't like them. Which, you know, I think is a common thing with a lot of people. Like it is an acquired taste, but mostly an acquired texture that you need to be okay with, right? So, you know, but these are nice and fresh. They smell amazing.
They look
I wish
great.
I did like them.
I know.
You know, we're kind of in the same
We are,
boat there,
yes.
right? You know, you're not really keen on them either.
I'm not going to lie.
No, but good job. I was watching you do this.
thank
This
you.
is quite a technique as well to be able to get these open. Okay, so what we have going on over here? Are you going to explain what we're cooking,
so
or
we're cooking.
is Shannon?
I will, because he doesn't
Okay.
want in it. So what I'm doing right now, it is a pineapple New York sour meatball.
Okay. Oh, that sounds so good.
Yes. So it's based off the drink, right? Which is made with whiskey and red wine. So what I did was I started by making a lamb broth.
Okay.
Turned that into a lamb whiskey sauce. And then I made a pineapple red wine sauce.
Very nice.
And combined them.
That sounds really good.
And yeah, it worked.
And it looks really good too. So you're going to keep building this.
Keep building this guy.
And I'm going to talk to you a little bit, Bill,
Okay.
about the idea of the restaurant and the location. Like, what made you think this was a good idea?
Probably alcohol.
At
Not
least
going to
there's
lie.
some honesty, right? But
We've talked
it's
about
cool.
it for a long time. Even when we worked together and were in our previous marriages, and it was like, oh, it'd be fun to have a restaurant one day, you know?
Yeah, and here you are doing it.
And then here we are doing it, yeah.
And that's got to be a really good feeling. Like, and to be honest, I think a lot of people think, hey, a restaurant would be really cool, you know, to have something
They
like
do,
that, right?
yes.
They do.
Yeah,
It's
they think it's
intriguing.
easy.
Well, that's true. They
Right.
think and it's definitely not. I owned a cafe for a while, so I
Right.
know not the same level as a restaurant. So lots of things that you have to be thinking about, right?
Absolutely. Yeah.
So what are some of the things that you guys will be doing that's a little bit different if people come down to see you in Hess Village?
21 plus, so no kids.
Okay. There
You
you
know,
go.
it's kind of like a date night destination
Well, makes
place.
sense considering the type of foods that you're going to
Right,
be.
well,
you know.
exactly.
And our decor.
And decor will
Yeah,
be a
It'll be a
little...
little more risque than what you would want, you know, a
All right.
5-year-old to see.
That's the
Yeah.
green door.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So we're going to be
So-
having stills from the movie.
Okay. Yeah. Well, I was going to say, like, there's probably
There'll be nice ones.
But that's cool. Like, it's really
yeah.
neat that you're trying something a little bit different in
Well,
the
and that's
city,
it,
and
you know,
that's so
it's-
neat.
And it's like, there's, like, Shannon's celiac, and I'm not, but we can go out for dinner, and I can eat,
Yeah.
you know, and she'll have a salad.
Yeah. Which
You
is
know.
great to mention. This is a gluten-free restaurant. which is
Absolutely, completely
fantastic.
gluten-free.
From dessert, for everything on
Yes,
the menu,
including
your
alcohol
desserts.
and
Yeah.
beer too.
So that's really great.
We've
sourced
managed
out
to
the
find
the only gluten-free brewery in Ontario.
Yeah.
Amazing. I always thought, like, if they're ever going to invent smell-o-vision, I know people use
That would
that
be
joke all the
awesome.
time, but could you imagine if you're at home and you could smell all this? Like, it smells phenomenal. So what else can people expect? Because you are collaborating on, I'm looking at the dessert, you've got an amazing
Yes.
looking dessert menu, and you're collaborating with other people in
We
the
are.
Hamilton area.
Yeah, and that's what we wanted to do too. You know, like the desserts and the which you'll see in a bit too. The Jamaican patties.
Yes.
All local, all gluten-free. Many are vegan as well.
All right, so we you know, kind of had to get right in there and get these oysters smoking.
Yes.
So that's what's going on here, is that nice smoke. That is cool. What a neat gizmo.
I love it.
Right?
I have all my toys. I love my toys.
Yeah.
It
makes cooking a lot easier, doesn't it?
It does.
More creative, too.
More
Definitely.
creative, definitely.
Definitely.
Especially
Yeah.
if we're going to do this like at a table.
Of course. Oh, yeah.
That's the
And it's
idea.
great
Well, I was going to
showmanship.
say
It
that's
is.
cool though,
Yeah.
like to
Definitely.
bring that over for
Yeah.
somebody.
Yeah. We smoke cocktails as
Amazing.
well. that
Oh
kind of
yeah.
thing.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah, really neat what you're going to be doing. Like everyone's got to
do something a little
keep an eye out when you get the yay or open. And then we've got you've now
Mexican
plated the
patties.
Mexican
The
patties.
Jamaican patties.
Jamaican.
Jamaican. Did I say Mexican?
Yes.
Oh, see, we're all saying Mexican. Jamaican
It's
patties.
the Jamaican patties, locally made.
And the meatballs.
And the
And then
meatballs.
these
I
are
got to try
my-
one of those meatballs.
And while you're
Pineapple
trying those, I like what you're doing down in Hess Village by going to more of an older age group.
Yes.
Bringing it back to the adults where we can go and enjoy a little bit of fun and not
Exactly.
be pushed around by teenagers. So
Exactly.
Whoa, those are good.
where did you get a
The
spoon?
meatballs.
right there.
Oh, I'm going to try one of these.
Those are really, really good. Great food.
Did you get some of the salsa?
So
on
much
it, too?
fun. So you guys will be posting like crazy once you know that you're up and running.
Absolutely.
But really unique and different behind the green door.
Yes.
So excited that you're trying something cool. I love the backstory. That was lots
you.
of fun off the top. And thanks to all of today's guests. And as always, special thanks to all of our volunteers who work on the show each week.
And of course, don't forget to connect with us at cable14.com and visit our Instagram page at Hamilton Life.
I love the fact I pulled the dessert.
You pulled the
and you
dessert.
pulled the oyster.
I got a shucked oyster.
All
Let's
right,
enjoy.
cheers.
Cheers. There we go.
Thank you, Bo. That was really fun.
Perfect.
Mike Fortune's hair service is provided by Russ's Men's Hairstyling, located at 801 Mohawk Road West in the Harvard Square Mall. Cable 14 security provided by Third Watch Protection Services. Security you can rely on day or night.
Watch a new episode of The Dylan Show this Monday at 6 p.m. while I chat with Belleville Senators GM Matt Turek and singer-songwriter Avery Raquel. Watch on Monday nights at 6 p.m. on Cable 14 and cable14.com.
Adele is one of our current staff members. She had a rough, challenged life, and it was because of your support that made that difference. She is now on the right track, continuing her education, going into a college, looking into the field of child and youth, and it's because you made that difference. So I want you to continue to donate to the United Way of
City is full of ambitious entrepreneurs, innovative businesses, and gritty journeys. Curious about who's building, what they're building, and how they're building it in your backyard? Join Buzzworthy on Cable 14 and cable14.com every Thursday at 6 p.m.
This is where I call home. Downtown Hamilton is very close to my heart. This is where I landed when I first came to Canada, and it has been home for me ever since. This is where I first heard the church bells. This is where I got my first job. And this is where I first learned to speak English. There are many firsts for me here, and I'm sure that goes for some of you as well.
Hamilton is mature by the yardstick of years, but by the standard of its citizen accomplishments, Hamilton is still young.
Downtown Hamilton has a rich history with thriving businesses that are come and gone. And now more than ever, it has become a place for business and play. Today, I'm taking you on a memory lane, showing you some of our heritage buildings that are still standing. Okay, kiddos, it's time to go. Let's get ready to capture some flying moment.